Good morning. It is Tuesday, August 18th, and we are here for day 15 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. We are in the middle of the defense's case in chief, and let's get to it. Good morning, everybody. It's been a crazy morning over here this morning. No, that's not what I need. Sorry, trying to get us the court feed. Come on, stop. All right. But Scout missed the bus. So I was, whoops. I don't know. It was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. All right. But we missed nothing, which I obviously anticipated we'd miss nothing. So yeah, our youngest, only one officially left in the house, missed the bus this morning. I was in the shower and I had to run out because my college age daughter, Cameron, as you guys know, most of you, she was home this weekend not feeling well, and then she took like my shampoo and conditioner into her shower. So like jump out, run down to her shower, and then I'm like, let me just double check because, you know, sometimes I think Scarlett's left and she hasn't, and she's still laying in bed. And I'm like, oh no, what are you doing? You better get up. And then I'm, back in the shower trying to figure out, we've got no time to get her to school. She's going to be like unexcused late. And then she comes in, she's like, I'm ready to go. So I literally hop out of the shower, wrap a towel around the bottom, put a sweatshirt on the top, get in the car, drive her to school. So I am on the way back and I'm like, and I grab a t-shirt as I'm running out the door from the laundry room to wrap around my hair, which was soaking wet. So I pull the t-shirt off, before we get close to the school where, anyone could see. Drop her off. I actually should have texted her to see, did she have to like sign in as late? She wasn't sure from when the first bell rang till the last bell rang if there was some way like she would have made it. So I pull out of there and change the time to this to 8, and then roll down the windows to start letting my hair dry. So meanwhile, when I'm in the car alone and I'm not like, listening to something intentional, like, oh, I got to catch up on, one of Bob's lives or something. By default, if I'm listening to the radio, which is Sirius, I have on the Pearl Jam channel. So I've got the windows rolled down, my hair's blowing, like one of the like kick-ass Pearl Jam songs, and all I can think of in my head is Reddington. I'm like, that thanks to Bob, that's like the only the image that was there for me. But it was, then of course I brush back and try to let the dog out. He won't go. It's being difficult, maybe because maybe he's traumatized from yesterday. So I fill up the dog food, fill up the dog's bowl. It's getting low. I don't want him conserving. So yeah, then ran up here, threw some clothes on, at least on the top, still stuck back on my pajama shorts on the bottom. And I'm here with you guys. So, I don't know. For all the new people out there, like, who is this crazy woman? And why in the hell does she think anybody wants to hear this morning shit show of a story that she just told? Hey, lady, try getting your kid off to school on time. Okay, thank you. That was me being the people out there, some of you at least. JK Beans, welcome, new member. Welcome. Thanks, Fancy Drew and Dr. Russell's gasp. And then Nana of 7. Hey, my parents are of 13 plus a grandkid 14. So I love Bob's short on quit blaming Patrick. You know, people they get angry out in these streets. It's like crazy. And I'm like, just hold up, wait a minute. I know we're all hearing the song. I've been doing that all this week. Just today'll be the day. And you guys will hear from the expert, because those of you with us have read the, you know, the civil complaint from Lindsay's perspective of what happened on January 24th. So we know that she has told the expert psychiatrist, psychologist, whoever she's talked to, presumably Rosemary, you know, her lawyer, her civil lawyer, who everybody, if you don't know, Rosemary Scapiccio is a well-respected, well-known, like kick-ass, badass criminal defense attorney in Massachusetts. Clearly also does some civil work as well, and she took Lindsay's civil case. So we know that Lindsay has explained what happened that day, how the voices got worse during the day, when she received the command hallucinations, and then that she carried out the acts. So everyone will hear that she has told this from her own mouth to people. And maybe that clears the whole Patrick did it thing up. You know, but then a lot of people were kicking back, responding to Bob like, well, he's not, you know, he's not to blame. He didn't support his wife, right? He didn't do this. Look, you know, that may very well be true. I don't know what kind of husband he was, you know, but my issue is this, and I put it out there on this whole Insta post, and I hate having to go on social media. Now I'm like on social media and I'm like seeing a picture of my friends and I'm like, don't do it, you know, because then people think like, oh, Alison's on here. But so I just responded to that and I was explaining like, look, we heard from her mother yesterday. There can be, I would assume, no doubt her mother loved her and tried to support her in the best way that she could. So if the mother, who was specifically told, I have thoughts of harming my child, who also, I believe, had some contact. I mean, I don't know. You guys tell me if I'm wrong. I thought some contact with, I know not Tufts, but one of the other healthcare providers, either Jolata or the psychotherapist, whoever was the woman that was providing the talk therapy, whose name I'm blanking on. So that, hey, you know, these are not just bizarre thoughts in her head. This can turn into action with the snap of a finger. So don't leave her unattended. If she seems at all, you know, maybe just don't leave her unattended with the kids, period. You know, but if they're not told, you know, this is not just some, you know, oh, she's having these bizarre, odd, horrible thoughts. This can turn into action. They don't know how to best protect her. Her family doesn't know how to best protect her, you know, and I'm not talking about anything else, and Bob's not talking about anything else. Was Patrick a loyal husband? Was he a good husband? I don't know. But what I do know is there is absolutely positively no evidence. And you have to go in contradiction of all the evidence to say that Patrick actually physically carried out the deed. And it's just not there. And I'm fairly certain, I feel like 99.9% confident that we will hear today from the people who she told through her own words what specifically happened that night, and what she can remember about the actual acts. And hopefully that will resolve everything. But there's a lot of people, again, I don't necessarily blame them, because when you look at what's being put out there, things are being presented and manipulated where you can say, like, oh shit, her heartbeat was really, not doing much. And he sent an email and he did all this other stuff. Like, if it gets presented in a twisted sort of way, you almost can't, like, blame the masses who are literally being, like, inundated with it over and over. It's like, there was a period in time I thought, like, hey, my parents might be getting brainwashed by social media. Not like brainwash y'all are stupid, but like being shown the same thing over and over and over. Like, I had to go through it with Cameron for a period of time with the whole I don't know, like the fake people thing. Like, she was getting it from every which way. Like, people are like, Swift isn't the same, or someone's got a silicone mask, or there's the damn, what is, like, the cabal of rich and famous people called? Like, the whatever is doing things and underground and taking people, and like, if people are being shown the same thing over and over and over again, they're inclined to believe it. They're inclined to believe it. So hopefully this is gonna, do something. Laurie Russell, thank you. SF and Texas, thank you. A dog mom, thank you. Iceman cometh. Hey, Iceman. 5 DD memberships. Always give her, that guy. Always give her. Thanks, Rexy. Thanks, Kevin Reddington's TV. That's a good one. Rexy, thank you. Jennifer Hoff says, how sharp was the knife? Maybe superficial cuts were attempts with dull knife, and then when failed, she went out the window. Important for the jury to have a reason. So look, here's the thing. The expert that testified yesterday, he specifically testified to both superficial and then, like, severe, deep, whatever, ones that went through the first layer and through the fatty tissue. Those were not superficial. And I think Reddington tried to put it out there that you have hesitation. Like, when people are going to kill, do this to themselves, there's some hesitation beforehand. So it could be hesitation that's typical. It could be absolutely, how sharp was the knife? Like Bob said before, if we try to pick up a knife in our house and slice through our skin, like, forget about it. Forget about it. Unless, like, we just sharpen them. But it's clear, and maybe I should tell Bob to mention something to Reddington, that, like, there's so many people in the public watching the trial who were left with the thought that expert said all her wounds were, that the defense expert said her wounds were all superficial, that he needs to do something about that in closing or something, because now the guy's off the stand. But yeah, that could be why there's some. It also could be, like, hesitation before you do it. Like, it's like, not like everybody's got the I don't know what the word is, to just go right in and like, you're going to be scared, right? There's going to be some hesitation. I don't know. But I just hope that, the jury is not left thinking all the wounds were superficial. But Charles Argo, I am South African, and here our psychologists can't prescribe medication. So our psychologists cannot prescribe medication in the US either. So let me finish this. And in the US, a special nurse can prescribe very dangerous drugs. Okay. So nurse practitioners, okay? A nurse practitioner is like a mini doctor. You know, like that's just, it's like a new wave of doctors out here. I don't know what exactly their training is. I'm sure I could Google it and a robot will tell me real quick. But like, I don't see an MD when I go to my doctor's office. I see the nurse practitioner, and that nurse practitioner prescribes medication. Now, I think there might be certain classes of controlled substances. I'm not sure. I could be making this up. That nurse practitioners can't prescribe. I don't know, and I'm not looking at the real chat. I'm looking at the supers right now, so I'm sure you guys are all answering this to me right this minute. But those like special nurses, they're not just a nurse like an RN. They went to a lot of training. They know their shit. They're able to prescribe. It's not like a special nurse. So a psychologist cannot prescribe medication. A psychiatrist, who is a doctor, can prescribe medication. So it could be just a difference in terminology, Charles. But thank you very much for your generosity. Thank you, Glitter Girl. Thank you, Caroline Newman. Iceman cometh. Also have to say, what up, doe, Allie? Yes, what up, doe, Iceman? Thanks for your generosity. Betsy Bonifies. I don't know. I just love y'all. Well, we all love you too. Music to my soul. Good morning, Allie. Way to make all that work this morning. Just checking in to confirm you didn't leave the dog outside and all that chaos. No, he would not go. He's right next to me. And I made a mental note, like as I was trying to let him out, and like he walked out, took a couple steps, but then wasn't going like down where.
This court is now in session. May be seated.
Yes, please.
Okay. But he didn't go.
She is represented by Attorney Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right, before we start, could I see everybody talk about today's schedule?
All right, so nurse practitioners can prescribe everything. 2 years master's and 6-month accelerated nurse practitioner course. I mean, like 2 years of kind of medical school type of thing. Like, what's that mean, Rosemary? They got to do some version of medical school. They're in there, you know, doing all the things that a doctor can do. I know my nurse practitioner can prescribe antibiotics. I don't know. Maybe there's like different rules. My daughter is an NP and can prescribe any meds. It depends on their license. Okay. Thank you, Dawn. I'm going back. I'm sure a lot of you wrote a lot of things. I was my husband's in the house. Good morning, my husband. Hey, people love it when you come in here and comment. Aw. Hello, my love. I love you back, babe. Depending on the states, APRNs prescribe certain meds. APRNs. I don't know what the AP stands for. I work with an MD and an APRN. It's a master's degree. Like a master's degree in what? Like medicine? All right, they do prescribe controlled substances. So I don't know, guys, but what was I saying before all that? So love knows no words. What do you say to other professionals whose views harsh and think she's being deceptive? Thinking of a forensic psychologist and a former FBI agent. Yeah, I mean, I say they're full of shit. They don't know shit. Especially the FBI agent, if it's the same former FBI agent that many of us in here are all too familiar with. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. All I can tell you is that to me, All right. I am convinced this woman loved and adored her children. And before all of the mental health issues, that this was a woman that no one in her life could ever even imagine her doing anything to harm the kids, to such a degree that even after telling her own mother she's having the thoughts, her mother believes these are just bizarre, thoughts. It could never turn into action, you know? Um, but I give no more credence to a former FBI agent than I give y'all in the chat more credence than a former FBI agent. Now, a forensic psychologist, I don't know. I might take that person's opinion depending on who and what they're saying, but not all forensic psychologists. Some are just out there in these streets for clicks, AP is an advanced practitioner. Okay. Thanks, guys. New subscriber. We love you, Kristen Gale. Yay. I think I actually have a thing. You guys should actually do that. Let me know when you're a new subscriber because I love new subscribers. Obviously. Hey, there you go. I didn't know if that was on a cycle. It was going to keep going or what. All right, back to the comments. Let's see. It's a master's in nursing. All right. Well, all I can tell you is the nurse practitioners I know seem to know everything that my doctor knows and are super smart. So all right. Rosemary Gallagher says her best friend is a nurse practitioner, master's in nursing. Masters of Science in Nursing. So I just let's talk a little bit about yesterday. So the first witness the defense put on was her friend and a fellow nursing, a fellow nurse, a fellow labor and delivery nurse for years. I don't know that she really moved the needle at all. The main thing that I remember from her is what she said on Redirect, which was she told her the story of Yates, which, could leave people thinking, oh, so, that's where she got the idea. I know the point was that she was crying and that the story brought her to tears just hearing it. How could anyone do this to their children? And then the other thing was that she sent she made a wellness check. She had the police do a wellness check when she couldn't get to Patrick when Cora was maybe new, when she went back to work. So is that she's paranoid? Or is that she's such a cautious and great mother? She sent the cops to do a wellness check when she couldn't get her husband on the phone. I don't even know what time of the night it was. So to me, I don't know what she really did, tell you honest to God truth. And then the sister, was the sister next? Yeah, the sister, I was like, all right, you noticed some stuff. She complained about some stuff. I guess it was a gradual buildup, but she didn't really move the needle for me much, to tell you the truth. So today's schedule is and this is Tracy sent. I don't know where she got it. Patrick's mom. Did we already hear from Patrick's mom? No, we heard from Patrick's dad. Okay, Patrick's mom. Dr. Laposata on Zoom. Hey, and per Bob and Dr. Zeizel. And that's the expert who is the expert psychiatrist, I believe, and who was visiting, who was visiting Lindsay while she was in custody that the prosecutors got all up in arms with. So that's going to be a wild couple of experts right there, and I think it's not going to be until we get to Dr. Zeizel that we know the answer to what has Lindsay herself said about what she remembers, what happened, all those things. Obviously, it's very compelling that Patrick's mother is testifying for the defense. And she's going to be a very important witness. Dr. Laposata, man, babe, if you're listening, okay. All right, let me explain something to you guys. Video. So we have converted the lives into video. It's like a duplicate so that the members only have a place to watch the same live that's available under lives for the public ad-free. So my husband's saying out here, people keep getting messages that videos are members only, which is obviously incorrect. No, that's how Tracy and I figured out that we could do this, because we talked about and we told our members we were going to try to figure out a way to get them all of our lives without commercials for replay, for the replay crew. So this is so that the replay crew on members only can watch ad free. And then the regular live, the same, like this live always will remain a public live.
All right, counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, guys. Death.
We have another matter at 2 o'clock, but it's just a compliance. I'm going to send it to Judge.
All right.
Just making sure we were live.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. Proceed.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have a continuation of the jury trial for matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shane Buckingham.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk.
Madam Clerk,
Well, good morning, everyone.
always on point.
All right.
Always on point.
Nice to see everyone. You know, I'm going to ask you those questions, and we'll talk a little bit about today's schedule. So first question is, any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, thank you for following those instructions. And what I wanted to, we'll talk a little bit about today's schedule. We're at the point in the trial where I think, as you saw a little bit yesterday, there's kind of some stop and starts that go through. And I think we're going to have a similar day today. All right, so I appreciate your patience with us as I deal with counsel about some things that I have to speak to outside of your presence. But as you see the cases moving forward, and those kind of gaps or the stops that you see are part of the reason that keeps the case moving. So I think the schedule today will be similar in some ways to what we had yesterday. All right. And so with that, we're going to now return to the defendant who's presenting her case at this time. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Call Sue Clancy, please.
All right. Patrick's mother, people.
Yeah, she should be in the hallway.
It's going to be very, very telling. And I sure as shit hope these prosecutors take it easy. Take it easy. Poor woman. Poor woman.
So with the testimony and the evidence.
Welcome. Welcome, welcome.
Good
I'll
morning.
talk about this later.
I'm just going to ask you, speak into that microphone, keep your voice up if you could. All right. Counsel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you guys keep your voice up, so officers here can hear you as well. Thank you. And just tell us your name and spell it, please.
Susan Clancy, SUSAN CLANCY.
And what time do you live in?
Situate.
And you're married to Chris Clancy.
Yes,
And both you and Chris are mother and father of Pat Clancy.
correct.
And you are obviously with the Lindsay.
Yes.
Oops, sorry.
Tell us what your relationship was with Lindsay, how you knew her, and things like that.
Yeah, Lindsay married my son Patrick, and we had a very good relationship.
And did you have occasion to go to their home?
Yes.
In Weymouth?
Yes, I did.
And then in Duxbury as well?
Correct.
And obviously, you and your husband were the grandparents of the 3 little kids.
Yes.
And how was your relationship with the babies?
Beautiful.
And tell us how frequently, to your memory, you were able to visit with your son, Lindsay, and of course your grandchildren.
At least a couple times a month we would see them.
At some point, oh, by the way, what do you do for work?
RN.
I'm sorry, an RN?
An RN.
And what type of, any?
I worked in the labor and delivery room for about 38 years.
38 years in labor and delivery,
Correct.
helping women that were having babies. And
Correct.
obviously, you kept up with the studies and continuing education and things.
Yes, I did.
To that extent, in your capacity as an RN with 38, well, back then it would have been 35 years of experience, I think.
Yes.
It's fair to say that you, as I said, you would keep up with all of recent developments in postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, all of that.
Somewhat, but I mainly just was in the delivery room itself.
So were you aware of the various positions that were in the forefront, if you will, of postpartum studies as it relates to medicine?
Yes.
And would one of the people that you were interested in be a person by the name of Dr. Meg Spinelli?
Yes.
And can you tell us who Meg Spinelli is?
I don't really know Meg Spinelli well. We've spoken a couple of times. I believe she specializes in postpartum mental health.
And have you met with her before?
Not in person.
Okay. Did you at some point ask Dr. Spinelli to help out at your hospital, and I guess they call it a rounds lecture?
I asked her to bring on her experience and education in that area and share it with my colleagues.
Did she do that?
She did.
And as time went by, dealing with your job, your family, your son, daughter-in-law, grandchildren, did you notice in 2022, after Callan was born, any change in the personality, if you will, of Lindsay?
Several months after that, I did.
Would that be sometime in the fall?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, being as close as you were with the family, well, let me back up. As a mother-in-law, did you have any observation to observe Lindsay with her kids?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors about how you saw her acting with her children as a mother?
She was very nurturing, very loving. She was a wonderful mother. Wonderful.
Did you ever see her treat her middle son, Dawson, bad because you didn't like him?
No.
Did she love Dawson, in your opinion?
She loved her children, all of them, very, very much.
And during that period of time, let's say October, November of 2022, what did you observe about Lindsay?
She reached out to me in November and told me that she felt unwell.
Did she describe any symptoms for you?
She did.
Tell the jurors what she said.
She felt, mostly she had insomnia. She was losing her appetite. She was very anxious and sad.
Did she tell you that she was seeing doctors?
Yes.
And at some point, did you recommend, did she come to you and ask you for help regarding seeing a doctor?
Yeah, she asked for my support.
And did you obviously gave it to her?
Yes.
And what did you do to make any recommendations for her?
I reached out to my colleagues who were running a clinic for women that were struggling postpartum.
That be the South Shore?
Yes, correct.
And at some point, as a result of your intervention, was a nurse practitioner, Julie Hall, agreeing to step in and help out.
Yes,
Did Lindsay see Julie?
I believe she did.
And you really pretty much were out of the mix at that point. You basically made the connection, knew that she was on there, right?
Correct.
Did you find that Lindsay was interested at all times in trying to get better and see doctors?
Very much so.
Did you find at all, do you have an opinion with your observations of Lindsay as to whether or not she was offered help and would just spurn it and not see doctors and not have
She was
treatment?
begging for help.
And during that period of time, you were there for her by text and by telephone and in person.
Correct.
Now, during that time that you were, let's say November and into December, the holiday season, do you recall the holidays for 2022?
Yes.
Tell us, was that a fun time for the Clancys?
Lindsay was struggling. We were all very concerned.
You knew in January, New Year's, actually, that she ended up going
Yes.
to the McLean Hospital.
Yes.
You know that she eventually got out of the McLean Hospital.
Yes.
Fair to say that you and Lindsay, as I said, communicated a lot by text messaging, right?
Yes, correct.
So I'm going to approach you with extraction report. This is a report that is done by the DA's office of the state police, Mr. Whiffen, on what's called Sullivan, where they can go into, did they examine your phone?
No.
They examine Lindsay's phone and obtain texts. Have you seen the texts?
I think so.
Okay. I'm going to approach you with the extraction report. Okay. And you can just take a look and see if your telephone number is on there, just for foundation purposes. Or if you, it is, okay. And just quickly flip through and see if you recognize
for
those
help.
texts.
Begging for help.
We'll have to look at all of them, that's for sure.
I'm sure, just Heidi, the jury is going to connect with her. I'm already fighting tears. This is just so much.
They appear to be texts between you and Lindsay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm not going to go through each and every text. What I'm going to suggest is I would offer this, and then the jurors would be able to look at what they wish.
Any objection?
Your Honor, Commonwealth just makes the same objection previously made.
All right, so over the Commonwealth's objection, that may be admitted.
Thanks for sharing. Love knows no words.
Thank you very much.
Commonwealth?
And that's it. She's getting up all. Seems like she's walking up all uppity already. Bring it down, lady.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So you indicated that you were a labor and delivery nurse for 38 years.
Mhm.
And what hospital was that?
South Shore Hospital.
You know about
And
medicine.
early on in the defendant's career, you did you work with her?
Briefly.
And she then went to Mass General, correct?
Yeah, she was a student at the time.
And you stated that you are aware of a doctor named Meg Spinelli, correct?
Yes.
Did you reach out to her in this case?
I don't remember exactly how she and I connected. I don't recall.
Well, you indicated that you connected with her in a professional capacity to have her come to your hospital, right?
Yes.
But as far as her role in this case, the defendant, did you reach out to her for that?
I don't think I did. I don't recall.
Now, you said that you began to notice some issues in, defense counsel said October, November, but fair to say you weren't aware of what was going on until she texted you on November 16th when she was
Correct.
at the emergency room.
Yes.
And that was at South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And you actually met her there at the emergency room?
Yes.
Was she by herself or with Patrick?
She was by herself.
So the prosecutor's like, so the only reason you think there's anything wrong with her is because she told you. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. I'm blooping back. Don't worry.
Actually met her there at the emergency room?
Yes.
Was she by herself or with Patrick?
She was by herself.
Did you know how she got there?
She drove.
She drove herself to the hospital?
Correct.
And she was in the emergency room for a while, correct?
I don't know how long. Probably an hour, maybe 2 hours.
Well, you went down when you knew she was there, sat with her for a little bit, went back upstairs to because you were working that day, right?
Correct. I wasn't able to go down immediately. I had to wait about an hour and a half, and then I went down.
Okay. And then you sat with her for a little bit, went back up to work, right?
Yes.
And then you came back down at some point before she was discharged.
Yes.
Counsel, can I see it, Sidebar, just very briefly?
Wow. So it's very unusual for a judge to interrupt, like in the middle of either cross or direct. So, damn it. I wonder what it could be. Could it be that he's challenging the? I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys think? Maybe my brain's just not firing on all cylinders yet. I'm trying to figure out. Let's see. So for those of you, because we got a lot of new people with us, I don't know. Maybe Mel's not live today, but for anyone who doesn't know, Bob, my husband, the OG host, is in the courtroom. So let me see if he's got any guesses. Let's see, babe. Any guess what this sidebar is about? Tell me who's saying, like, tell me what their body language is. I better check his X. All right, they're back. I'm gonna check, see if he said anything on X.
So, Mrs. Clancy, you came down to the emergency room and you sat with her for a while, correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you why she was there?
Yes.
And fair to say, she indicated to you that she was having trouble sleeping and she had some heart palpitations.
Correct.
And that's what brought her to the emergency room to get checked out.
Yes.
Did she tell you that she had consumed a weed gummy before going to the ER that day?
She did not.
Okay. And
Oh my
in your
God.
experience as a nurse, is that's sometimes a reaction to THC or CBD or some sort of weed that somebody might have a faster heartbeat?
I don't know.
Hold up. What in the hell? So which is it, lady? Is it CBD or is it THC? And good the way she told you, I don't know. Stop trying to act a fool that she's had this horrible reaction from. At least there was testimony. She being this prosecutor asked the nurse practitioner, like the mental health nurse practitioner, who was like the first woman who Patrick's mom did recommend, and specifically said it was a CBD gummy. I know I've gone on like too many rants about the CBD THC thing before, because I don't give a shit even if it is THC, but if it's CBD, gosh, I hope Bob said something to Reddington about the CBD THC thing.
You might have
Looking back.
THC or CBD or some sort of weed that somebody might have a faster heartbeat.
I don't know.
Now, when she was in the emergency room, she was seen by a doctor and provided some medication. Were you there when the doctor was there?
Yes.
And you're aware that the ER doctor, gave her some trazodone to help her sleep?
Yes.
Because that's what she was really concerned about, right? To sleep.
Yes.
And when she left the emergency room, did you call her an Uber or have Pat come and get her or call your husband to come get her?
No.
She left in her own car, right?
Correct.
Oh, no.
And so fair to say, after that ER visit, you remained in pretty constant contact with her, at least via text message,
Yes.
right? And that you would check in with her pretty much daily. And that's all in these texts.
Yes.
Now, you were familiar with the perinatal behavioral health clinic because of your work at Social Hospital,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
And so the person actually that you connected with first was not Julie Paul, was it?
No, it was one of the midwives that I was working
Julie
with.
And her
Paul.
name's Nanette.
I think so.
And so did she provide you with Julie Paul's contact information?
She suggested Julie.
Okay. And as a result of the suggestion, you reached out to Julie with Lindsay's permission, right?
Yes.
And you said that at that point you made the contact, knew she had spoken to Julie, and you kind of stepped back from the clinic.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You're aware Julie Paul is one of the only prescribers that the defendant encountered that's not personally named in a civil lawsuit that's pending, don't you?
I'm not sure.
Objection and not true.
Now,
What? Not true. Thank you. I forget who it was, if it was Music to My Soul or whoever that I was reading from, not the second amended complaint. I'll pull it up on the break. And I don't know why he didn't object, because it's outside the scope, but I guess he didn't want to make it sound like that big of a deal. But it's sure shit outside of the scope of direct.
so the ER visit's on the 16th. Contact is made with Julie Paul on November 20th, right?
It sounds right.
Okay. And that would have been your phone call to her first.
I don't remember exactly.
In the time period, well, you know she was going and going to see providers and meeting with Julie and going to the clinic. Did you offer to help out more with the kids?
Yes.
You were still working full-time at that time, weren't you?
Yes.
So fair to say it was kind of limited based on your schedule?
Correct.
Did you have a normal schedule that you worked at that time period?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, as a nurse, did you work day shifts? Did you work mids?
I worked the day shift.
So did you offer to watch the kids at nighttime?
I don't remember exactly.
Did the kids come to stay at your house overnight so that she could get some sleep?
No, they didn't.
Fair to say you offered and she didn't want the kids to come to your house, right?
No, that's not right.
Wow.
Well, were they, did they ever sleep over?
What bullshit. She's now putting facts into evidence with no basis. You are supposed to have a basis for your questions. You're not just allowed to be like, did a spaceship come down and pick her up, the car? Or, whatever. You're supposed to have a factual basis for your question. Now it seems that she looks like an idiot because this mom's holding her own. Now she's coming at her, even though she's not like technically coming at her. It seems aggressive to me. And she's asking questions with no foundation, no basis in fact, just making facts up and asking them. You are not allowed to do that. Looping backwards. Here we go.
Fair to say you offered and she didn't want the kids to come to your house, right?
No, that's not right.
Yeah,
Well,
no.
were they, did they ever sleep over your house?
No, they didn't.
And Cora was 5, right?
Yes, correct. She turned 5 that December.
So at any point, they never stayed over.
We decided together it was best for them to be in their own beds at their own house with all their belongings. And Lindsay's parents were very actively involved in staying over and helping out. So it was the best decision that they stay home in their own beds.
So prior to the November of 2022, did you and your husband ever come and stay over the night so that Patrick and Lindsay could go off?
We never did stay at their house.
What is your
And
point?
as far as kind of watching the kids or taking the kids outside of the house during the daytime, did you often take Cora on kind of day trips out to lunch?
Yeah, we used to go to lunch together.
How about Dawson? Did you take him one-on-one out to?
Not as much. He was younger.
And how about Callan? Did you ever take him out of the house without Lindsay?
No.
And are you aware that Lindsay told one of the therapists that she wasn't close with you as in-laws? And that
I didn't know that, no.
that she said she doesn't generally allow the in-laws to watch her children?
What
I
kind
did
of
watch the kids.
scumbag
Okay,
is
but are
she?
you aware that she told the therapist that?
No.
What a scumbag she is. What is the point of this? I was actually thinking about that in my head. For those of you who remember, there was like a note in the therapy thing that, you know, she doesn't often have her in-laws watch the parents and they don't really push her on it, you know, so it's not a big thing. But why in the fuck? Why in the actual is she asking this of the mother? And why is Reddington not objecting? Like, that's it. Object outside of the scope. This is absurd. It is irrelevant. It is outside the scope of her knowledge. You've already asked and answered the question. She didn't know about it. So you keep asking about it in different ways just to hurt the grandmother because it doesn't do anything for your case. I know some of you don't like when I yell, but I can't help it. So there you go.
Are you aware she told the therapist that she didn't have any particular reason why and that they don't bug me about it either?
She's still going with
I didn't know any of that.
Now, Lindsay, the defendant, she communicated with you via text about her issues with sleep and the medication she was taking, right?
Yes.
And as far as the ER visit where the trazodone was prescribed, do you recall having a back and forth conversation with her about that it's okay to increase it if you weren't getting any relief?
The doctor told her that, so I repeated that.
And so you're aware that she was, in fact, increasing the dose?
I did not know that.
But how is it relevant to anything that's happening right now? I mean, I guess AY Maverick. I've said I wouldn't be able to contain myself as much as Reddington has, and I think that the less objecting is right, you know. But that's what I think.
Now,
Yes, for the record.
once the defendant, once she was seeing Julie Paul, did you continue to have conversations with her about how she was feeling?
Yes.
And you knew that she was taking some new medications after she saw Julie, right?
Yes.
All right, Sarah Mess, thank you.
And sorry, these pages are different than mine.
Aunt Lydia. Oh boy.
At some point, after being prescribed some medication, you recall that Lindsay told you that she thought she developed a benzo dependency, correct?
I vaguely remember that.
That'd be on November
she listening to
29th,
us?
where she
Headphones
says,
in?
I just deep down inside of
Going
me feel that I've developed a benzodependence after just 2 weeks of using it. And I feel like no one is hearing that and addressing it. And we keep throwing different meds in the mix that aren't really addressing the real issue. Do you recall that message?
It sounds familiar.
And she asks you, are you respond, so hard, I don't know what to do. So should you not use it? And she responds, I guess not, but then I don't sleep, right? Do you recall that?
I can't say for certain. It sounds right.
Okay.
I don't remember a lot of specifics.
And on November 30th,
Probably. I'll read the chat. He's reading the chat, maybe. "15 out of 18 not taking notes," and he said there are a lot of note takers there. Bob.
November 30th, she says, and I'm just gonna try to show on the screen here. She says, I'm not okay and I'm terrified of taking meds tonight. Do you see that in the green?
Yes.
And then your response is, why are you scared? Why happens if you don't take them? What are you afraid of? What about Ambien, right? You're actively trying to help her kind of figure out the medication.
Yes, there were a lot of medications.
Okay. You're aware she wasn't prescribed all the medications at one time, but just that a lot of different combinations were kind of thrown around as options, right?
It seemed confusing.
I'm sorry, bitch. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. But we all heard about at least 3 to 4 at one time. And some of them were, okay, skip this one, do that one. There was multiple things at one time. Stop trying to make it seem like she was prescribed one medication at a time, but took multiple. Because I feel like that's what they're trying to do. And that's what they've been doing that from the beginning. And that has been completely obliterated by Jolata. Completely obliterated. Like, completely. I think the prosecution even asked her, but you didn't do those all at one time. She's like, yeah, those were all at one time. Them right there was all at one time. So I'd be objecting to lack of foundation. Which objection foundation? All of which at which time? Because some were all at the same time. Because he seems to be letting them do a little bit of a speaking objection. So this is bullshit, is what it is. I'll bloop back. Poor grandma.
At one time, but just that a lot of different combinations were kind of thrown around as options, right?
It seemed confusing.
That she's very clear and she tells you which medications she's taking, right? Ativan and Remeron.
Probably.
Okay. And then she also tells you on November 30th when you're talking about it, she says, I know they take time to reach a therapeutic level to have the desired effect, right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then you respond, exactly. And
yeah, point.
She tells you that she's just depressed and she thinks it was brought on by the medication, right?
No.
I don't remember that.
Okay. Well, on November 30th at 7:52, I was never, ever this depressed. It was brought on by the medication. Did you say that or did she say that?
She probably said that.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, I hate these people.
Now, you were asked about the holidays and Thanksgiving. You remember Thanksgiving? Where did you guys go for Thanksgiving?
To my daughter's house.
And do you remember telling the grand jury that during Thanksgiving things were better?
What did Bob say?
I don't recall.
Well, do you remember her saying that she said things were better? Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Okay. You were asked, what was Lindsay like during the big Thanksgiving gathering? What observations did you make? Answer, she smiled. The girls all had Thanksgiving t-shirts on that sort of matched. We took a picture. She mostly focused on the kids and interacting with the cousins and the aunts and uncles. At one point, she went off a little into the distance, and I approached and asked her how she was doing, and she said, I'm trying hard to get better. I'm still working at it. I asked about her sleep. I thought that was important, and also the fact that she lost some weight. She didn't have an appetite, and she said things were getting better.
Okay.
Wow. She smiled.
Now, during the holidays, you, in fact, took some time off of work so that you were around a little bit more, correct?
Correct.
And so when you were around a little bit more, did you spend all day, every day at their house?
No.
Fair to say you would come sometimes play with the kids, right?
Yes.
Do shopping for her.
Correct.
And then you actually went on vacation.
Yes.
You and your husband went to Aruba.
Yes.
How long were you in Aruba?
5 or 6 days, I think.
Okay. And now moving towards Christmas, you had dinner with them at their house on the 23rd, right?
I don't remember.
Oh, don't tell me how she smiled.
Do you
at
remember
Christmas.
breakfast on Christmas Day?
Yes.
Was that at their house or someplace else?
Their house.
Okay. And then what did you guys do after breakfast?
We went to
Smiled.
church.
And fair to say you've previously testified that breakfast was great
Yes.
and that church was beautiful.
Yes.
And in fact, the defendant, she told you that it was great and that she was glad she went to church that day on Christmas Day.
Yes, she did.
And then after that, you're aware they went down to Connecticut to see her family.
Right.
Now, are you an active member in the Catholic Church?
Yes.
So you're aware that murder is considered a mortal sin?
Yeah, Counsel, could I see you over here?
Oh, man. Oh, boy. That must be it. That must be it. Because I didn't see Bob's comment. I'm going to loop it
Mortal
back.
sin.
Yes.
So you're aware that murder is considered a mortal sin?
Yeah, Counsel, could I see you over here?
Oh, my God. What in the actual fuck? She may have just gotten herself a mistrial. That is out fucking rageous. Let's see if they're oh, the jury's got to leave, I bet. Here we go.
For any purpose. Okay. With
Oh,
that,
wait. Maybe not. Maybe he's just giving a
all right. And what that means is you are not to consider it for any reason or any purpose. Okay.
All right, so guys, we didn't miss anything here. The sound didn't get back on. I'll tell you what he said by the last sentence. He said it is stricken from the record. It is stricken. That means you are not able to consider it for any reason. And I sure as shit hope that Reddington asked for a mistrial, because that is outrageous. She knows she can't do that. She knows she can't do that. I can't even believe it. What is the point? You're trying to push this grandmother to the point where now you think you're going to change and she's going to be like, yes, she's an animal. She's a demon. Put her to death. Convict her. What an outrage. She's got no ethics, no integrity. She should be sanctioned for this. I'm sorry if I'm yelling. I don't know if I'm too loud. I'm not trying to blow people's eardrums out. But what in the actual fuck is happening? This is the most outrageous one of. We've seen a lot of outrageous, but this comment is so outside of the scope of anything that any prosecutor thinks is. She knows this is not allowed. And I think that Reddington needs to jump up a little more. Hopefully he objected on the record. That's the type of thing that an objection's not needed to save. That's the type of thing that is just so outrageous that it could result in a mistrial.
All right, Counsel.
So you were aware, Mrs. Clancy, about the stay at McLean Hospital from January 1st to
just
January
sit down
5th, correct?
already, lady.
And did you come to the house to help with the kids during that time period?
Yes.
And fair to say, when she came home on the 5th, there was a party for Cora on the 7th.
Yes.
Did you go to the birthday party?
No.
Were you at the house much between January 7th and January 24th?
I don't remember.
Do you recall previously reporting that you hadn't been at the house?
I don't remember.
I mean, she's a fool, this prosecutor, a fool.
And during that
Wow.
time period, you never took the kids on a day trip or for a visit?
I don't recall.
And were you aware that between January 7th and January 24th that Pat and Lindsay went to the Cape Codder with the kids?
I'm aware of that.
Oh,
And that they
no.
went to the Museum of Science with the kids?
Yes.
And that Pat left
She manipulated knobs. We know, lady.
Dawson and Callan home, or excuse me, left,
What? Oh, no.
yeah, Dawson and Callan.
Oh, no. Oh my gosh. She's going to ask the mother, insinuate that the father is like, should have, he left those kids alone with her. What is that? How is this relevant? Reddington, I'm sorry. Just object. Just fucking object, because at this point, so there could be a strategy. Like you guys are all saying, let them sink themselves. This is really turning off the jury. Just let them keep doing it. The other thing is, he is overall not objected. And I think that's just a strategy of like, nothing's bothering us. Nothing they say can bother us. We don't care. We're not going to object to anything. But when you have a judge stand up, it's the second time. I'm not sure what the first was, but the second time that sorry, I had asked Trace if we should slow down the chat. She said it's already slow. So I'm like, don't do it any slower. But the second time that the judge has stood up, and this last time, very obviously upset with the prosecution. The strategy of we don't need to object to show we're upset goes right out the window, because now it's like the objecting would be a great strategy to just keep showing how wrong and outrageous they are, to piggyback on what just happened with the judge. This is outside of the scope. The mother is not in the father's head. This is already in evidence. None of this should be being asked right now. Okay, going back.
Left, Dawson and Callan home to go take Cora skiing. Were you aware of that?
It sounds accurate to me.
On the ski trip, did they ask you to come over and stay with Lindsay while she was with the other kids?
I don't remember.
And you were asked on direct examination about Lindsay going to see providers, and you said, I think she was begging for help, right?
She was.
Did you attend any of those meetings with her, therapists or doctors?
No.
So you don't know what she told the providers, right?
I don't know.
And you don't know what kind of help she asked for other than medication, do you?
No.
And do you know whether there was any other options offered to her other than McLean, like a partial hospitalization program or intensive outpatient? Were you aware of those options?
Yeah.
And do you know if she went?
Yes.
She went to Women and Infants.
So that's
did.
the one day where Pat dropped her off and went skiing and then came back, right?
I believe so.
And nothing further.
Misleading scumbags. Just pretending that they don't know the facts.
Redirect.
So she asked you about options that were available to Lindsay, correct?
Yes.
Fuck
And you
'em all.
mentioned one of them was that she could go to the Women and Infants program in Rhode Island that specializes in perinatal and postpartum. Right?
Yes.
You know that she went there, right?
Correct.
You know she was turned away because she was over-medicated, right?
Yes,
You also know that they gave her numbers to call suicide hotlines, right?
yes,
She called twice, not once, but twice, and again was turned away. Isn't that right?
yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Come on.
Just on that. So you're aware she was turned
Again?
away because she told you she was turned away, right?
I don't remember the details of that visit or that day.
You didn't review the records, did you?
No,
So you're not aware that they actually deferred to Pat and Lindsay reporting over medication?
I remember something being said that she wasn't a candidate for that program. That's what I recall being told by Patrick and Lindsay.
Okay. And that's because everything she described was reported connected to medication and occurred well after what's considered the postpartum period, right?
I don't know.
Well, you're a labor and delivery
Objection.
nurse. You know the postpartum period could be up to a year, right?
I've heard it could be longer.
But generally, it's within the first 12 weeks that you start to see some symptoms.
I don't know.
You're aware that she was sent from women and infants with actually several options, where it included
Objection.
inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health.
I'm sorry. I don't know why he's not objecting. She has already indicated a lack of foundation, meaning she does not know the answers to these questions. And it's too much. Reddington needs to object. She doesn't know. The prosecutor knows she doesn't know.
Or continued outpatient management. That's what she was sent away with.
Okay.
She doesn't know. Are you asking a question?
Nothing further.
May I? One more?
Yeah, let's go.
Go ahead. One.
Let's go.
So outpatient management, that would include somebody like Gelada, right?
Yes.
You know that women and infants called Gelada and she never called them back?
I didn't know that.
Come on, anything on that?
No.
All right, thank you, man. Let me
Just
step
go
back.
to
Thank you.
hell. Just go straight to hell. I think we need a break. I think we need to confront this mistrial. Oh my gosh, I can't even contain myself over here.
All right.
What
Well,
a
members of the
scumbag.
jury, this is one of those stops I told you about we're going to have kind of throughout today. So I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury, hopefully just for the next. All right, counsel, I know that the next witness is scheduled to be Dr. Laposata.
Yes.
And she will be testifying by Zoom.
That's correct.
And I think that at some point after we talk a little bit, we're going to have to take a short break just to make sure that logistically everything's all set up with the doctor and the system here. And I appreciate everybody's help technically in setting that up. And I know that the defendant has provided, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 exhibits that counsel wanted to introduce through Dr. Laposata. And so I guess, Commonwealth, if you had an opportunity to take a look at these?
Yes, and we are objecting to these
No.
items. Yes.
All right.
No.
And so why don't we discuss those here in open court and go through it.
Surprise.
And so I've had the opportunity, I saw these this morning as well. And so
You
Commonwealth,
shame.
why don't I hear the objections and then
Shame.
I'll hear from the defendant.
He's
The main
exacerbated for
objection
real.
is that the drawing is inaccurate. The window well is in the wrong place, and where they have her falling and landing in slide 4 would be where the window well is actually placed in the photograph. I can pass up the photograph to the court. This is in evidence, I believe, maybe a couple times. But talks are discretionary, but what they should not do is mislead a jury and present information that's not accurate. And so the drawing itself is inaccurate. And so we're objecting to these slides.
Is that the Commonwealth's objections that the window well is in the wrong place on the drawing?
And putting aside the late disclosure and the fact that I don't know if anyone who created this is going to come in and testify that they created it and whether it's to scale or not, but the main objection is that it's inaccurate.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Your Honor, obviously, the window well, you've got, this thing is ridiculous. There's the diagram we're talking about. The window well, I'm just gonna, you already have a copy of it, right?
I do, yeah.
The window well is depicted on the diagram, I suggest accurately. And in fact, measurements were taken by the gentleman who did the computer animation in conjunction with information by way of medical provided by Dr. Laposata. And it shows clearly that, as Your Honor can see, that we're talking about the x-rays that are included. There are exhibits that she attaches that shows the way that she falls, how she hits her head. The Commonwealth has been suggesting that, I guess, that they're confused as to how she would have ended up the way she did. This shows the way that she landed on her head, gets the Jefferson fracture, falls back, legs are facing out from the house. She's laying in the snow. They're all depicted there. If there's an issue with the window well that's off according to the government, they could raise that on cross. They could say, well, the window well was really 6 inches to the left instead of to the right. That never struck her anyway. It's totally irrelevant. I think that they are useful for a jury to be able to review. I did have copies made for the jurors and the court, as well as the DAs. And Dr. Laposata has it. And then I could go through, I could go through, but you can see that we've taken the diagram, the window, where the body lands, and then to the right of it would be the actual x-ray. Dr. Laposata can compare the injuries, talk about the Jefferson fracture. There's a photograph that shows the blood in the snow, shows the area, and the photograph actually shows the window well. And I suggest the window well on page 6 is exactly the way we have it depicted. So I don't know what the objection is. I would ask that the court would allow this to be in.
All right.
Judge better change his shit.
I guess it
Benefit
appears to be
everything to the defense.
slides 4, 5, and 6 certainly go towards the doctor's opinion as to, we said, the mechanism of the injury. That shows the head striking of the ground. And then on the other part of the slide has the x-rays, and there's also a slide regarding the Jefferson fracture diagram. And then 5 is a diagram showing how the thoracic spine injury could have occurred. And there's a diagram regarding the thoracic spine, specifically T6. And then slide 6 shows and I think there has been testimony as that is where the defendant was found. And also then there's a thoracic spine, I think it's either an x-ray or some type of scan, as well as some of the additional medical devices that were found in that area. I'm not quite sure about 1, 2, and 3.
That's fine. I can remove 1. I can remove 2. and we'll just focus, if you want, on three through
I think
six.
that goes more towards the doctor's background and kind of what had been offered in regards to the
Sit
her opinion.
down, woman.
Your Honor, I think you said you were unsure of 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
And defense said he could go with 3, 4, and 6. 3, 4, 5, and 6. So 3 was an issue, was it not?
What's wrong with three?
Well, I think, again, I think four kind of would cover what's dealing with that. All right. So I would allow in slide 4, slide 5, and slide 6.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Not our objection.
And so what we'll do is, objection noted. And then what we'll do is take a short break at this point, set up the Zoom call. Also, I know we're going to have to probably make certain changes to the jury book that was going to be presented. So the only slides that will be in that book will be, like I said, just so we know.
4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, just so we know which ones we're talking about.
Okay.
There's a book?
Well, no, it's not a book. It's just Laura stapled together all of the exhibits.
All right, so just so we know what we're talking about, right? 4 and 5 is the thoracic spine.
Yes, and like I say, I've got enough for the jurors plus you and the DAs.
Okay, and then 6, I just kind of want to make sure that we're all
Yep.
talking the
5
same.
and 6.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, so why don't we do that? We'll take a short break so that those changes can be made and we can set up for the Zoom, and then we'll come back out and we'll proceed with Dr. Laposata.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, we're live. Oh man, it's already. I mean, like I've got my adrenaline is just pumping. I want to reach through the screen and just whiff them on the head, pull off a bow. I don't know what, but something. I'm not satisfied with the just yelling. Like I don't feel like I'm regulated at this point. I need more. I need like, it's like I can't. Bailey B says, can Father Bob perform an exorcism on Bo after that? I mean, seriously. Shanta says, I'm not religious, but am quickly becoming one. God forgive my thoughts on these ADAs. And I saw somebody else out there said, I might have stuck it up there, said, I'm going to have to go to confession for my thoughts on these ADAs. GB Packer fan says, Buckingham reminds me of Miss Trenchbull Matilda. I have to say, I hate to, and it's not only about her looks, because it's also her personality that really brings it home. So I guess I don't feel bad in saying it, but that's definitely a vision that has come to my mind as well. And then somebody said Miss Lydia for one of them, which, yeah, I mean, especially with the attitude. Christy says, Allie, Bob said last night on his recap that you're a great fighter in court. After how we're all riled up in here, I would love to watch you. I would hate it. I'd hate to be on, like, I just don't like it. So Hotbox Hobo says those drugs were enough to put anyone into psychosis, regardless of postpartum. And I think I told Bob early on, I'm like, hey, when you get a chance to talk to Reddington, what about substance-induced psychosis? Which was also, but I don't know. They have their defense. I don't know that they could throw in another one. And I think maybe it is part of their defense. Like if you read the civil complaint, it seems like it is. So I don't know. We'll just have to see if it comes up that it, we're not only talking about postpartum, but we're also talking about the side effects of all these medications. And then we were, I tried to highlight someone's comment about the whole mistrial thing. Someone made the comment, well, maybe he doesn't want to try this again, which could be a very true fact. Now, Massachusetts, because I looked into this rule when we were doing the Karen Reed case, if the subject of what's causing a mistrial if you can argue that the Commonwealth did it on purpose to force a mistrial, then prejudice can attach, double jeopardy can attach, and she couldn't be retried. Now, I don't know. Maybe he could make a motion that the court find before granting the mistrial, that I only want a mistrial if and when the court finds that that there's enough evidence to suggest that the Commonwealth did this on purpose to get a mistrial because they know they are losing this case. That's the argument that would have to be made. Now, outside of that, going back to that comment that I mentioned, that could be the case that Reddington's like, I don't want a mistrial because I'm winning. But if he could make it that way, that I'm requesting a mistrial contingent, only if the court finds that there is sufficient cause to believe that prejudice attaches because the evidence suggests that the Commonwealth knew they were losing their case and they did that shit on purpose. And that's the kind of question that could be seen as intentional to force a mistrial. Honest to God. Like, that is so outside the realm, or so within the realm of everything everybody knows you cannot say in a court of law. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? Outrageous. Outrageous. So I think, I know I'd be like writing a motion on the lunch break for a mistrial, citing that statute, saying that they did this shit on purpose. It wouldn't win, probably. I get myself all worked up. But I'll tell you something, I'd be doing it. Even though I knew it probably wouldn't win, I'd be doing it because I'd be so outraged, and I'd preserve it for appeal, God forbid. Right. So, but it's one of those types of things that's so outrageous. I think it could be raised on appeal no matter what. Welcome, Addykins, new member. Ryan Girl, member for 8 months. Thank you. Says Allie on 2 times about church Q's epic rant. Sorry. Yes. Thank you. And thanks, Pretty Eyes. Welcome. Mitigated Splash. Little Sea Star says, I bet Bob has white knuckles from holding himself in his seat. I cannot believe these tweeties. He's not saying anything to me. Let me go look at his ex, see what he's putting out there. Oh my gosh, I'll tell you, this is really, it's got me. It's like my heart is actually palpitating. So let's see what he said most recently. People are like, prosecution from hell. I guess I'm having difficulty. Like, I thought it should put the most recent on top, and it's not doing that. What are people saying? All right. I don't see anything new, but maybe I kind of suggested Bob do this where he make one post and then comment in the post so that, more people can find it. But I don't know. Maybe it's not as effective. Lordy. My gosh. Really. Seriously. But yeah, I'm certain he's white knuckling it. This ADA is crazy mean. Dawn Burke, member for 31 months. Oh, gee. Thanks, Dawn. Doxy Mom, loving the jewels. Welcome. True Crime Grammy, family hug. K-Con, thank you. Shanta renamed Buckingham Fuckingham. I mean, how we love to incorporate fucking words over here. So I approve. Madam Clerk suit. I mean, Madam Clerk is always on point. She is always on point. It's like goals. I'm just glad I don't have to leave the house every day anymore. So much done on Zoom. ACD says, how do these prosecutors live with themselves? It's like, read a room. Like zero social awareness. It's almost, I shouldn't even admit it, okay? But for as much as I want justice for Lindsay Clancy, I almost just as much just want to shove a not guilty verdict right under the bow. I mean, it's like I just can't help myself. It's like I want them to feel the humiliation on such an extreme level. Like they've got to lose their jobs, they've got to be demoted, they've got to be sanctioned. Like I'm always like, where are the sanctions for these prosecutors? The rules, okay, the ethical rules for prosecutors are way, way, way harsher than they are for every other lawyer because of the job that they hold, the power that they hold. This bullshit, like I still don't know, was Hank like did anything happen to Hank? He was acting as a prosecutor right there. So he should have been subject to the rules that prosecutors are subject to for like pretending that there was shit and on the back of the sweatshirt. What about putting in an inverted video? What about lying to the jury? Does any prosecutor in Massachusetts ever get disciplined? And trust me, it happens everywhere. It's just so easy to pick from Massachusetts because we've seen it so openly. And I'm so thankful because you can imagine this is how I felt my entire career. Because on every serious case, there's a prosecutor typically pulling some shit, some kind of shit, you know, in my experience. And then there's there's literally a handful that I trust, literally a handful, you know, maybe a couple handfuls. But this is what we've spent our careers and why every time someone shits on a defense attorney, I'm like, what are wrong with these people? Don't they know we are the unsung heroes? We are the defenders of the Constitution. We are the ones that make sure the system is fair. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. If you left it to the prosecutors, there'd be no justice. There'd be no justice because they'll fucking run amok, lose sight of the law, lose sight of the truth, not give a shit about it. Or just, I don't even know. It's like you want to think, all right, maybe they just really think things are like this. But then evidence keeps getting introduced to prove she went to therapy. She went to the sessions. She took the medicine as prescribed. They did prescribe multiple prescriptions to take at the exact same time. But she just keeps saying the same fucking things over and over again as though they're true. She knows they're not true. She knows they're not true, or she is an idiot that couldn't have passed the bar, for God's sakes. Okay? Oh, gosh. So people are upset that I'm yelling. I'm not looking at the regular chat, so I'm assuming Gen X Texas Mex is like, Allie isn't yelling, she's passionate. As a Hispanic woman, I totally relate. I'm sorry. I do want to try not to yell because I know some people really get like they're not feeling it. And I'm not in this, I'm over here in Super, so if everyone's saying please stop yelling, Alison, I'll try. Oh, Ginny says she's furious, saw the post, dressed as a huge bow. I mean, they have no social awareness. They're just like, I don't even know what's wrong with them. Olga, thank you. Naman Kiki. Namana Kiki. Gifted a Defense Diaries membership. Thank you. Now I have the hiccups. Got myself so worked up. I have hiccups. Claire Doherty, thank you. Kelly Never, like it. New member, welcome. Family hug. Tracy just texted me. The chat loves the yelling. Okay. I just those things stick with me. Somebody was like, I can't stand the yelling. I'm leaving. And I'm like, I am kind of yelling. Maybe I should tone it down a bit, So Madam Clerk, did I just talk about her name and not read what she said? But she said, I missed my chat. PlymouthDA.mail@mass.gov. Hey, if you're local and you live in Plymouth, you should tell them that and very, politely and respectfully convey your concerns. And I think that's totally fair. I mean, sure, everyone can do it, but who they care about is the people who are in their county or in their state. They should anyway. Best future. Thank you. Jackie says, who decides on sanction? Does Kevin Reddington have to ask? A judge can, on their own, report an attorney and ask for sanctions. A judge can, on his own, hold a lawyer in contempt of court. We've seen grave concerns, right? And we've seen the threats that flow from grave concerns. But otherwise, someone has to report it to the bar, and then the bar looks into it. Any way you have it, someone has to bring the issue to the bar. And I mean the attorney, the bar, overseeing attorneys. Thank you, Ginny. Thank you, Kyrian. KC Paralegal says Laposata is going to have a heyday with ADA. I mean, Laposata can stand her own. Laposata can hold her own. She is not to be toiled with. Autumn says, I think she tried to bring up church earlier in the trial. Anyone remember, or am I wrong? So you're right, Allie, mistrial. Well, all I remember is that at some point, like, the judge did not take kindly to her insinuating she wanted, like, Father Bob's information. But maybe she did. Can't trust my perimenopause brain. Plus, our daughter handled the first week without us. So, Trace, let me know what people are saying in the chat if people are answering this, because I'm still over here on the super side. Miss Bucket says, Allie, what is your gut instinct about how the Commonwealth is behaving? Trying to tank the case for a mistrial or trying the case from a different angle? Honestly, Mrs. Bucket, like, I mean, is it actually possible? Is it actually possible that those scumbags roundtabled this and said, you guys are losing it, now try to get a mistrial? I mean, I just don't think so. And honest to God, I can't imagine a lawyer would throw their career and reputation on the sword by doing something so unethical that a mistrial with prejudice results. Because if it's without prejudice, they get to try it again. So they'd have to walk a line. That'd be a pretty dangerous line to walk. Well, let me do just so much so there's a mistrial, but not one where double jeopardy attaches so I can retry it. I don't think they're doing that. So let me be straight. I do not think they are intentionally trying to get a mistrial. I do not think that. Except when I would file that motion, because then I'd sure as hell that's what I would think. Okay. And I think there's a basis for it. So I don't know. How am I talking out both sides of my mouth? It just seems outrageous. But I think legally speaking, it raises a legal presumption that that shit was intentional for a mistrial. Hence, no double jeopardy attaches. But in my heart of hearts, it's like, who would do that? I mean, you throw your entire career away. Plus, if, like I said, she stepped so far that could actually result in a mistrial where she doesn't get to retry the case. So outrageous. Gigi says, thanks, Motta family. Pray for mental health support. All right. So, and I know I started somewhere, so I'm just going to talk about it now. We do have the mental health support defense diaries. I'll stick it here again. Private Facebook group. You have to join. You guys voted on it being Facebook as opposed to a different venue. We want it to be. So here's the thing. We need it to be a safe space. So if you were like a part of the mental health awareness day, that's like question 1. And you guys, there are questions. I don't know why they're not popping up when you try to enter. You've got to answer the questions, get in, because it is like we have to protect the space. You know, we can't just let people in. So we have that question. So I'm like, all right, they mentioned this person. They watched the live. We're going to let them in. But I also have people who say, I haven't watched it. I can't watch it right now. I struggle with my own mental health and I need this support group. And, you know, we got to let that person in. But like, we need to either recognize your YouTube name. Like, I think that's one of the questions. And we ask it because we're like, all right, we know this person and we feel safe. If we don't know you and like you didn't watch the live, I think the plan is we're going to allow you in. I think that's what we decided. But where your posts have to be approved. And I hope people don't get upset about this, but it is, I mean, I would just be crushed if like in the middle of the night, some troll somehow snuck in, you know, and is like giving people a hard time. This is designed to be a safe space. And we're trying to make it where we're sure that the people we're letting in are people who've been in our community for a while, but we don't want to not let in someone who's like, I need a support group. Like, so the more that you need a support group, you're more likely to get in if we don't know you. If you're just looking to support others, you know, we're going to have to maybe do your posts have to be approved first. So, you know, that's kind of where we're at with that. We're also going to have another mental health awareness day live. You guys who have been with us know where all of your voicemails that you guys have left us and all of your emails, we will make sure your voices are heard. Because it's important. It's important. My face is starting to cool down. So worked up, you guys. Oh my God. So love Gigi. Thank you. Dawn Burke, member for 31 months. This ADA is crazy mean. I'll say it again. OG Dawn Burke, thank you for your continued support. Thank you, Pretty Eyes. Now I might have done all these because we're at Mitigated Splash. Welcome, new member. What am I did not do this. Lori and KT, thank you. Just a Girl from the 6, gifted 20 DD memberships. Been seeing Just Girl from the 6 with a lot of support in here. We appreciate it. Appreciate all of you, big and small, please. No Lee, thank you. Now I might have gotten it all. Teresa, thank you. Charles Argo says no bow today. There's 2 prosecutors. One doesn't wear a bow. KM Zencat says, Allie, can the vile ADAs be sanctioned for her remark even without a mistrial being declared? Yes, absolutely. You know, absolutely. Soap says, question, can a mistrial with prejudice be granted for such an egregious prejudicial question if there's enough to infer that it could be intentional? Wow, Soap, And I note that comments from 918. So even before I got into it all, but absolutely. And we've discussed it now. And this is from Massachusetts specific law. I researched all this during Karen Reed because I was screaming mistrial. Starting with the inverted video and the words about like, is that you by the tire? No, that is me. That's not me. It's the tow truck driver. And everything on this looks exactly like, it's a true and accurate representation, all of it. And then all the things that happen after that. So smartest chat in the land we got here. Dr. Jen Toxic says, we are mad and yelling too, Allie. So go off. Thank you for your support. Julie Jensen, same sentiment. We're screaming with you, Allie. Love your passion. Thank you for your continued support. Nola, RN Jen, ADA needing to play dirty because they have no case. Preach. That was absolutely uncalled for and will disgust some jurors. Cannot believe she went there. And none of us can. Tornado Annie, that's how I feel right now. Love you, Allie. Hugs. Thank you. Scarlet Mantis, new member. Welcome. As my husband likes to give, family hug. Shanta says, I need meds after this demon prosecutor. Has Bob asked him why no objections? No, I know. I'm pretty sure Bob's trying to not like impose too much. Like, I don't know about impose, but like come at him too much about like trial and trial strategy or things like that. Plus he so I don't think so. Exhibit Allie. I couldn't watch this alone. Thank God for you, Allie and Bob. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your support. Thanks, KS Granny. Shop and tan for me. New member here. Allie, please feel free to show your emotions. It shows you're human. Thank you. And thank you for your continued support and for being a new member. We love new members. We are desperately trying to get
This court is back in
too.
session. You
So
may
if you're
be
out
seated.
there, that's not us. That's the feed.
All right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, we have some kind of background noise. I don't know if there's anything that can be done with it.
Wow. Oh,
I know, I'm not
the
sure.
Zoom.
I'm probably the wrong person to ask in regards to that.
I'm right behind you.
I think you got to turn off all the mics.
Hello.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Hold on, Dr. Laposata. Starting to feel
Have a
better.
nice day. Is anyone there?
Hold on, Doc.
I'm not sure
It's
this is
pretty
going to
bad.
work at this point. So why don't we see if we can get somebody to address this?
You can see your legs.
We'll get it done. But we'll toss them at FTR or something.
Camera.
So
Mute
why don't
yourself.
we take a further break? We'll figure this out.
I'll ask the crowd.
Yeah. All right. All right. Thanks.
Court, all rise.
I think she's telling somebody to move back away because she could see their legs. Is that what happened? See, that's why having witnesses on Zoom is like, oh, Lord. Ask Bob. Let's see. Babe. I mean, I I think it is microphone feedback. So at least they're going to fix it and we're not going to have to endure that. Yeah, Bob can show his tech wizardry in court. And yes, Akasha, it is a kerfuckle, which proves we do actually like to combine words over here. That is my my favorite word that I've created. I did have a friend who always called it Recoculus in law school. I love that one. I still use it. Recoculus. Hopefully I didn't just offend a bunch of people out there. So shop and tan for me. Thank you. Thank you for your support and being a member, and thank you for your super. And I was starting to say, if you're out there on X, just hop over, to the YouTubes. Because, if you're on X, I can see your comments, but the rest of the chat can't see your comments. So unless I stick it up there, I don't think they can see what you're saying. Shanta says, I have never loathed a prosecutor more. I just can't with both of them. Ask Bob about jurors' faces. I did ask Bob about jurors' faces. So, for anyone new out there, except today, because Bob's going to Fenway Park, I'll make him do it late night. So he does, after the court day is over, Bob, my husband, law partner, and the OG host of Defense Diaries, is in Plymouth in the courtroom, and he does a separate inside the courtroom recap and live after the court day, which is supposed to roll over into a members only. He didn't do the members only yesterday, and knowing how late he's going to be tonight, if I can even convince him to do it, which I think he will. We might not have a members only after that one either. But he gives us all this information about their faces. And, I've been screaming at him since like day one, more about the jurors, please. What are the jurors doing? And he keeps telling me they're stoic. They're like, not, if people are saying they're seeing responses, they might be exaggerating. But he said he's paying extra attention to how jurors react so that he can report back on that. Christy, thank you. Otis and Essie, thank you. Kathy McGraw, Betty, Criddles, thank you. Hey, Quizzy Cowgirl, new member. Welcome. Welcome, as my husband likes to say, family hug. Charles Argo says, now she is using the texts she objected to. I know. The irony. The irony. Oh. Jode, thank you. Thank you. Curious Liz, member for 16 months. Thanks for your continued support. Would this be eligible for a bar complaint? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And Kate asks a very good question. Allie, if it's stricken, can Reddington use it on appeal? Yes. It doesn't technically get stricken as in they remove it from the record, like literally the written transcript will still have all of this in it. And yes, he can still rely on it during an appeal. Special guest. Hey.
Yo. All right, so I'm only out here for a second, so I just wanted to let you guys know what was going on. So kind of a lengthy break. They let us back in. We're all kind of sitting there, and there's this weird crackling going on. So they have the Zoom set up on one of the screens. I can see Dr. Laposata there. She's like, hello, good morning. Because
we heard that.
But this weird crackling is going on. Like
we heard that.
Loud enough to be disruptive.
Yeah.
And so Kevin's like, oh, it's like there's like a noise. Does anybody hear that? I'm like, I hear it. I'm like, I hear the crackling. And I'm like, and he's like, yeah, but my guy, loud. So his tech guy is sitting right behind him. He's like, but my tech guy doesn't hear it. I'm like, and he's your tech guy. There was definitely a crack. So they basically, the judge says,
I thought I heard someone say he's your tech guy. I think I heard you speak.
That was me. That was me. I said, he's your tech guy. It was funny. It was a joke.
I heard people laugh.
So then the judge clears it. The judge clears the room. So right now what they're doing is they're trying to get.
Yeah, we get it. But we got questions for you. We got questions for you.
Yo.
What was the jury doing? Oh, your microphone's causing that whole me looping back. I'll talk away from my mic.
Okay.
What was the jury doing when the prosecutor is like talking about church and the judge is like having to intercede and like intervene and strike shit from the record?
So when that happened, when she asks, are you an active member in the church? And I'm like, that's a weird question. And then she says, and are you aware that murder is a more like Kevin objected right away. It was the only time.
I didn't hear him object.
It's the only time. Yeah, he objected. He definitely objected. He stood up and objected immediately. So only time in the courtroom, which it has been quiet as a church in that courtroom, that I heard audible gasps, including me. Like I was like, what the fuck? You know, like I said something because it was so offensive, the question. And she lost the jury. The jury was like, the whole cross of Sue Clancy, the jury was not feeling her. Like, and I'm talking about the bow lady at all. You know, because she's doing this thing where she's really just trying to get, you know, this thing
That's what
going
I was
where
thinking.
she's putting the blame on the family. It's like, I don't even understand how they think that works in
What
conjunction
they're
with the rest of their
trying to
case.
do is prove there was nothing wrong with her because the family kept leaving her alone. But what it seems like they're doing, what everyone is, that's why I keep saying they've no social awareness. It's like they don't
Yeah.
know what, you know, they think it's showing she was fine. They left her alone. And everyone's thinking, why do you keep blaming the family? Because clearly they shouldn't have left her alone.
Right. I mean, at this point in time, no one can be thinking that she was fine. Like no juror is in that courtroom thinking that Lindsay Clancy was fine.
Hence
So
why
like that hump has been, you know, we dove over that hump. Like that is not an issue anymore.
But don't you think the
So-
prosecutors are still handling their case as if it is? They keep handling.
Yes.
And-
It's inexplicable. I don't know what they're doing. Like I honestly don't know what they're doing. I'm sitting there in court and I'm like, I don't like, how do they think this is hitting? Like, what do they think that this is accomplishing? And I'm talking about like yesterday's testimony.
Before I forget, babe, remember when I did all that research on mistrial in Massachusetts for Karen Reed? I think
Yes.
Reddington should ask for the judge to make a finding that the state intentionally did that Catholic shit in order to get a mistrial because they know they're losing their case. And if he makes that finding, then and only then grant a mistrial, so that he makes his mistrial contingent on prejudice and the attachment of double jeopardy.
Do you have the case?
I posted it on X. I could find it. I posted it back on. It won't take me long.
Try to find it and then text it to me. I'll talk to Kevin.
All right, you guys, everybody out there, help me. But I think I probably texted it to myself. I'm gonna find it because when I was creating it, it was like all that shit was happening with.
So
Trump.
here's a little real behind the scenes shit. So like after the judge took the break, like after that thing, were you hearing the argument? Because I don't know what they're showing you guys and what they're not regarding the exhibits the state was trying to object to for Laposata.
Yes.
So you caught the part where like the Commonwealth objects and Kevin's like, no, you know, like that whole thing, and the whole courtroom laughed, including the jury. Oh no, they were already out of the room. But I laughed. I guffawed. I just, you know, so then I'm coming out of the bathroom, like Kevin and I
found
seem
it
to meet in the bathroom. All right, good. Send it to me.
I think I found
You know,
it.
and
I
like
think I found it.
we're like hugging each other. I'm like, that was awesome. And I was on the phone with Chris Como's producer because I was concerned about that thing that you were telling me to have them clip, and like their producer is a former lawyer, and she went back and listened to his testimony. She's like, what, like we feel like we can keep it in because it's not inaccurate, like what we were talking. Because that conversation I had with Como yesterday is, you know, it's awesome. Like the Brian Etten thing was great, but the Chris Cuomo, because Chris Cuomo has a firm grip on mental illness and you know what an issue it is in this country, and like the significance of this case is not lost on him. It was just a really, really good conversation. All right, I gotta head back in.
All right.
Send it to
The
me.
double jeopardy clause shields defendants against prosecutorial maneuvering designed to provoke a mistrial. United States versus, that's a federal case. I got to look. I'll keep looking. I thought I found
All right,
something.
I love you.
All right, I love you.
I miss you. Bye, chat. Love you guys. All right, bye.
Love you. Bye.
Oh, how do I get off without ending the whole live?
All you do is close your window.
Just
I'm
take
gonna
me
remove
out.
you.
Remove me. you do it, because all I see is end, and that's how I always do that
so
horrible thing.
Listen, I can't boot you because you're like a host here. So all you do
Okay.
is X off that, like you're on a regular page. Just close it. Just swipe it up. Like, cause you're on the internet.
So you
like
mean
this
so
page.
where I pull up all the screens and I'm closing, because there's no X on this thing.
Right. So
All right,
or
you're
just-
confident.
I'm confident. I'm confident.
You can remove. You're wrong. You can remove me. Just go on to the three.
The
I don't
three
wanna
things
fuck up
says
the
edit
stream.
name and edit mic settings. I can't remove
No,
it.
I'm talking about the three dots. Like
I know,
where
pressing
you
those
see
three
my photo
dots.
downstage.
Yes, that's where I'm pressing. And I usually can do it for people. But because you're
Maybe
a
it's
host,
because
I
I'm
can't.
like, yeah, okay.
I
All right,
promise.
so I'm
you
just gonna swipe up. All right. Hopefully
Bye.
this works.
It's gonna
Bye.
be fine. Okay. So he's concerned because in the past, when he hits like to leave the room when he comes on remotely, it shuts the whole stream down. All right. So you guys, I'm sorry because I'm gonna keep looking at this. A jury could equally choose to infer that well within the time frame of approximately the defendant. I thought it was a Massachusetts case. All right, I'm going to send him the one that has the federal case, and I'm going to have to look at all of this. Double Jeopardy Shield. Okay. Maybe I need to do some research, you guys.
This court is back in session. Please be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the order Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present excluding the jury.
All right, so I think probably it makes more sense to address whatever the technological issues were on the Zoom. Maybe that could be done during the lunch period. And then we can go forward. I know the defense next witness would be, is it Dr. Condie?
Donald Condie, Condie.
And I know that we had talked about
I need to do my research.
a possible voir dire in regards to Dr. Condie. Do the parties see the need for the doctor testify that, or maybe we could just hear the offer of proof or what the expectations of the testimony is, and then we
I don't
can.
know what the objection is, so.
Yeah.
Well, so the objection is that we were provided with an affidavit. The original affidavit that was provided, counsel agreed that it referred to standard of care, which is not the issue in this case. It really reflects his opinions in a civil case. So we were provided another affidavit, which appears to factually have the same numbered paragraphs and just deletes the ultimate opinion section and adds that Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelada were aware that Lindsay was experiencing symptoms of suicidal ideation and a critically deteriorating condition while under their care and failed to take reasonable steps. So it's unclear from his affidavit what exactly he's going to testify to. Is he going to just reiterate everything that has been presented in the records, everything that we would expect defense counsel to offer through expert testimony in the criminal responsibility era about the medication regimens that the defendant was on over the course of several months? Because if that's the case, then I would suggest that this is cumulative testimony and that it doesn't need to be presented in this manner to the jury.
But let me ask this, similar to the question I asked earlier, to a similar objection regarding cumulative.
Hey,
The defense hasn't put it. This is their first witness in regards to that. Wouldn't the cumulative analysis be done if there's a follow-up expert that would be addressing these areas?
Potentially, but
Yeah.
that then becomes the defense's strategic choice about whether if they're going to call Dr. Condie for this piece of it and the other experts for another piece of it. It's unclear, especially where the reports we've been provided by Dr. Spinelli and Dr. Zeizel talk about polypharmacology as part of the basis of their opinions in this case. So it's difficult to assess that, and we're obviously flagging it and objecting at this point based on
Right.
what we know the anticipated evidence to be. So I don't know if a proffer is necessary at this point to outline what exactly he
Right.
expects Dr. Condie to say and how that differs from the opinions of the other experts.
It seems to me that the main objection may lay in regards to Dr. Spinelli then, whether or not, it depends on what her testimony is and how that overlaps with whatever Dr. Condie's is at this point.
If I may, Judge,
Yeah.
and I appreciate the fact that you recognize that we have not yet put on a doctor yet. I don't have to accept their evidence. I don't have to accept their doctors.
Right.
Our doctors, this is our first doctor who is a very qualified psychopharmacologist. I expect to elicit from him the treatment, very briefly, that she received and the medications that she was on and the effect of these medications as it relates to her condition when she was seeking medical help. That's it. I'm not going to get into criminal responsibility with him. I'm not going to get into lack of criminal responsibility with him. Basically, psychopharmacology and the treatment that she received. He's not going to, be criticizing what Gelada did, what Tufts did. He's just going to detail her condition according to the medical records and the medications that were provided. I am well aware and very experienced in trying jury cases and know when you lose the jury. I know when you lose. I'm not going to have Dr. Zeizel and I'm not going to have Meg Spinelli wax eloquently for hours and bore the jury to death. I'm going to get right to the chase. Dr. Spinelli is a well-qualified doctor on the issues of postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression and treating a pregnant woman and or a postpartum perinatal client or patient. Dr. Zeizel is a general psychologist and will be discussing a number of issues, as you're well aware, because he's been involved with Lindsay for literally 3 years, 46 times he's seen her or something like that. So I'm going to focus their testimony on those fields. I don't think it's necessary for us to have Dr. Condie get up here on a voir dire so that they can hear what he's going to testify to. I'm not going to have him rambling or going off the script. He signed an affidavit, which is even, I think, better than a medical report, that you usually get. So they have plenty to cross-examine him from.
All right. And the intention is not to ask the question regarding standard of care.
That's correct.
All right.
It's now been deleted because they objected.
All right.
Removed. Yep.
All right, so over the Commonwealth's objection, I'm going to allow at this point Dr. Condie's testimony in line with the affidavit, basically in line with that affidavit, with the holding he's not to testify as to the standard of care opinion as he had the original statement.
Can I just tell him that to make sure?
Sure, yeah, I think that's a great idea.
All right. I was not paying attention. I'm going to
Tell
move
him
back.
that to make
So holding he's not to testify as to the standard of care opinion as he had the original statement.
Can I just tell him that to make sure?
Sure, yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Which is the way you're supposed to do it, by the way, when a judge limits your witness. So if you guys remember early on, and hi, Mel, I was trying to find your
So with
comment.
that, counsel, we ready for the jury?
But
Okay.
he's not allowed to talk about the standard of care. The judge said it's irrelevant, which is unfortunate just because the jury might be expecting to hear it now.
God bless you.
Given the way the case has kind of went out, but I do see why technically it's not, whether it's a violation of the standard of care is not important, but what the effects of this type of care, whether it's bad care or what, did to the patient, that is relevant. So it's that little line,
All right, please, you're entering.
Could we approach while they're coming in?
Sure, yeah.
Somebody said it was my June 24th, 2020. What was it? June 24th, 20. And you guys that are texting these cases, are these the cases I cite or cases you guys are finding? And I just need a second to like do research anyway, but because it looks like I was also talking about the verdict thing and at the text that I was reading, and I thought there was something before that when it was just dealing with like the
And basically the real problem is a technological issue. It was going to be a Zoom call. There's been some problems. We're going to try and work on that. So instead of going with that witness, we're going to go on to the next witness, and then we'll put the technological problems for later. All right. So with that, Attorney Reddington?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Dr. Condie?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give is the truth and the whole truth, and no harm between the Commonwealth and the Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right. Hi, Attorney Reddington?
Thank you, Judge. Doctor, could you keep your voice up so all the jurors and counsel can hear you, and tell us your name and spell your last name?
My name is Donald Condie, C-O-N-D-I-E.
And tell us, what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a child, adolescent, and adult clinical and forensic psychiatrist.
And can you tell us your background as to where you went to school and when you got your medical degree and things of that nature?
I graduated from Tulane University, then spent some time in graduate school at the University of New Orleans, and went to medical school at Louisiana State University in New Orleans. And then I came to Boston to the Massachusetts Mental Health Center to train in psychiatry.
And where is that?
The Massachusetts Mental Health Center was at 74 Fenwood Road. That building has been demolished, and now they're at 75 Fenwood Road in Boston.
I was referring to more like, is that affiliated with any particular medical schools?
Yes.
What is it?
Harvard.
And what years were you working at the Mass Mental Health Center affiliated with Harvard?
I started there after medical school. I graduated in 1982 from medical school, was an intern in 1982 to 83. And that was a Harvard affiliated internship. And then residency was 83 to 85 for adult training, 2 years, then 85 to 87, which is 2 years of training for child and adolescent. Then I did a forensic fellowship, also at the Mass Mental Health Center. And during that year, I spent some time at Harvard Law School as a visiting fellow.
And do you have, or did you have any board certifications that you can tell us about?
I'm board certified in adult and child and adolescent psychiatry.
Do you have a particular focus also on medications that are utilized in the course of psychiatry?
Yes, I've spent a great deal of my career treating people in the state system with psychotic disorders and mood disorders.
Tell us a little bit about that. Was there one particular period of time that you worked with literally more than 100 people that had serious psychotic disorders?
Well, the Massachusetts Mental Health Center was a state inpatient facility. So we had many people with either no insurance or mass health insurance. Probably at least half of the patients at any given time would have had psychosis. or a major depressive disorder.
Have you, in the course of your career, following through on psychosis or major depressive disorder, had any focus or treatment on women that are either pregnant or have had little babies and they are looking for help in the postpartum period?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, starting in my residency, so in 1983, we had several patients at the Massachusetts Mental Health Center who were pregnant, and were also sometimes afflicted with psychosis. We also had people who had delivered a child, but were then hospitalized, sometimes with a psychotic depression or sometimes with simply suicidal ideation. And I've encountered that very frequently since then. I was for 14 years the chief medical officer of VinFen, which is a very large agency with contracts from the Department of Mental Health and the Department of Mental Retardation in Massachusetts and in Connecticut. We ran about 350 group homes, about 10 people per home, so maybe 3,500 patients. We frequently had people who were pregnant and were taking medications for psychosis. Sometimes after delivery, the severity of their psychosis would increase. So I'm fairly familiar with that phenomenon.
Doctor, how many years have you actually been practicing now as a physician?
I've been a licensed physician in Massachusetts since 1983.
So what's that? 83, 90, 2000, 2026? Okay, about 40 years.
A little more than 40 years.
Okay. From 1990 through 2012, were you affiliated with forensic child psychiatry with Mass General Hospital?
Yes.
And were you also affiliated through 2013 with Mass General on forensic case consults in this field?
Yes.
All right. I'm asking, have you had occasion to make a number of presentations? We don't have to go through them, but did you make a number of presentations and working as a lecturer for various medical schools, law schools, things like that?
Yes. During the time that I was at Mass Mental Health Center, I was a fellow at Harvard Medical School.
What does that mean to be a fellow?
It means you're a resident in a training program and you're teaching Harvard medical students things about the specialty in which you happen to be practicing.
And what was the specialty that you were a fellow lecturing Harvard medical students about?
First, it was general psychiatry, then it was child and adolescent psychiatry, and then it was forensic psychiatry.
You also have had various scientific or medical publications that you have been authored on a number of occasions, articles, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'd offer his CV if I could, just if, as an exhibit, if that's accepted.
Commonwealth?
Objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
Thank you. Now, doctor, if you can tell me, do you know, not necessarily personally, but do you know of Lindsay Clancy?
I know about the case in general, but I don't know anyone personally.
Now, you have never met her, is that correct?
That's correct.
You've never talked to her, right?
Never have.
You've never evaluated her for what's called criminal responsibility, is that correct?
That's correct. I have not.
I consulted with you for purposes of psychopharmacology and issues like that in this case, is that
There we
right?
go.
Yes.
Fair to say that we've
Psychopharmacology.
had a number of conversations in the evening, off hours, about
That's what I'm
various
actually reading right
medications
now. Word on
administered to women that are pregnant or postpartum, is that right?
Yes.
Excuse me.
That they're second.
Can you tell the jury,
I'm looking at my
in a
research.
summary, what documentation, medical records, police reports, things of that nature on this case that you've had a chance to review?
Well, I've reviewed the records of Rebecca Gelada, the nurse practitioner, Dr. Jennifer Tufts, the psychiatrist that saw Miss Clancy. I've reviewed the Brigham and Women's Hospital records, and the women and infants records. I've reviewed the McLean records, and I might be leaving something out.
You know about her background as far as her employment as a labor and delivery nurse and her family, her 3 children and her husband that she was married, right?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Okay. So if I could, Doctor, direct your attention to, let's say, the fall of 2022, end of September. Can you tell us what Lindsay's status was as far as maternity leave with work and any complaints that she had at that time regarding her mental state?
From my, excuse me. Could I get some water?
We've got some on the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Sorry, my allergies are kicking up.
Sorry, guys, I'm distracted researching and listening, so I was on a different screen. I was just
So
reading.
from my review of the records, which would start with Dr. Tufts' records, my understanding is that Ms. Clancy was planning to go back to work as a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General. She worked, I believe, the 12 midnight to 12 a.m. shift. And she began to experience, as she had to some extent after her first 2 deliveries, some postpartum anxiety, and consulted Dr. Tufts at that time.
Now, after she had her 3rd child, Callan, was she in, would you strike that? It's fair to say she was in treatment with Dr. Tufts as a treating physician?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at your affidavit, I believe in paragraph 9, did you determine from looking at the medical records as to the time frame that Lindsay treated with Dr. Tufts?
Yes.
And what was that?
She started in the middle of September 2022, and I'm sure that her last appointment was January 23rd, 2023.
Now, did you have a chance to review Dr. Tufts' medical records?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe them for us, please?
They are somewhat sparse, and there are many check boxes in the records, but not a great deal of sentences that describe what was done during sessions.
Were you aware that the sessions that Dr. Tufts conducted with Lindsay from September, the end of September, up through January 23rd were all televised on a computer?
Yes, they were all video.
Do you recall the medications that Dr. Tufts prescribed Lindsay?
I believe the first medication she started was Zoloft, 25 milligrams.
And what is that? Tell us what Zoloft is. What effect does it have on a person?
I'm sorry?
What effect does that have on a person?
Well, Zoloft is a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, which is a type of antidepressant that started being used around 1988, I believe. Prozac was the first one, Zoloft was the second. When it works to be helpful, it combats both anxiety and depressive symptoms that people might have. It also has, in some people, an effect of causing a feeling of jitteriness and increasing anxiety. So it's something that does have some potential side effects as well as beneficial effects.
And when she was prescribed the original 25 milligrams of Zoloft, did she in fact take that, or did she defer on taking that?
My recollection of the records is that she had it prescribed, picked it up, but did not take it for at least a couple of weeks because she did not wish to take medication. She was, I believe, still breastfeeding at that time. There are medications, and Zoloft would be one that would likely appear to some extent in the breast milk.
Okay, so because she was worried about that, she held off on that, but ultimately did take the prescription from Dr. Tufts. Is that right?
The records indicate that she did eventually start taking
Does it
the
indicate,
25 milligrams.
Sorry. Does it indicate when she started taking them after that little hiatus?
To be exact, I'd have to look at the records, but I believe it was at the end of September.
And was that dosage increased at some point?
It increased from 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams.
And what happened when Lindsay took the 50 milligrams of Zoloft prescribed by Dr. Tufts?
The records indicate that she had a rather rapid series of difficulties, that she had insomnia for, I believe the records say 48 hours, couldn't sleep. It's something that would be called activation, that these medications can cause in some people who are more susceptible.
Now, by mid-October, after she began taking the Zoloft, would you agree that the records indicate a week after starting the medication and increasing the dose, she reported in October to Dr. Tufts what you're relating is that she felt, how did she describe it to Dr. Tufts? If you could, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Well, she felt that she talked about being numb. She talked about not being herself. She talked about feeling worse, not better. Antidepressants usually take at least 2 to 3 and frequently 4 to 6 weeks to have useful effects, but sometimes side effects can happen very quickly.
Did she also indicate, looking at your affidavit, that she was crying all day, she was experiencing mental fog, terrified to start something new, anxiety had gotten much worse? Did she tell that to Dr. Tufts at that time at the end of October?
Yes, I do recall those things being in the record.
All right, and following through again on your affidavit, was there further explanation from Lindsay's recitation of symptomology to Dr. Tufts? Did she further state about racing thoughts, paranoia? What did she say? Looking at your report, look at your affidavit if that helps you refresh your memory.
I actually don't have the affidavit with me at the moment. I do have some of the records, but...
well, let me just approach you then and hand you your affidavit, paragraph 13, and see if that refreshes your memory.
Thank you. Yes.
What did she say to Dr. Tufts?
She reported, Dr. Tufts reported that Lindsay's psychiatric condition was generally deteriorating. That's a checkbox on one of the forms that her records.
What did Lindsay say her symptoms were at that point?
That she was having the racing thoughts, and that she was also feeling, as I said, not like herself. That her depression was worse than it had been. I believe that's also around the time that Dr. Tufts thought of trying a medication called Zulresso.
Zulresso.
Yes.
And what is that? Is that you need that by way of injection?
Yes, Zulresso is no longer marketed. It wasn't a particularly successful medication. It requires a 60-hour continuous IV infusion.
In a hospital setting or in a medical setting?
You have to be medically monitored. It doesn't necessarily need to be a hospital, but those are not necessarily things that can be done outside of a hospital.
So she didn't do the Zulresso though, right?
She did not. It also costs $34,000 just for the medication, not for the monitoring.
Okay. What's the next thing that happened with Dr. Tufts and Lindsay Clancy, sir?
Well, if I look at my affidavit, when she stopped taking the medication, the Zoloft, she now felt better as she had felt before she took the Zoloft, but she was less anxious.
What was the next medication?
She was put on Benadryl and had some difficulty sleeping, but also was worried that night because her son was coughing, and she worried a great deal about the children's health.
And that would be something that would also intrude on her sleep, worrying about her children?
Yes.
Okay. What other symptomology traveling through November into December did she relate to Dr. Tufts, according to your review of the medical records?
Well, she talked about things like dizziness, feeling sedated in the morning when she woke up, if she got any sleep at all. And I think she used the term brain fog at times. These are sometimes symptoms that people who are experiencing postpartum depression frequently complain about. She continued to complain about anxiety.
Well, it's not what they're complaining about, it's what they're living, right?
It is a very unpleasant experience, yes.
And continuing on through November, at some point did she leave or stop with Tufts and go to another healthcare provider by way of either emergency room initially and then another healthcare provider?
Yes.
Who was that?
She started treatment with Rebecca Gelada, a nurse practitioner at South Shore perinatal program.
Now, one of the things that was apparent that we, if you recall, I believe that she also had initially been referred there by a friend of the family. Is that right? To that perinatal clinic?
Yes, my understanding from the records is that Miss Clancy's mother-in-law was friendly with a nurse practitioner who practiced in the perinatal program, and I believe it actually started the perinatal program.
Yes, and ultimately, or in the beginning, she was treated by a Julie Paul. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember looking at the medical records and that on November 27th of 2022, the nurse practitioner Julie Paul reported that Lindsay stated that she was disassociated, that she was not in touch with reality. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what is that a symptomology? Is that a symptom of psychosis, to be disassociated and not in touch with reality?
It certainly can be. Dissociation it can mean that people feel like things around them are not real.
Right, and that's a pretty serious feeling to have, right?
It is.
And that's pretty common, unfortunately, with women that have postpartum psychosis, right?
It certainly can be, yes.
And what are the other symptomologies of postpartum psychosis, sir?
Well, psychosis in general just means a lack of understanding of what's real as opposed to what is not. So a person with psychosis can have delusions, which are fixed false beliefs. They could believe that, for example, they have been told by God to do something. Okay. They can also have hallucinations at times.
What kind of hallucinations?
Most people have auditory hallucinations, not visual hallucinations.
Hearing. Is that correct? Auditory is hearing, right?
Yes.
Okay, as opposed to what?
As opposed to visual hallucinations?
Visual. And in the course of reviewing the medical records, did you see that, in fact, that Lindsay had auditory, no visual hallucinations, but auditory voices?
At times, she reported that she had heard a voice, yes.
Okay. Do you recall that as the time went by that she, in December, do you remember seeing in the medical records that she was relating that she was heavy, that she couldn't get out of bed, that she couldn't bathe, that she couldn't react, she couldn't love, she couldn't feel? Do you remember any of that from looking at the medical records?
Yes, those are all phrases that I recall from the medical records.
They were all coming from her, right?
Yes,
To the doctors.
yes.
That would be Dr. Tufts and then Dr. Gelada. Is that right?
Nurse Gelada.
Sorry, nurse practitioner Gelada. Do you recall, sir, that nurse practitioner Gelada prescribed additional medications to Lindsay during that period of time from November through December?
Yes.
Can you tell us what they were?
I'd have to look to be sure, but I believe she continued the Benadryl at times. And there was some talk about the use of Buspar, but I believe that was Dr. Tufts.
About the what? I'm sorry?
I said it, I'm sorry?
What was the word you just used?
Sorry, Buspar, which is the brand name for Buspirone, which is an anti-anxiety medication.
Right. How about Remeron? Was there ever a prescription for Remeron?
Remeron is a different kind of antidepressant, which helps people sleep a little bit and also sometimes helps their appetite. Yes, that was another.
The answer is yes, she was prescribed Remeron?
Yes, she was.
And that's an antidepressant?
It is.
Is that mocking or similar to, but not exactly the same as the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, Zoloft, Prozac, things of that nature, right?
It's similar in the sense that it has an antidepressant effect. It has some effect on serotonin. It has some effect on the adrenal, adrenergic system as well.
The what?
The adrenergic system. Adrenaline is a neurotransmitter. It's also a hormone that circulates if you are suddenly scared or something like that. You get a surge of adrenaline. So if you were in a near-miss car accident, you might find yourself shaking because adrenaline will flood into your system from the adrenal glands. But it's also a neurotransmitter, and mirtazapine has some effect on that.
Now you said mirtazapine. Is that the same as Remeron?
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
So it's two different names, generic and not generic.
Mirtazapine is the generic name, and I was taught to use generic names, but
Okay.
yes, Remeron is.
Around this time, Lindsay has been prescribed the Prozac, she had been prescribed the Remeron, she had been prescribed the Benadryl, she had been prescribed other medications very similar to the SSRIs. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and does the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, that's fancy word, what does it mean? Isn't that serotonin in your brain? Doesn't it block or in some fashion affect your brain?
It's a little complicated to explain, but
Let's explain
serotonin.
it. Tell the jury what serotonin means and what happens when you take an SSRI, please.
Okay, serotonin in this sense is a neurotransmitter. The brain is a relatively complicated place. It has about 86 billion nerve cells. They've got thousands of connections to each other, but they're not like the wires in your house where you put two pieces of wire together, twist the copper, and then put a nut on that. Nerves don't touch. They go close to each other, but there's a space between them, and that's called the synaptic cleft. One nerve secretes a neurotransmitter into the synaptic cleft, and it moves over to the next nerve in line where there's a receptor. Serotonin does that in the synaptic cleft, but it's also taken back up by the nerve that secreted it so it's reuptaked. So a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor slows down the reuptake of serotonin, prolonging its activity in the synaptic cleft, which causes the next nerve in line to be activated. I'm sorry that it's so complicated. So that's what serotonin is doing, and that's what a reuptake inhibitor does.
When a woman is pregnant or has just had a baby, can you tell me what effect for example, hormones have when a person has a baby? I know we're two guys, but I mean, do you know what happens when a woman has a baby?
I've been at quite a few deliveries, yes.
Okay.
The fact is that many hormones increase. So progesterone is a hormone that many people have heard of. It's a component of birth control pills because it promotes gestation. So progesterone in a birth control pill fools the body into thinking it's pregnant, which means it doesn't, the woman doesn't produce eggs that could be fertilized. And that's the way the birth control pill works, or some of them do. Progesterone goes down very quickly after birth, as do many other hormones that are going up and then down after birth.
So if the hormones go up, and if there's an overload, if you will, might be the wrong word, of hormones, what effect does that have on the human body? What effect does that have on a woman who's just had a baby?
Well, it's quite complicated.
Just tell us basically what your feeling is. If they want to get into it, they can ask. But what effect does it have on a woman that has a baby?
Well, one of the other hormones that goes up is prolactin. So after the woman gives birth, prolactin promotes lactation, and it's a hormone that increases so that the mother can then breastfeed. These hormones are also seen in all mammals that feed their young through producing milk. So it's a very common mammalian thing to do. But other kinds of things can happen to...
Did you say males or mammals?
Mammals.
Okay, because mammals don't breastfeed, right?
I'm sure they don't, yes.
Okay, so as far as the hormone, again, I would ask, when a woman has a baby and the placenta, I think I pronounced that right, is through the birth, all of a sudden, what happens? It stops that massive influx of hormones, or it increases that influx of hormones?
Well, some hormones go up, like prolactin, and some hormones go down very quickly.
What effect does that have in your experience and your education and your research on women that have a baby? What effect does that have on them?
Well, many women experience postpartum blues.
What is postpartum blues?
It's a feeling of...
Thing.
I'm sorry?
Sounds like a 50s thing. What's postpartum blues?
It's a feeling of low energy and being sad, not as serious or usually as long as postpartum depression.
What is postpartum depression? Is that the next level?
It's a more serious condition where the woman may feel that she can't connect to the baby, that she feels isolated, she has no energy, she may also have insomnia.
So, for example, if a woman is unable to sleep, feels as though she's losing a contact or connection with her infant, is stressing about not having that contact with her infant, feels that she's unable to emote or feel love or any emotions and can't relate to people, and also is out of reality, are those, or disassociative state, are those, in your opinion, symptoms of postpartum depression and or leading to postpartum psychosis?
Yes, they are.
And Lindsay had those symptoms, didn't she?
She reported all those symptoms, yes.
Doctor, when a doctor like Tufts is meeting with a person and checking the boxes, can that doctor give a blood test to the patient?
Certainly.
Is that important in your opinion, that a doctor give a patient, especially a woman who's coming to them for help with these symptoms, give them a blood test?
Yes.
And again, we all know what blood tests are, but just tell me, I mean, is that a simple test? Is it a complicated test?
It's fairly simple to have blood drawn, and there are many tests that are relevant, particularly after a woman has given birth.
Why?
Well, some women become anemic. Depends on how much blood loss might have occurred during birth, but there's usually some blood loss. So checking hemoglobin levels is important. The thyroid can be affected by delivery of the baby. And some women in the postpartum period develop inflammation of the thyroid. The thyroid is a very important gland that regulates many parts of the body.
Is that why many times when a competent psychiatrist is treating a patient that is postpartum after having a baby, that they might run, and I may be wrong saying it, but a thyroid test?
They would do most commonly two different kinds of thyroid tests. They would test for thyroid stimulating hormone, which goes up when the thyroid hormones that also can be tested for actually go down. So thyroid stimulating hormone is telling the body, make more thyroid hormone because it's not enough in the circulation.
Did Tufts ever use a blood test at all in her treatment?
No, she did not.
Did Tufts ever check the thyroid levels of Lindsay Clancy at all during her treatment?
No, she did not.
How about gelata? Did they test any of those things?
No, Nurse Gelata did not do blood testing either.
Now, you've made reference, sir, to postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. You're familiar with the DSM, or what is referred to as DSM
5TR.
Diagnostic Statistical Manual on Mental Disorders. 5, you said TR, that would be right there, meaning text revision.
Correct.
All right. And I'm approaching you with this and asking, you see that section there?
Yes.
And what is that section?
The bipolar and related disorder section.
What is bipolar disorder? What does that mean?
Bipolar is the newer name for what used to be called manic depressive illness. It describes an illness where people's moods go up, which is the manic phase, and then go down, which is the depressed phase. There are different categories of bipolar disorder. Bipolar 1 is the most serious. Bipolar 2 disorder also has similar fluctuations of mood, but in both cases of bipolar disorder, most people spend more time being depressed than they do being manic.
Now, just tell me, what does manic mean? What does that actually mean?
They feel usually euphoric, that they don't have...
They're up?
You're really up.
Okay.
You're extremely optimistic. You might spend a lot of money foolishly, but you wouldn't worry about that because certainly you're going to win the lottery. You can just feel it. So there can be psychotic thoughts along with bipolar mania, unreasonable expectations. Like I said, that you are destined to win the lottery, or in serious cases, you can believe that God is speaking to you and has appointed you to do some special thing in life.
How about excessive cleaning and, let's say, divesting oneself of personal property, cleaning?
Quick pause to just say very shortly, we have a special guest incoming. For those of you who have been with us from the beginning of this trial, you know our 20-year-old amazing daughter covered the first week while Bob and I were on vacation, and she has decided to join us today. I don't know if she's ready yet. Oh,
Hey,
there
y'all.
she is.
I've been a
Hi,
little
Cam.
bit sick the past couple days, but we're gonna make it work. I was catching up today, and I was watching the mother-in-law and how the cross was, and I had to join because I want to talk about it when we get to lunch. But
All right. So I'm going to bloop back 10 seconds, guys, and then come in perfect time. There's going to be a break. We get to talk. All right. Let's keep going.
How about excessive cleaning and, let's say, divesting oneself of personal property, cleaning garages, things of that nature?
There was talk in the records of an episode where Miss Clancy and her husband cleaned out the garage, but it was difficult to tell from the records whether or not that represented what we would call a hypomanic
How about
episode.
exercise? Was there a lot of references to exercise?
There were a lot of references to exercise, and exercise can be a very useful thing.
Sure, that's one of the things that a woman postpartum may very well be prescribed to do by a doctor like, or a nurse practitioner like Charlotta, right?
I believe that nurse practitioner Julie Paul recommended a long run at one point.
So there's nothing wrong with a woman going to, let's say, Kingsbury or whatever it is, or taking her kids to the local gym with a swimming pool and trying to get some exercise in the postpartum stage. That doesn't, that's something you wouldn't hold against her, right?
No.
Okay. Now, how about, are you aware that within a very short period of time after she had baby Callan, that she actually ran a road race?
Yes.
Is that indicative of a person that's kind of ramped up and doing these things you're talking about?
It's unusual to decide to run so soon after delivering a baby. I believe that she ran on the day that she might have delivered her last child, Callan.
That's correct. So during the month of December, in your review of the records, would you agree that her symptoms that she has related to the doctors that were there to help her, they basically increased, did they not?
I'm sorry, I couldn't
They
quite hear.
increased.
Yes.
And are you aware that then she went somewhere voluntarily in December?
Yes.
Where?
She went to the Mass General Emergency Room on, I believe that was in December. She had gone to the South Shore Emergency Room previously.
And did you, in the records, see that in fact she had gone to Women and Infants program in Rhode Island for a day?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that particular establishment? Is that a supposedly helps pregnant women?
Yes, I reviewed those records as well.
And do you know why she was discharged after a day?
The records stated that they thought that she was having complications from medications more than she was suffering from postpartum issues, and therefore was not a good candidate for their program.
And this was after getting there at 8 a.m. and leaving there around 4 p.m, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And the records indicate, if you read them, that during that period of time, there were little group discussions and coloring sessions and things like that. Is that correct?
Yes.
You know that there are suicide hotlines that people are told to call, right?
Yes.
Especially if a woman is in postpartum and is experiencing these difficulties and is describing the symptomology and on all these medications, that if you feel like you're going to kill yourself, you're supposed to call a telephone number, right?
Well, it wouldn't be the advice I would give, but that was some advice that was given, yes.
And did she call, to your knowledge from reviewing the records, the telephone?
She called the Aspire hotline, I believe, on 2 occasions.
And was she given any help by the Aspire hotline?
I believe the records say that she was told by Aspire that since she did not have a suicide plan, she did not require what's called a higher level of care, meaning an inpatient admission.
So she basically had been to Nurse Charlotta. She had contacted Aspire on 2 occasions. She went to Rhode Island Hospital on a recommendation the day after she was recommended to go there, and left after not being accepted. After calling the suicide hotlines, things got to the point where she and her husband went to an emergency room. Is that right?
Yes.
And did they get treatment did she get treatment at the emergency room?
I believe the first time that she went to the Mass General Emergency Room, they recommended that she consider an admission at McLean. But she and her husband decided that they did not want her to go inpatient at that time.
How about the next time she went to the emergency room?
The next time she went to the emergency room, which was not very long after, She was admitted to McLean.
McLean Hospital, and that would be
McLean Hospital.
that would be the locked wards for a period of about 4 days, correct?
Yes.
In reference to the bipolar disorder that we touched upon, sir, is that something that's a consideration when you're treating as a psychiatrist a woman who's coming to you for help and expressing concerns about the symptoms that we've talked about?
Yes.
Why?
Well, some people with bipolar disorder, especially given the fact that depression is a prominent symptom in bipolar disorder, become suicidal and can even commit suicide. So that's a very serious possibility that has to be considered.
Did any of the nurse practitioners consider that as a possible diagnosis?
The records indicate that Ms. Clancy was frequently asked if she had a plan to kill herself, even after she reported having what was called passive suicidal ideation. But it was reported very, very frequently in the records.
And in reference to her treatment with nurse practitioner Gelada, did, to your knowledge, nurse practitioner Gelada consider as a secondary diagnosis or a working diagnosis the possibility of bipolar disorder?
Yes.
Was anything followed through on that?
I believe she discussed the possibility of a mood stabilizer, but I believe that she then ended up using Seroquel or quetiapine, which is...
That's Seroquel and quetiapine with a Q, right?
I'm sorry?
Seroquel and quetiapine with a Q.
Quetiapine with a Q, yes.
Using the two words again. I just want to make sure it's clear.
Seroquel is the brand name. Quetiapine is the generic name.
All right. And did she, meaning Lindsay, to your knowledge in the medical records dealing with these providers, complain about the effect that Seroquel had on her?
Yes.
And what did she say? What were the symptoms or what did she feel?
Well, she often felt spacey, as if she was not her normal self. She felt, it's fairly commonly reported that she felt hungover in the morning because these medicines, that particular medicine does make people somewhat sleepy. I believe the beginning doses were described as a sleeping dose, which is a very low dose of the medication that does, in fact, help sleep to some extent.
Was the Seroquel ultimately increased to 400 milligrams a day, 200 milligrams a day? Do you recall that?
Yes, it started at 25 and...
It was bumped up pretty significantly, wasn't it?
Yes, 400 is a lot more than 25.
And she was complaining about the effect of the Seroquel, is that correct?
She was.
And she was complaining about the fact that she couldn't sleep. All those symptoms that we went through continued on through the month of December. After McLean, she went there for the New Year's period. I know, I'm almost there. She went to the McLean for treatment and still complained of these symptoms. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did the symptoms ever resolve themselves for Lindsay in January, if you know?
There were times when she appeared to be a little less distressed, but the symptoms were never completely resolved, no.
And did you know that she went to see Dr. Jennifer Tufts in January 9th and that she was prescribed diazepam?
Yes.
And then on the 12th, she was prescribed trazodone, 150 milligrams by Dr. Tufts.
Yes.
January 16th, 2 milligrams of diazepam by Dr. Tufts. January 16th, the same day, 10 milligrams of amitriptyline by Dr. Tufts.
Yes.
What is amitriptyline?
Amitriptyline is one of the older types of antidepressants. It's what's called a tricyclic antidepressant. It has more side effects, but one of the useful side effects in some cases is that it makes people sleepy.
Did it help her sleep?
Not really.
Now, in reference to the DSM, out of that revision, and you'd agree with me that they have DSM-1, DSM-2, revised, rebooted, reconsidered, DSM-3, all the way up to DSM-5 text revision, right?
Correct.
And consisting of over 1,000 pages, right?
Yes.
Is this like considered, some people say, the Bible of psychiatry, or is it like a cookbook?
I would call it a dictionary. It's a list of definitions.
If I looked under P in this dictionary, would it contain anything about postpartum psychosis for a woman?
There is one mention on page 148.
That's it.
That's it.
The rest of the world, they don't care about the DSM. They have some other information, right? What is that called?
The World Health Organization publishes something called the International Classification of Disease, which is now in its 11th edition. It lists postpartum psychosis as a separate entity. And that's the one that insurance companies use for billing purposes.
Right, not this.
Correct.
Are you familiar, sir, with the way other countries treat pregnant women in postpartum condition when they see, let me finish, when they see a doctor for medical treatment? Yes or no?
Objection.
All right, just allow that question, then we'll.
Yes.
You're muted, Mom.
Are you familiar, sir, with the way other countries treat pregnant women in postpartum condition when they see, let me finish, when they see.
Okay, I was saying that I'm bringing it back so we can get a full idea of what the objection was based on, especially because I was still doing a little bit of research on double jeopardy.
I wanted to add really quick before you resume that since you were researching, I don't know if you just caught it, but it's actually a great point to make that postpartum psychosis is only mentioned once on one page of the DSM, and you could see how huge that book was. And his point is maybe these doctors didn't know what to do because, you know, it's minimized to either you have postpartum or either you have psychosis, and the two, it's not researched enough and it's not talked about enough. And that's how you lead to cases like this, is when there's no one advocating and you can't learn about it because there's nothing, you know, in the DSM to know about it.
See, and that's why she is a genius. I mean, that's exactly right. And that's kind of why we as a channel, including you, have been so adamant about bringing to attention. This is about a failure to properly address women's mental health. Women's health, period, but especially women's mental health. And I 100% agree with everything you just said. And that's especially the case with a doctor who, you know, yes, she has a residency, but Tufts had only been practicing for, you know, a month. And his point is well taken, because we've been talking about that. And we also have been talking about, although we were only able to get Ian on, about getting a lot of our creator friends, lawyers from other countries, together to do a live where we discuss how these same facts would be treated differently in other countries. And other countries take the postpartum mental health way more serious than we do. And that's the point he's making. So let's bring it back to, thanks, Cam.
A doctor for medical treatment? Yes or no? See, doctors treat pregnant women in postpartum condition when they see, let me finish, when they see a doctor for medical treatment? Yes or no?
Objection.
All right, just allow that question, then we'll.
Yes.
And how does that differ from the United States of America?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's an important point you should be allowed to make, but
Commonwealth?
short, to the point. That's what you get. That's what you get. Well done. Well
Good
done.
afternoon.
Afternoon.
You spent some time when you first got to the stand going over your qualifications, and I think counsel now has admitted your curriculum vitae into evidence, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Your curriculum vitae
Yes,
is, you went through that with counsel, you recall that?
yes.
And fair to say, the majority of the entries and your experience and your presentations and your teaching and fellowships, most of which revolve around child and adolescent psychiatry, correct?
I wouldn't say the majority.
Well, where in your CV does it say that you worked with postpartum women?
It doesn't say that specifically.
Okay, so your testimony is that back in 1983 when you were at the, what was it, the Massachusetts, sorry, Mental Health Center, you worked with the postpartum women, is that correct?
There were patients who had either were pregnant while they were there or delivered and were hospitalized after that, yes.
Okay. And your involvement in this case with counsel, with defense counsel, wasn't directly that he reached out to you, was it? It was that you had provided some information as it pertains to a civil lawsuit that's pending.
That's correct.
Okay. And so this affidavit that counsel's been referring to that you drafted, you've revised it for these proceedings, but fair to say you went through a series of records that didn't include anything related to this criminal case, meaning no police reports, interviews, photos from the scene. Is that fair to say?
That's not relevant.
No police reports, no photos from the scene.
So the majority of what you reviewed pertained to medical records, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you cite too in your affidavit a New Yorker article for facts.
Yes.
That's where you got most of your facts, is from a New Yorker article.
No, I also spoke to Mr. Clancy.
You spoke to Mr. Clancy?
Yes.
Is that in your affidavit? Well, you have it before you. Can you point to a paragraph where you indicate that you got a report directly from Mr. Clancy?
I don't know if it's in the affidavit.
Okay.
But I did interview Mr. Clancy for 90 to 100 minutes.
Should be in a report somewhere.
Now, in relation to kind of going through the medical treatment, you indicate that the defendant reported that she was hesitant about taking medications. Do you recall that in paragraph 11?
Yes.
But you're aware that she sought out a psychiatrist, not a therapist, not a psychotherapist or a psychologist. She sought a psychiatrist.
I'm going to scream. This is what Bob and I were just like ranting about when Bob popped on for the break. She keeps acting like we don't know she did participate in therapy, in talk therapy with the other psychologists. I think she was a psychologist, whatever, a clinical social worker. She provided the psychotherapy. And she said that Lindsay went to 4 of them. And she said Lindsay was always open and available to them. And she did what she suggested. But she just keeps pretending that we don't know these facts and that all that happened was she sought medication, she sought medication,
Right.
she
That
sought
she was
medication.
trying to get drugged up. But it's like we also know someone who just wants the quick fix, give me the drugs, isn't continuously seeking out inpatients. No one's voluntarily putting themselves in inpatient if they don't want help.
And she's like, these aren't fun drugs. All she's doing is complaining that she hates the drugs. She's paranoid about the drugs. She's searching about the side effects from the drugs. She thinks it's all the drugs. Like they're literally trying their case as though only what they say matters. Only what they said, what they say has been said. Every single expert they put on said she did not want the drugs. She was not drug seeking. She didn't want to be on the drugs. She was afraid of the drugs and she was not drug seeking. And then they just keep putting on a case as though they have established and can establish she was drug seeking. It's like, it's maddening. It's maddening.
They completely underestimate the intelligence of the jury. They think, whatever we feed them is the case that they're going to hear, and they're not going to critically think about the misinformation that we're giving them. So this is working perfectly.
Exactly. Oh, I love you so much.
as her first contact psycho. But you're aware that she sought out a psychiatrist, not a therapist, not a psychotherapist or a psychologist. She sought out a psychiatrist as her first contact in the postpartum period, correct?
Correct.
And psychiatrists presumably prescribe medications and don't necessarily offer psychotherapy, do they?
Well, all psychiatrists are trained to do psychotherapy to some extent, at least. But yes, they can also prescribe medication.
And through the records, you learned that the defendant did have reactions to low dose of Zoloft. And your testimony is that a blood test would have helped. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
So a blood test that's about 4 or 5 months postpartum, how is that going to help prescribers?
Well, the blood test I was thinking of was you could do a level of the antidepressant in her blood, and that would tell you whether it was average, expected given the dose, or too high or too low.
And that would yield results if a person's only been taking medication for less than a week?
Yes.
But you indicate that over a period of 4 to 6 weeks is when you would expect to see a medication start to take effect, correct?
It's two different questions.
It sometimes takes that long, yes.
Now, you also spoke a little bit about Zulresso. You're aware from reviewing the records of Jennifer Tufts that she researched Zulresso and spoke about Zulresso, but never made a recommendation to the defendant that she do that injection.
Yes.
You also describe that by November 21st, that the defendant was experiencing suggesting symptoms of mania, like racing thoughts. But in fact, the criteria is not just racing thoughts, it's racing thoughts, pressured speech, correct?
There are a number of criteria that are listed, but racing thoughts is one of them, yes.
Okay. And you also list, or you identify in your affidavit, extreme insomnia, but for mania, it's not just insomnia, it's that there's insomnia with a decreased need for sleep, correct?
It can be decreased feeling that you need to sleep even if you didn't sleep for several days, but it's also true that some people feel very tired. It's not just one or the other.
You're aware that the defendant...
First of all, and I'm just going to, I won't be long. We also have heard testimony 2 different times. I think there was one like she's yawning, but she's still not tired. And something like she hadn't slept and wasn't tired. So both things have happened here.
She's also trying to point out, oh, Lindsay was attesting that she was not sleeping well. She's telling everyone that she needs more sleep. That's not
saying I'm tired.
Lindsay doesn't know that if she was in a state of mania. So it's not about whether the fact Lindsay is noticing she's not sleeping as well. It's the fact that she was still able to function as a mother and take care of her children and do the things she was doing on that little of sleep.
Exactly. I mean, how old are you again, my love? All right, I think I blooped back, but here we go.
Sleep even if you didn't sleep for several days, but it's also true that some people feel very tired. It's not just one or the other.
You're aware that the defendant denied a decreased need for sleep around that time period in November from the records, aren't you?
In that period, yes.
Okay. You also indicated that in reviewing records pertaining to, I think you noted Jennifer Tufts, that her notes were a series of the record was a series of check boxes, right? That was your testimony?
There are a few sentences, but there are mostly check boxes, yes.
And fair to say, the way in which those notes are created, there are several areas in which notes are placed at different points in those records.
There are notes at certain places, yes.
And those notes are reflective of statements that the defendant was making about her mood and how she was feeling and symptoms, correct?
Yes.
Those are all important things for a treating psychiatrist to consider when they're considering a patient's overall presentation. Is that fair to say?
Yes, fair to say.
Now, you also referenced in your affidavit that the defendant had reported that she had these increased symptoms with Zoloft and didn't sleep for 48 hours after increasing the dose. Remember that in the record?
Yes, from 25 to 50.
And you didn't review any police reports to identify that there were only 7 pills missing from that bottle of sertraline, did you?
I did not review a police report, no.
So if a person takes 7 pills over 1 week period at 25 milligrams, how do they increase the dose without more pills missing from the bottle?
Well, I believe if you took 3 or 4 pills for a few days of 25, then you still would have enough pills to take 2 25s and increase the dose to 50.
Right, but if a prescription reads that if 30 are filled and only 7 are missing from the pill bottle when it's located months later, then if you've taken 7 pills, you've taken 1 pill each day, correct?
No, bitch. And we also have heard testimony that sometimes she got the prescription and didn't start it on the day. Like she was nervous about taking it. This is what we're taught. This is what we're all saying. You are really trying your own case in your own head because no one else is hearing the things you're hearing and following your logic.
The thing is that cherry picking the bottles of pills that were discontinued and not even picked up by the police isn't doing anything when you're ignoring the fact that she was taking the SSRIs that are proven to not bode well with people that have bipolar. That is what actually matters.
Right. Right.
From the pill bottle when it's located months later, then if you've taken 7 pills, you've taken 1 pill each day, correct?
No.
You don't know that.
Right. No.
Not necessarily. I believe that she stopped taking the medication rather quickly. And I'm not sure which pill bottle you're discussing because, as you said, I didn't review a police report.
Okay.
Hey, you're wrong, lady. You're the only one that sees it that way.
You're aware that on December 15th, that the defendant and her husband reported that she was having persistent intrusive thoughts that day, correct?
Yes.
And that's the day she first presented to Mass General Hospital.
Yes.
And you're aware that Mass General Hospital is directly affiliated with McLean Hospital, right?
They are affiliated, yes.
And that she was advised to go to the inpatient program and she chose not to go.
Love, I don't know what your mic is set to, but when you talk with the stream on, I can't hear you at all.
Oh, I was asking you to pause because I don't have the ability to, but I wanted to point out earlier in the case, okay, so here's what she was doing. She just attested in front of the jury that having 7 pills gone means taking 1 pill a day. But when Patrick was testifying and said, he attested that she was very responsible with her medication, taking it as the doctor says. And the prosecution was like, hey, you don't actually know that because you didn't watch her every single time she was taking the medication. So how are you now going to turn around and say, well, doesn't 7 gone mean that she has taken once a day when you were just attesting that apparently Lindsay's unreliable in the way that she takes her medication. So this is just what I've been seeing is having it both ways consistently.
Yeah. Yeah. Good point. I'll bloop back.
You're aware that Mass General Hospital is directly affiliated with McLean Hospital, right?
They are affiliated, yes.
And that she was advised to go to the inpatient program and she chose not to go.
Yes.
From reviewing the records, did you see how
other program, and they already screwed her.
Letitia Dukes, a social worker or a mental health worker, from the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health Clinic, had previously had discussions with the defendant about going to women and infants before her presentation to the Mass General ER on December 15th?
Yes.
And she didn't, in fact, go to that program until December 20th. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, you also mentioned in your review of the medications, lamotrigine. You recall that?
Yes,
And that was a medication that was prescribed to the defendant in December of 2022, correct?
correct.
You're aware that she never took lamotrigine.
I believe that's what she said, yes.
Now, you also were asked, or you spoke about Seroquel. So you're familiar with the prescription or what was prescribed of the Seroquel over the period of time from November 30th through early December, correct?
Yes.
You've reviewed that. And so I think you testified on direct examination that the initial dose was a low dose, 25 milligrams.
Correct.
And you're familiar, that is a fairly common dosage, a low dose to prescribe to address some sleep issues.
It is, yes.
And you're aware that for people who are suspected or have bipolar disorder, that the levels of prescribed are generally much higher than 25 milligrams, right?
Yes, they would be.
They could range anywhere from 100 milligrams to up to, what is the range, if you know?
It would go up to 800 milligrams.
And so in this circumstance, you're aware that Rebecca Gelada had suspicions about bipolar disorder, right?
She mentions it as a distinct possibility, yes.
And without relief, she recommends titrating or going up on the Seroquel over a period of time, right?
Yes.
And you settled on a number of 400, but you know from the records that that was the goal, to titrate up to 400 milligrams. Do you know if the defendant ever took 400 milligrams?
I do not.
And
I wish you did.
you're also aware that once the defendant started reporting having symptoms and concerns about the Seroquel, that she had requested to taper off the Seroquel, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that prior to her presentation at McLean Hospital, that Rebecca Gelada actually did send in a prescription that would allow for her to taper down.
Yes.
And when the defendant was admitted to McLean Hospital on January 1st, she was already on a taper plan, meaning she had gone back down to approximately 100 milligrams per night.
I believe she was, yes.
And that at McLean, they further immediately started to reduce the dosage with each night.
I believe that was the plan at McLean, yes.
So the first night she was there, she went down to 75 milligrams, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And then by the time she was discharged, she was at 0.
Yes, and they were talking about the amitriptyline.
Well, did she leave McLean Hospital with a prescription for amitriptyline?
I don't know if she left with a prescription, but it was discussed in the records that they recommended that.
And as of January 12th of 2023, you're aware that the only active prescriptions for the defendant were for amitriptyline, right?
Yes.
And Valium as needed and trazodone.
That sounds correct, yes.
Is he just agreeing with anything she says?
So
sure.
throughout the course of your review of the records and all of the different medications that she was on from October through January, she wasn't on all the medications at the same time, correct?
No, not at the same time.
And it's fair to say she was only on maybe 3 medications at one time.
3, there might have been 4 at one point, but yes.
Definitely 4 at one point.
And she had expressed particular medications that she wished to return to, like Ativan at some point, correct?
She was quite ambivalent about Ativan and talked a great deal in the records about being worried that she was addicted to it.
But Ativan tended to work for her, correct?
It made her feel less anxious. Yes.
And she actually described that at certain points to the providers that when she felt intrusive thoughts or she had a bad experience, that she took the Ativan and the thoughts were gone. Didn't she not?
I'm not sure that she said the intrusive thoughts were gone, but she would feel less anxious when she took it.
He is.
And as far as your conversations about hallucinations and auditory hallucinations, you indicated that at some point, or at points, I think was your testimony, that the defendant did hear a voice. But you're aware that she never reported to Jennifer Tufts that she heard a voice.
She did not.
She never reported to Rebecca Gelada that she heard a voice, did she?
She did not.
She never reported to Letitia Dukes that she heard a voice.
She did not.
And the only time she's ever said that she heard this voice was on January 24th of 2023. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
So when the district attorney asks you whether or not Lindsay, after all the symptoms that we've already gone through, told Rebecca Gelada that she heard a voice, told Dr. Tufts that she heard a voice, and denied that she heard a voice, would you agree that there are reasons that a woman would not tell the doctor?
That's what I was about
minimize
to say.
their symptoms out of fear?
Yes.
What kind of fear? Fear of what?
Well, in the records, it's stated that Ms. Clancy reported she was worried that her children would be taken away from her, perhaps by the Department of Children and Families, if she reported very severe symptoms. The other thing is, as a health care professional, boards of registration sometimes take a dim view of people who have been in treatment for certain psychiatric illnesses. And so she might have been concerned about her nursing license, but that's speculation.
So there are other reasons why a person may be concerned about telling healthcare providers, mandated reporters, that they're hearing voices, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that you don't have to see the proverbial unicorn in the corner to your health provider to be suffering from psychosis?
Proverbial unicorn in the corner.
Yes, that's true.
And can you tell us, counsel was asking about the symptomology, psychosis, is that something that just grinds on for day after week after month, or is that something that comes on out of nowhere very quickly?
No, overall.
Yeah, sit down,
It can
lady.
be quite episodic.
What does that
done.
mean?
It means that an episode can start and stop, and then an interval of time goes by. It could be days, weeks, or months, and then another episode occurs.
Counsel asked you about bipolar disorder, the suspicions of bipolar disorder from Dr. Gelada, and then talked about the prescriptions that were prescribed. Is it, in your opinion, appropriate to prescribe a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor to a person that is bipolar?
No, overall.
Sit down.
It would be considered something to be done cautiously and usually with a mood stabilizer begun at the same time to prevent the possibility of making manic symptoms worse.
Thank you, sir.
Buckingham.
So just briefly, you didn't interview the defendant, did you?
I did not.
You don't know what she was concerned about. You're speculating.
Yes.
And
Reading records.
for a person who's begging for help, wouldn't it be important to be honest with the providers about what you're feeling, seeing, and hearing?
It should be, but that's not always what doctors find.
Nothing further.
All right, anything further?
Okay, good.
All right, thank you, doctor. Let me sit down. Thank you.
I think he's going to take a break now.
This is what
Sorry. Let him say we're going to break. I'm sure it's what he's saying. Hold on. Sorry.
Jury, what we're going to do is we're going to break at this point till 2 o'clock. This is all done during the break. So with my skills and technology.
They're going to fix the technology. Let's see if there's anything else.
Before the break. All right, so counsel, anything we need to discuss before the break? All right, so we'll come back we'll be in recess till 2 o'clock. And we have one of two. Thank you.
Okay.
Reddington literally took the words out of my mouth because I was going to have you pause right when she finished cross, because she just refuses to actually think about well, wouldn't it be important for someone to tell their doctor the truth? Yeah, it would be, but that's not what happens because we live in a world where things are so stigmatized. We know the stigma around hearing voices and what that means and how someone is fearful. It might even have been she's in denial. Does someone want to admit to themselves, oh yeah, I've been hearing voices? That's not, she got to a point where she was obviously uncomfortable with the thoughts that were in her head. She was uncomfortable, but pushed herself to tell Patrick, to tell her parents that she was having intrusive thoughts about hurting herself and the children. So when you're victim blaming and saying, it's important for her to be truthful to her doctors, you're not proving to me that she wasn't struggling. You're proving to me absolutely nothing, honestly, because that's not proving that she is criminally liable. It's just saying that she may have been scared, as Reddington said.
Yeah, and I worry and I wonder what you guys think in the chat. Might the jury back there say, well, she wasn't honest with the doctors? Like, might they actually use that as, as something? I don't think it would get anybody like over the hump, but I wonder if it'll be part of their discussion. Like, well, I still blame her because she didn't reveal everything to her doctors. And because of this discussion we're having, I would have liked to have heard Reddington follow up with that question where that the prosecutor just asked with, is it something that you are trained to know and to expect and to anticipate that patients with these types of symptoms and these types of cases, blah, 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 are very likely not telling you everything? Is that something you're trained to deal with? And because I'm sure they are,
But we already know that Tufts didn't have that insight, because Tufts detective was saying, I trusted Lindsay enough where I didn't try to find her full medical history because I trusted what she was telling me. So Tufts, maybe because she didn't have as much experience, she didn't, make those assumptions that I would assume some doctors would of, maybe there's things that my patient is withholding from me out of fear, out of denial. I feel like there could be a plethora of reasons, but when there's stigmatized mental health issues, people aren't always forthcoming about how they're actually feeling regarding those. And I would imagine that medical health professionals understand that.
Right. And that's why I kind of wish he followed up a little more on that. Oh, let me send this thing to Dad before I forget, because it's lunch. And okay, and he might want to give it to start at the bottom of our supers, like the most recent, and go up while I do this.
Well, I had some more stuff to say anyway, but then I'll get
No,
to that.
go ahead. Yeah, do that. Yeah, thanks.
But so another thing I wanted to say about Tufts is when, Reddington's pointing out that there's only one page in the DSM about postpartum psychosis, it is a lot easier for an inexperienced, and again, when I say this, everyone has to start somewhere. I'm young. I'm not saying because she's young and new in the field that that's what went wrong here, but at the end of the day, lacking experience has an effect. And I think that she could have misinterpreted her symptoms as anxiety, or at the end of the day, anxiety, generalized anxiety and depression are easier diagnoses to come to when compared to bipolar or postpartum psychosis. It's just a reality. And I think that, one of the things that kind of bothered me that the prosecution said was, she consistently points out, and she said it in her opening verbatim. She said, hey, Lindsay got the worst help possible. And she just reiterated it today when she was saying, Lindsay only was seeking out psychiatrists. That's the problem here. But what you're showing to me is that Lindsay was fighting to find help, seeking this help. So maybe what we should be advocating for is that there should be more advocacy, more awareness, and more information to postpartum mothers so they actually know how to get the correct help. That's what I'm getting from that. You know, it's not proving to me, oh, she was faking the help she was trying to get. It's proving to me that she literally didn't know where to turn, and she had asked a plethora of people, and people were steering her in the wrong direction, putting her on the wrong medications. So maybe that's another problem within the system. You know, these mothers that are struggling, they should be, you know, and I've never had a child. Mom, maybe you would know, but did the doctors tell you about where to seek help if you have postpartum depression or anything after you have a child?
I mean, as you know, but there's a lot of people here that don't know. I've had kids like all sorts of times. So we've got, you know, we've got 1993, 1997, 2006, 2012. And honestly, never, ever. And, you know, if they asked some questions that were geared to that, maybe I just wouldn't remember because it wasn't an issue. But I have no independent recollection of anything like this is something to watch out for. This is something to keep an eye out for. I guarantee I was probably asked like questions, you know, like when you go into the doctor, like nowadays, and they ask even the kids, like, do you feel safe at home? Is there anybody, you know, like stuff
Yeah.
like that. I'm sure I probably got asked. But I just remember because I was aware, I don't know, probably from stuff in like news in the 80s, I don't even know, but I was aware of postpartum depression. And I can remember thinking at some point in my life how horrible I would feel. Like if I could somehow not love my kids, like when I had a baby, but obviously, you know, that's kind of, so and from our,
Along with the stigma, you know, is that people don't understand it. The same way that Lindsay literally told her friend at the hospital, you know, she said that they had met with a patient who was a fresh postpartum and she had suicidal ideation, or no, it was while she was pregnant, she was having suicidal ideation. And Lindsay was like, you know, how can a mother want to hurt her child? That's insane. Because it's so stigmatized and it's not talked about enough where, you know, even as you were saying, like that's something that scares you. It's like, oh, I could not feel connected to my child. So it's like when you're actually in the throes of that and that's how you're feeling, you know, the stigma that you had about it last year or that other women have about it, you know, women who are having a perfect time connecting with their children. Everything involved in what Lindsay was feeling was so stigmatized that it's not a surprise to me at all. It's a surprise to me that she tried to get as much help as she did, you know? Like,
yeah. What do you have any other thoughts before I move on to supers? Because I love your thoughts.
yeah, I had I like to take notes.
I
So
know you're
I
very
like
good
to
like
freshen
that.
up on my notes. I have I think the first 3 days I had like 12 pages of notes or something crazy. But okay, so all of my other notes are going back to the mother-in-law because we all know that that was just insane. So she starts off, not starts, but she ends up insinuating that Lindsay didn't like her, which was just blatantly rude and unnecessary. But
Right.
in my mind, it's like, okay, here you are trying to establish that, you know, Lindsay was well enough that we didn't feel the need to help her. But if you're also trying to insinuate that Lindsay didn't even like her, didn't want to leave the children with her, then to me, it kind of seems as if you're pushing their narrative of, well, Lindsay didn't really like you much and didn't really like you around the children, so maybe you wouldn't have helped her anyway. Like it's just I'm so lost on the thought process they want, not that anyone would even carry it, but the thought process they want people to have. It gets so lost when she goes on these on these little, what do you call them?
Segways, side.
Yeah, whatever.
Don't
She's
ask my perimenopause brain.
she's ranting about nonsense, and then she's expecting the, you know, the jury to be completely following what she's talking about. You know, it's, and a little bit, I think, of what, so first she's trying to establish Lindsay was well enough that you didn't feel like you needed to help her. But then she's trying to establish Lindsay didn't like you. So the fact that she was trying to ask for your help means that she didn't actually want help. It was a trick because she didn't like you. So she actually knew that you were going to steer her the wrong way. And that's why this is all fake.
I mean,
like these are the conclusions I have to get through,
right.
because
I see it.
Think of something. I'm like, what are you trying to convey? I don't get it. And that's like, that might be a stretch, but it's like, why else are you bringing up the fact that Lindsay doesn't like her? Like, that's just so odd. And it's like, this is what gets lost on this prosecutor throughout this whole trial, is that you, above all else, are supposed to be an advocate for these children. And you are berating the children's father, berating the children's grandmother. You know, it's like, I don't know who you're fighting for. I think you're just fighting for Massachusetts, not these kids. Like, I don't see any sort of compassion or sympathy for people, especially like we as people outside looking into this trial, and I'm sure the prosecution knows exactly what Patrick's mother has been seeing online and what Patrick's family is going through. And it's just zero compassion. It's really insane to me. And she's at a loss that these are the people that you're dealing with that have gone through this terrible tragedy that you're trying to push on this jury is all Lindsay's fault.
Right. Right.
It's no, you know, and then she's resorted at some point, she's like, you know what? Let's lose all logical thinking and all critical thinking. And now let me just tell you guys how much of a mortal sin murder is. Like, if that is what your case has dwindled to, you never had a case to begin with. It's just genuinely ridiculous.
I 100% agree. It's like we're all feeling the same way, and it's just,
I know.
I love getting the younger generation's opinion on this and seeing you're seeing it as we are and noticing other things as well. You know, Bob just sent me some Venmos that we've been getting. Amy Nelly, thank you. Received your Venmo. She says, thanks for all you do. Cheryl Flynn said, showing some love to the Defense Diaries crew. Eat your protein, drink your water, get some sleep, from Cheryl. And I can't see the AKA just. Oh, hopefully oh, damn. I'm not supposed to do that. I'm pulling a Bob. I'm doxing people. I'm always yelling at him. Don't do that. All right. I'm so sorry to those two. All right. Mary sends money and says, wish I had time off to drive down and buy you a cup of coffee, but I'll have to do it this way. Well, thank you very much. And then Elaine sends $100, very generous, but for travel funds. Oh, thank you for your courtroom coverage. Okay, for Bob. I was like, I hope that's not travel funds for Mel because she's not getting it. All right. So Dog Grooming Danny says, I thought the Commonwealth was trying to hurt and anger the mother-in-law to give less compassionate testimony. Absolutely. That is absolutely the number one thing that I think she was doing. That's what I was saying before. What did she think? That all of a sudden she was going to say, you're right. She's a demon. Convict her. Like it was going to be this like television moment where she's like, oh, you're right. Convict her. She was the worst mother ever. Anyway, she killed my grandchildren. You know, like that's what they were trying to get. I don't know. Jake the Snake says, I'm born and raised Massachusetts and we don't claim them. The prosecutors. Yeah, I feel you. John Roberts says 12 pages. I barely had 12 pages of notes throughout my 4 years of college. She's very diligent. My lovely, wonderful, sweet, smart, strong, brilliant, and beautiful daughter. And funny.
Thanks.
And lovable.
And thank you guys in the chat. You guys are always so sweet to me and so willing to hear my opinion. And it makes me really happy because I'm always worried that I'm young and, you know, sometimes people think the young folks don't know what they're talking about, but you guys are very willing to hear me out and you're appreciative of my opinion, which I appreciate. So thanks for listening.
Aw, you're so sweet. And because you have great opinions. If your opinions sucked, people wouldn't be, you know, like raving about it all the time. For real. They'd just be a little more silent on the issue. Be like, okay, hi, Cam. But no, you get those comments because Rainy Day RN says on Saturday, you guys had an expert on that works at /runs a perinatal clinic in New Jersey. Can you guys get her on again? She was great and could offer so much valuable insight on these issues. I'm sure we can. We do those on our Mental Health Awareness Day lives, and we're going to do another one. We might be able to bring experts on at other times too, but during those, we talk about, you know, Lindsay's mental health issues and their perspective on that. And then also all of you out there, like your struggles, your issues, your story. So thanks, Rainy Day RN. Real Talk with Krista Marie. She is not on trial for whether her sickness is her fault. Trial is her actions were criminal or whether she was sick beyond a reasonable doubt or not sick beyond a reasonable doubt or sick beyond reason. You know,
Right.
I get where you're going.
Well,
I get where you're going.
right. She's not on trial for whether or not, you know, she got the right mental health help, which I already hate that sentiment because I've said it multiple times, but the only way you're not asking for help in the right ways is just being silent and not asking for any help at all, which is a reality because it's hard to do so, but it's not landing, you know, what the prosecution's trying to do there.
No. ACD says everyone in this chat needs to put on witness stand to fight for Lindsay. Yeah, we all understand more than these lame, cruel prosecutors. And if you guys remember this trial when it started, Reddington said he got so many emails, like Bob and I did, which in turn prompted that Mental Health Awareness Day live that we did with all your stories, that he got so many stories from women who have been through something similar, who had these kind of reactions to the medications, who had thought that he wanted to bring those people in. And the judge said no. Shauna said, do we have a new attorney in the making, the Motta 3? Well, we have a lot of new people here and a lot of new cupcakes here who don't already know you. So although she did contemplate lawyering, right?
Well, yeah, when I was growing up, because I tell my parents all the time, like, I hope you guys see something in me because they're just my biggest inspiration. So when I was young, I really did want to be a lawyer, but mostly my dad has been very against it, not because he thinks I wouldn't make a good lawyer, but because he wants me to be very happy. And there were some times where it's just such a hard and stressful career that, you know, it weighs on you a lot. But I think that what I'm doing is also, you know, I think both could lead me towards like
advocating
passion, of advocacy. But I think that what I'm doing, I feel like I'll have a further reach. But
so tell everyone, because there's a lot of people here that don't know.
Yeah. So I am going into junior year in college. I'm going to Columbia in Chicago. So it's an art school, and I'm majoring in film and TV production. And I'm planning to go into documentary filmmaking. And I want to have a focus in issues of social justice. And I'm pretty excited. And I think that, you know, that's part of the reason why my parents asked me to come on here with you guys originally, because it's really good practice for what I want to do. And it's been such a great opportunity. You know, I made a YouTube channel that I'm going to post my student films on, and you guys I've gotten a lot of subs over there. So it's really been great for me. And I'm really so grateful that my parents have built this great community, because now I've got to experience the love too. And it's great.
Oh, so sweet. All right. Jen Byrne says, Allie, we love the yelling. We're here for the yelling. You're saying what's on our mind while we have to behave and pretend at work. I love your passion. XOXO. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Blessed Mama of Texas says, great job, Cam. My daughter turned 12 today. Oh, happy birthday to Blessed Mama from Texas's mom. I hope my daughter grows up like you. You are very, very smart. Much love to all. Postpartum psychosis is real, or postpartum symptoms are real, or postpartum depression is real. Probably a typo, but it's all real. Yes.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
That's very sweet.
Thanks, Michelle.
I love your guys' kind words. It makes me feel all warm and fuzzy.
Which you need, because you were feeling sick. And I'm having, like, I don't know, a bad perimenopause week, because I'm hot, then I'm cold. I put on the sweatshirt. I just took it off, put back on the little AC in my room. Now I'm freezing again. I don't know what to do with myself.
That's how I was feeling a little bit in your room too, though. I was having my little blankie on my lap when I was going live in there.
Okay. Alberta Lady says, you have to trust a doctor to be honest with them. Yeah, especially when you're talking about doctors she hasn't had like such a long relationship with. And again,
for 17 minutes.
Right.
Like, what am I confessing to you in 17 minutes?
Right. The 17 minutes of talking, or the talk therapy part of it.
Oh.
Yeah, I think one time she said it was like 20 to 25 minutes, and then she booted it up to be 25 to 30 minutes. But, 17 minutes of talk was at least one time. LS Women versus the Patriarchy. Lacerations, superficial, topical, partial thickness into the dermis, then full thickness into the fatty layer. ER doc said full thickness. Yes. Kevin Reddington needs to emphasize. I text Bob, and I'm like, and I said something to the effect of, like, dude, you got to let Reddington know that, like, the masses still think that these were superficial, and they think his expert said superficial. Like, hopefully he can circle back with this with Laposata. Now, again, if the prosecution brings up, that this is cumulative and they're putting on duplicate witnesses, the defense could say, well, they did it the whole time. But then the problem is, actually, he did object to cumulative. He did object that this was all cumulative multiple times. So it's like, you kind of have to be like, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Two wrongs do make a right in this scenario. So hopefully he does get to emphasize it with Laposata. I'm just going to remind Bob, hold real quick. Reminder, if you get the chance, tell Reddington, like, people still think superficial. Like, he needs to be able to circle back with this with Laposata. Oh, here he is. Hey.
Oh my God.
Did you hear us just talking?
Beautiful women. What is up?
Hey, babe. Hi. We were all just saying, look at this comment on that's up. And I was like, I told Bob about this earlier today.
I can't read it.
It says, regarding lacerations, superficial, topical, partial thickness into the dermis, then full thickness into the fatty layer. ER doc said full thickness. Kevin Reddington needs to emphasize, because the masses still think that it ended with superficial at the end of the day, somehow.
I mean, aside from the shattered spine and paraplegic.
No, but he
Well,
did
situation.
say he did say full thickness in parts of the neck and in parts of both wrists. He did say that.
All right, here, I'm going to turn around. I'll mention it to him. I don't know. So he's
Right,
got
Laposata might be
Laposata coming on.
might be just for the neck.
I think she is.
Fine.
Well, he was trying to get her to be able to opine on fall itself, like in the injuries that she sustained. So I don't know. I'll throw it at him. So essentially, you guys just need me to tell him he's got to lean in more into the fact that these weren't superficial.
The ER doctor, that his doctor, I guess I'll have to point it out in closing, that what his doctor actually testified to, because people didn't grasp it. And if he has any other chance to bring it back up with another witness, he should.
But in my opinion, I think that
He's
if I
trying to
were
show
a
us
juror, I'm already fully off of the whole fake suicide thing.
Me
Oh
too.
yeah, that shit's ridiculous. Can
What
you
is
see the
this?
boat?
A sailboat?
is.
Or
No, it's
Wait,
the
what is-
Mayflower too.
No.
Margaret brought me over to It's the
No, it's not.
Mayflower
It's a
too.
remake of it or something.
Well, yeah, hence the two.
Oh,
Yeah. She brought me to Plymouth Rock, which is
wow.
not what you remember when we went to Italy and we were like, we should go see the Tower of Pisa.
Right.
And we went and we were like, wow,
Meh.
that is disappointing. That's what Plymouth
Don't
Rock's
do
like.
it,
It's
people.
more like a large pebble. You're thinking it's going to be some
I hope
substantial.
Margaret doesn't
like,
hear this. Oh,
oh
this
no,
place
like
is
that's
hooked
what
into-
no, Margaret, they all have the joke. It's their joke. They're like, oh, wait till you see the Plymouth Rock. It's not what you think it is. And I was like, wow, it's really not.
They landed on Plymouth Rock.
Yeah, so as you guys know, I'm sure, and I never know what they're showing. They pretty much show when he clears a courtroom, right? But yeah, so the Zoom issue is a thing. It's like they can't get rid of it. It's like
a PSA to everyone else.
It's like you're playing your own. You're playing your own shit in the background.
no, that was
that
me.
wasn't-
I accidentally.
Oh, that was you.
It was Dad's something on Dad's Instagram.
Yeah, we know.
Oh, you probably just got. Did you just get a notification that I?
Yeah, your comment reply.
Yeah. So what was the take? I jumped in on chat for a bit. What's your take on the doctor that just got off the stand?
I mean, I thought he did a
Condie.
good job. How was the jury?
I mean,
they were paying attention. What do you think, Cam?
well, I think, he could have. I've seen people respond to the Commonwealth in a way that's a little bit more effective. Just because he wasn't shutting as much stuff down as he could have. But I think overall, I feel like he did what he was supposed to do. But
Yeah, I said the same thing. Like while he was testifying, I was like, I can't tell if he's actually just agreeing with everything the Commonwealth says or he knows it to be true. And then there was one answer where he pushed back a little. I'm like, okay, so I guess he's pushing back when need be. But I was almost thinking, is he just saying yes?
Yeah, I mean, I think to things that were probably in the records that they were reflecting
Right, that
accurately or
warranted a
things that
yes.
he was completely having to speculate about because he never actually had words with Lindsay, what's he supposed to do beyond that? I mean, in terms of kind of explaining serotonin and, kind of getting into that information that I think would be helpful to a jury and trying to understand what went wrong here in her mind. I thought that he brought some value. Yeah, he wasn't certainly wasn't like a commanding presence on the stand. You know what I mean? He was like,
but I think
seemed
that
like a, go ahead, love.
Reddington also got a good point out of it though, because of the point he made that there's only one page about postpartum psychosis in the entire DSM, which I think that I'd imagine that would stick with the jury. Cause you're thinking, wow, how are any of these doctors supposed to help her when the DSM, I would guess probably
doesn't even acknowledge it's a thing.
Right.
It's crazy.
And that
I
they
can't get
have
over
to
that.
diagnose from the DSM. They have to.
I can't get over the fact that it's not in there. It's in there, like he said, it's listed as kind of like a subset under like MDD, major depressive disorder,
Yeah.
but it's not a standalone, which is fucking insane.
I've actually, when I took a psychology class, we looked through the DSM, and there's a lot of things that are just glossed over as a subsection of, oh, there's also this, but moving on now.
Right. Well, I mean, the fact that we're talking about like a hormonal imbalance that differentiates it from, I think, other types of depression, especially that fall under the category of major depressive disorder, it deserves its own. It deserves to be its own disorder. You know, I mean, it's like, but it's indicative. It's exactly the point. Like that tells you exactly how postpartum and depression and postpartum psychosis has been viewed forever. And like, let's not mince words. The fact of the matter is that it's always been male doctors.
I'll be right back.
You know, like DSMs 1 through 3, they're like, I don't know how many women they had chiming in, but you know, I mean, it's that witch shit. You know, it's like, this is a fucking witch hunt. It's ironic that it's being held in, you know, in the shadows of Salem, but it just is. It just is. And it's like, it's what's happening? And it's, you know, it's fucking annoying. And it's insulting, and it's outrageous. Like, that's, you know, I posted that thing on Insta yesterday, and like, any women coming back at me like I'm a misogynist, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, are you like completely ignorant to what's going on here, what this case is about? Like, I was very clear in that video, you know, like I'm like, look, there's we have an opportunity right now, right this second in this case, to take the horrors of this case and turn it into something positive for women's mental health. And it's like, women that are just ignoring that is just beyond me. I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
I would venture to guess that a majority of those comments came from people that clicked on the video, heard stop with the Patrick theories, and immediately got to commenting. They like, some people just won't hear you out, and that's, you know.
Trust me, I know. I live it.
Yeah.
Yeah. How you feeling?
I feel better.
Good.
I feel pretty good today.
Cam was a little under the weather for the past couple of days, so
yeah,
she came home from her apartment and had mommy nurse her back to health. So
yeah, I got pampered.
Yeah, good.
It was nice.
As you should.
So, what was the courtroom's reaction to the mortal sin comment?
Dave, real quick interruption, because I'm going to leave you guys again and go grab a drink. But I sent you research. The chat helped me too. Hopefully you have a chance to just tell him, did he think about requesting a mistrial with contingent upon a finding that the Commonwealth intentionally asked those questions in order to provoke the defendant into requesting a mistrial?
I mean, that was not some off the cuff shit.
Clearly.
You know, like that was a prepped question. And
check your email, check your text, and see.
It was outrageous. I couldn't, when it came out of her mouth, I could not keep my mouth shut in the court. You know how it is, like when we're sitting like observing a trial and some shit happens, you and I are always like, it's hard to shut up when you're in there as a lawyer. You're like, what the fuck? Like Sue O'Connell is sitting right next to me, and I'm like, holy shit, man. I'm like, this is insane. Like I don't know what's going on with these two women. Like I don't, like, that was obviously strategic that they selected those two women to try the case. And, you know, they wanted two women. It was appropriate for, you know, the fact pattern of this case. Because I usually think, you know, Mom and I's tactic was always probably the most effective in terms of having a male and a female. Yeah. Because, you know, it's not a good look to have like a fucking bully male lawyer going at a female witness that, you know, where it needs to be a delicate cross.
Yeah, it
You
wouldn't
know,
bode
just
well.
it just comes, yeah, it doesn't look good. You know, so but like these two look so fucking tone deaf.
Mhm.
And they just I'm just curious if the jury's picking up on their heart's not in it.
I think
You know what I mean?
I made that point today, and I also made it when they were crossing on, or when they were doing direct or redirect, it was on Patrick, is where you're losing the jury is you want the jury to see you as an advocate for these children, as someone who's fighting for these children. And when you're berating the children's grandmother and the children's father, you're not coming across as someone who has a ton of care for these children. I literally said it to the chat today. I was like, she's not fighting for the kids, she's fighting for Massachusetts. That's what she's doing. Like, there's no, and
100%.
she's constantly undermining the intelligence of the jury. Like, she literally thinks that they're just some simpletons that are going to be like, oh, that's what the prosecution said, I'm not going to think about that too much, that's just what they say is true, and that's how I'm going to feel.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's always the battle. All right, hold on. I have to show you this. Since you've never been to Boston or Plymouth Rock, I have to show you the Rock. All right, you ready? It's exciting.
Yeah.
Okay, ready? Here it is.
Wow.
You see it?
Wow. Yeah, I see it.
So
That's
the
riveting.
structure it's in is actually much larger than the rock itself.
I see that.
So it's, oh, you're the best. No, regular milk? No. I've got an intolerance for the milk. Power through it. Thanks, Margaret. There's the rock.
Yeah, that's exciting. I might need to come to Massachusetts just for that.
It's the cradle, you know, it's the cradle of the democracy. So it's like, me as a history buff, I love it. I love this area. I love Boston. I can't help but think when I'm walking around, like on the wharfs, like I'm having intrusive thoughts about like being part of the Boston Tea Party. Like, for real though, like I always have these weird, like, historical like fantasies in my brain when I'm walking around somewhere cool like that. But yeah,
You
Boston's
were
cool.
born in the
So
wrong generation.
I mean, I don't think so.
I
It
would've
seems like
liked
it
to
was hellish back
through it.
then. I don't know.
Hey, I think you need to like turn off your camera and then turn it back on, because you got some weird thing going on right now.
Can you see me at all?
It's frozen.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, like you're frozen on some frame of you sideways with your face elongated. It's super sus.
All right. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave and I'll come back in.
Okay. Don't end
That'll
it.
fix it. All right, I won't.
For anyone that doesn't know, we had an incident where my dad ended the live in the middle of the day. It was a real thing. Before he joins back, I wanted to go through some of my Venmos, which I haven't been good about doing this because mine tends to like lag. So I end up not really.
Is it fixed? It's fixed,
Yeah,
right?
but now the old you is in the corner still. I don't know if other people are seeing this.
The old me?
Like the still elongated you is in the corner of my screen.
Really?
Oh, there, I just got rid of you. I don't know if other people are seeing
yeah.
this or if that's like a thing. But
Yeah, I'm glad you got rid of the elongated bob. Long bob.
yeah, it was super weird. Super weird.
I couldn't see it, but I take your word for it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so essentially, I think what we have left is Laposata, and I don't think she's going to. Now, you didn't get to enjoy the wonder that is Dr. Laposata and the Karen Reed trial and 2.0. She's fabulous. I'm super disappointed she's not here live and in person, that she's on Zoom, because she's just great. She's like brilliant. She takes zero shit. You know, she's been doing, like, every lawyer's hired her because she knows her shit forwards and backwards. You know, I mean, she's testified tons and tons of times. Like, no one's going to waste any time, the Commonwealth, trying to hammer away at her creds. You know what I mean? She's
Right,
like,
yeah.
they know not to fuck with her on that. And that thing that we were talking about with Condie about like, hey, he really wasn't giving much pushback, or that might have been mom saying that, but like
No, that was me.
Laposata does not take any shit. Like if she disagrees, she just flat out comes out and fires, you know. But I think the judge really kind of limited what she's going to be able to testify to because she was a late disclosure. That's one of the problems. I think Condie might have been a late disclosure as well, and he was someone limited with respect to what he could talk about as well. You know, because I think Kevin really used Condie as more of a conduit for talking about bringing out kind of like the meds that were prescribed and how many of them and how they overlapped, as opposed to getting into psychologically what can that end up doing.
Right.
You know, because they didn't really even get into the concept of if they misdiagnosed or missed the fact that she had the manic episode after Dawson. And then they give her the Zoloft, like what kind of impact that's been known to have on certain people, you know, because that's the tricky thing with scripts is that they affect everybody differently. Like there is no, I mean, that's why there's always a laundry list of side effects. You know, some people have them, some people don't. You know, it's all dependent on how your brain is wired and in terms of how it's going to affect you. So, you know, he didn't really kind of get into the nuts and bolts of it. I thought it was kind of like a surface level examination, but I thought that there was information that got out in terms of descriptions of, you know, like what is serotonin, you know, like how does that work within the brain? What does that mean? I thought he fleshed that stuff out pretty well. So hopefully it has value. Just a lot of the people in the courtroom, like he didn't blow anybody's hair back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no. I could imagine.
Yeah.
So
you know, I mean, the jury was paying attention, which is all you can ask for. They didn't look enthralled. You know, like you get Laposata on the stand, and I have to think that probably 12 out of the 18 jurors watched Karen Reed, if not more. Like Karen Reed, when you get out here, and we're in Hull, so like it's not like we're in Canton, which is where the whole Reed thing went down. You know, we're like on an isthmus, which is kind of like a little peninsula a little bit. You know, we're surrounded by water on both sides, but it's connected. And like everyone has Karen Reed stories. Everyone. It really had such a profound impact on this area, that trial, those trials. It's like unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And it meant something to people. What?
We're expected to have Laposata if they figure out the Zoom issue today.
Yeah, so it's gonna be, if they can get the Zoom figured out, Laposata is gonna, I think, testify first when we get back from lunch, and then it'll be Zeizel. And Zeizel is gonna be great. Like people are just gonna like Zeizel because he's a very likable guy. Like in real life, you know, it's like I talk to him all the time, and he's just a genuinely nice person, and you immediately like him. You know what I mean? Like, you know, there's people that you talk to, he's got like kind eyes, you know, and he's just a nice person. So
he's a likable human being.
He's a very likable human being and very knowledgeable. So I think he'll be a good witness. You know, but I was talking to him last week, and he's like, yeah. He's like, you know, I'll be in and out. Like, I'm not going to be up there forever. It's like, but you know, that's how Kevin operates. You know, it's like, I don't know if you guys saw where Kevin was talking about when they were kind of bickering about who to bring up in lieu of Laposata because they had the Zoom issue, and they landed on Condie. And I think that they kind of revisited his motion to be able to use one of these witnesses that was a late disclosure. And I think he was one of them, like I said. And ultimately, you know, the judge let him on with some restrictions.
Yeah.
In terms of what he could and couldn't testify to. And you know, it kind of it left this like I don't even know if that was what his original testimony was supposed to be about. Condie. Like I feel like
It
there
was
was a
supposed
bit,
to be about the standard of care.
was that Condie?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like, all right, so that yeah, he had to pivot completely in terms of what he was testifying to. Because I was talking to Michael Bryan, and you know, I'm like, well, what'd you think? He's like, you know, it's okay. It's like he didn't really seem to know the records. I'm like, I thought he had pretty good recall. I mean, he had better recall than the people that treated Lindsay. There's no question about that. You know, like I just think it's one of those things where, you know, he kind of had to do it on the fly. He had reviewed all the records, and I mean, he didn't have to refer to the records a whole bunch of times.
Right.
You know,
You can also
in that sense, I thought he was good.
You can compare it to Tufts, who, I mean,
one of us is dinging. I don't know who's making that noise.
It might be me. I can see if I can do some sort of like do not disturb or something.
So, babe, I put up Jerba's comment because
You have to read it. I'm on my phone.
I'm about to, because it was something I talked on and wished that, and it's probably too late, but I wished that Reddington had done. Jerba said, I wish the defense would hammer more on why she wouldn't. I'm echoing through one of you guys. I don't know who wouldn't disclose.
Can't be me. I've got like a little thing
to her docs. All right, let me try. No, well, Cam's mic is off, so it's not her. So anyway, why she wouldn't disclose to her docs. I had intrusive thoughts for 3 years, telling a single soul, let alone my doc. I was terrified of what they would say. I would have wanted to hear, and I told the chat this already, that Reddington had followed up with that doctor to say, well, are you trained in psychiatry, psychology, mental health professionals to understand that people probably aren't telling you the full depth of their symptoms? Is that something you're trained to take into account? Because I'm assuming the answer would be yes. You know, I mean, he did get into some of the reasons why people don't, but I would have just liked to hear it delved into a little bit more. And then I also started to put up this comment because I know it'll make you feel happy before you.
Well,
have
I
to leave
don't
us.
think any, like, no one that's taken the stand are the heavy hitters.
Okay.
Like you said, Condie was a late disclosure, and he was supposed to be talking about the standard of care. Obviously, the judge didn't allow him to get into that aspect. So he ended up kind of like taking the pharmacological angle, you know, talking more about the meds. So,
and I wanted to read you, Jaded.
I think Spinelli's when we start getting into the heavy duty, the heavy hitters in terms of like those types of questions coming in, getting answered. Because I mean, Condie really scratched the surface with the psychosis. You know, like, oh, she complained of all those things. Yes, she did. You know, when Red kind of listed everything that she had complained of, and they're all consistent with PPD and PPP both. And he's like, yeah, but like he didn't really get into it. You know, it's like he asked the one question. What do you call it? The metaphorical unicorn in the corner, whatever he said.
Yeah. And I wanted to read you this because I know it'll make you happy. Jaded for Justice, and thanks for your generosity, says, I'm so proud because of your mental health show and this case. 3 local hospitals and 2 clinics, more to come, put PPD and PPS info on every restroom, and they tell new moms before discharge what to expect to find help. Way to go, DD. Well, yeah, I hope more places do that. That would be nice if the exposure of this case, you know, resulted in stuff like that.
Did you make the announcement about our private group? Because a lot of people are reaching out to me that they're having a very hard time finding it. I couldn't find it when you were asking me to go in and post yesterday. So just like let people know. I don't know. And did you also address the thing that we're doing? We are creating members only videos of our lives that are ad free for members, but we're going to have to run the ads for the non-members because we have to make a living.
Right.
So, because people are like,
How come
they
everything
shouldn't be seeing only one. They should be seeing one or the other.
they're seeing one in
So-
videos. The lives, these lives, this live, and every other live will remain in a live as a regular public live for the replay crew. But the members only can find a video of the same live that won't have commercials.
Did you read Melanie's Venmo to you?
I put it up because we were in the middle of something and like left it there for a while so everyone could see it.
It was very sweet.
Yeah.
She said,
It was very
you know,
thoughtful of Mel to send
Yeah.
her
she said,
cupcakes our way.
yeah, well, and she said, thank you for taking care of her cupcakes while she's on the flight. So it was very sweet. It was very, very sweet.
Yeah.
All right. So I don't know if you heard last night because you weren't on the live.
I was on a lot of
post-court-
it.
What? You weren't on any of my live last night. What are
I
you
was
talking about?
watching it, I mean.
Oh, well, that's not being
Sorry.
on it.
Right. Yes.
Oh, yeah, I know. I remember that part. I remember when you're like texting me, like while I'm trying to wrap it up. That was
No,
a
but
lot.
that all
That was
right.
so much.
You were wrong, though.
At any rate, my point being, I'm going to the Red Sox game tonight. So I don't know if you heard that or not.
I did,
what
but I
I've
promised
decided
the
I'm gonna
people you're gonna
do-
still do it, though.
I'm gonna do the best that I can from the car on the way to Boston.
From
for
the
game.
car. Why can't you do it when you get
Not the
back?
good car.
What? It's a baseball game, babe. I'm not gonna get home till like 11 o'clock at night. Got to be from the
Fine.
car.
Okay.
No one
from the
wants it at
car.
11 o'clock at night. It'll be fine as long as I have a signal. It's fine. But it's iffy. Yeah, it's like we had to get into Plymouth like proper in order to be able for me to have the signal.
Do you have both Motta girls on there right now?
I do. Kim's on there and Al.
Here's something for Kim.
Aw.
She was so impressed.
Oh, look.
Hi,
I'm
Margaret.
gonna bring this home.
Hi, Allie.
Hi.
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 Everybody.
Allie,
introduce
this is-
yourself.
This is for you, Allie. It's a lobster mood ring. I
Aw.
don't think
Oh.
you had one of those.
Food's
Definitely
always
not.
Good.
License plate for
Oh yeah, Bob.
Aw, that's sweet.
Wow. Yes.
What's all that commotion?
Major aircraft. It's major aircraft flying. They look like bombers.
Yeah, there's a Air Force Base
Oh, there
on
is?
Cape Cod. Yep, that's for you.
So did you guys see that wonderful thing? Look.
Yep.
No, that's oh wow.
I got in trouble for saying that joke the other day. Just
Did you show her the rock picture?
Dad joke.
Yeah, for sure.
The pebble. That's cute.
and then this is for you, also.
What is that?
This is like a good
Oh,
luck. This
I
is
love
if you live in Massachusetts, you usually wear one of
I'm
these.
totally wearing this.
Yeah. Okay. There you
You
go.
guys know I'll wear a bracelet. I'm not afraid of a bracelet. I love them.
He'll play like he lives in Massachusetts.
So if you don't know, Margaret,
Is he moving out? I don't know.
her wonderful husband, Aram, have taken me into their home and been like the most incredible host and hostesses that you could ever imagine. It's like above and beyond to have like this intruder in your home, and they're just so gracious and wonderful.
But he
Margaret's
fits
so-
right in, and the dog sleeps with him.
So it's
Crazy.
So I had to shut my door
I couldn't do
because
it.
I could tell Aram was a little bit hurt that poor B slept with me the night before. Because like usually when Aram goes up to bed, he's just like, oh, he'll go into his room. But like this night, we were all up early into bed, and he's like, hey, and it was kind of dark in my room. He's like, is there a little puppy in there? Is there a little doggy in your bed? I'm like, yeah, she's laying right here. He's like, oh. He's like, all right. He's like, come on, girl. He's like, come on. He's like, I'll bring her to my room. So like Aram's calling her. She's not moving. She does this, like she turns into like a gremlin a little bit. Mogwai, adorable Mogwai into gremlin, like immediately. Like it happened on one of my. It was
last night.
It happened last night on the live. Like Margaret was like side screen, and she tried to pick her up, and she, you know, it's ferocious out for as little as she is.
She didn't want to
It
leave you?
sounds like, well, she doesn't bite, but if you don't move your hands quickly, you will get nipped. You know, so like at any rate, I could tell Aaron wanted the pup sleeping with them. It would be like if
Nanook slept in some other room. I'd be like,
like
what is
Prater.
happening?
If Nanook, you know how Nanook loves Prater, right? Like his
Yeah.
Prater's super attentive, all that other shit. And like, you know, like Nook starts going and sleeping with it, we'd be like, what?
I'd be
What's
butthurt.
going on? Yeah, totally.
Kind of
So,
sad when Nanook starts licking my hand and going to
with
my
it.
room after you guys get back from vacation.
I'm okay with it. My husband is a little butthurt.
yeah, I've heard some truthful opinions from Margaret about Cora B. So, which I'm not going to repeat
babe,
on a live.
Stop. Just drop the whole thing.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh
He's
yeah.
talking out of school. I'm about to
Oh,
disconnect
yeah.
you. You're about to be gone.
Voted.
Oh,
Say
sorry.
bye to the
Sorry.
people.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna dip. We got to head back to the courthouse.
I'm gonna want to go look at the rock again.
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't? I love you guys so much.
Love you, babe. Don't forget,
Love
try
you.
to get word to. I mean, he's got his whatever. Maybe not.
Who?
Maybe let the man be.
Reddington?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you know how
About
it
the
is, Bay.
mistrial.
It's like I'm not trying to crawl up his ass.
I know, but a
You
real
know?
quick thing about mistrial contingent on him finding it was intentional.
All right. So when you're preparing for probably
Last thing I
No,
want
you're-
is some other lawyer giving me advice.
No,
and
well, but
trying to
beyond
end-
that, like you're preparing for cross examinations or direct in your head, and he doesn't like he's never reading off.
He's old school. He
a
seems
script.
very relaxed. I think he can
He's
handle
super
it.
relaxed. He's fucking.
Actually,
he's-
go do it.
He's the shit, dude. He's
Actually,
awesome.
yes, go do it. All right.
I love
you.
him so
Try
much.
to tell him. I think you should.
I
Tell him.
think I want to see if I can move into his house after I leave Margaret's place, become like an unofficial Reddington, because
All right. Say
like
goodbye to the
Patrick, his
people.
son's awesome too. All right, I love you guys so much. I
Love
miss
you.
so
Don't
very
end the
much.
stream.
You guys are crushing the game. I'm just gonna swipe up again. I'll just do
All
that
right.
there. There's
Bye,
like,
babe.
why do they
I
make it
told
so
him.
hard?
I told him the
to
same
figure-
thing.
All right. I'm
No, I
taking
know.
you out.
I'm
Goodbye. You're out.
terrified of it. Bye.
Bye.
Well,
Goodbye.
before Dad joined back,
Yeah.
I was telling the people that I was going to read my Venmos because I wasn't being good with that because of the thing where it was like they weren't popping up until later. So I wanted to read them now.
All right. Sounds
The
like a
ones
good
I've
idea.
got from today. So do I just read the first name so I don't do a whole thing, or
Yeah,
what do I
don't
do?
dox like I did. Or if they give their YouTube name, then you just read the YouTube name. But if you don't realize they gave the YouTube name until you give the first name, don't do both.
Well, I don't see any YouTube names here.
Okay.
So I think it's just. Okay, so wait, so I should do the full name or just the first?
No, just the first.
Okay. So Nancy says, sends money for college fund. Great commentary, young lady. Thank you so much. Again, you guys are so accepting of me and it means the world.
You're on the bottom and the top, girl. Double good.
I didn't do that.
I know. I'm just teasing. Go ahead.
Elaine sends money for gas and grub. That is, you guys probably know how it was. You're my age. This is technically my job in the interim because I was a babysitter, but I had to stop now since I'm so far away from her. So I'm looking to maybe start serving if I can't get a job directly through the school that's more related to what I want to do. But my main goal is to go through the school and get something through them.
In the industry. Yeah.
Yeah. But, that would be more of an internship. So we're going to see where it can go. Tara sent some money for pizza, which I'm in the big city. So there's pizza everywhere I go. So that's a good thing.
You're so cute.
Tiffany says, sends money for keep being an awesome and intelligent woman. You have a bright future. Thank you so much. I'll keep doing that. Jane says, I've got a great social justice story. Sent it to your mom on Insta. that is, yeah, like if you guys have,
Someone did send me something on Insta about a
yeah,
drink.
I'll have my mom send that over because I want to start making student films and I have some ideas, but I'd love your guys' ideas and any little insider info you have about stuff. That'd be great. And then Bonnie sends some money for college and says, our future at its best. Thank you so much. And thank you guys for thinking so highly of me.
Yeah, and just, do that thing where you comment, like, can't you respond to their Venmos? So if you're not
Yeah,
on a live?
I do that as well.
Oh, well, that's good.
I wanted to say I'm out here.
Very sweet. Karen De Pasquale or Pasquale. 5 Defense Diary memberships. Thank you so much. Very generous. Thanks, Jen. And Karen comes back so excited to finally catch a live at work. Shh. Okay, good thing we didn't say your last name. Actually, I did. Said all of it. Catch me if you can. TikTok. How's TikTok? All right, became a member. Welcome. Oh, family hug, as my husband likes to do. Gammy of 4 boys. I've been seeing you a lot, so thanks for your continued generosity. I'm glad he confirmed that doing blood work would help testing the thyroid since Tufts said it wouldn't. Yeah, a lot of you have pointed that out. And the Commonwealth was shut down regarding the dosage. Exactly. What do they just keep going? I love hearing Cam's point of view. Ah. I love hearing people love hearing my daughter's point of view. And I love hearing your point of view. Defense attorney Meow. I wonder if Lindsay Clancy was afraid of benzos because as an L&D nurse, she probably seen moms lose custody with a positive drug screen. It's possible. That makes sense. Thanks for your generosity. I needed this coffee. You missed the whole live this morning, Cam, but I got out of the shower, wrapped a towel around me, put on a sweatshirt, and drove Scout to school.
Has she been missing the bus, or you're just doing it out of the kindness of your heart?
No, I told her that's not happening. She missed the bus, and I thought I heard her leave and didn't. It was a whole thing. Bad momming. Robs, thanks. Jen, thanks. Oh, we did Jaded for Justice. Thanks. GB Packer fan. Do we know the exact date she started Zoloft? Buck says she only took, that's the ADA. She only took 7. She started mid-October. It was up October 19th and discontinue on 10/20. 7 taken is about right. I mean, and that's what we said. We don't know when she started. She's the common, like as Cam pointed out, like in one sentence, the Commonwealth wants to say she's not reliable. She's taking her meds like a crazy person. And the other one, oh, well, she would have taken 1 a day. So that's exactly gets us to 7 days. But we know she might not have started the day she picked it up. You pick it up too late in the night, maybe you don't take it that night. And then you got an extra to take too. So yeah, good point. But I do not know the exact date, but I know that your calculation is right because when he was saying it, I knew it. Should take more notes, like some little precious, wonderful child I know. That's you, Cam. The note. I said I should take more notes, like a little beautiful, precious child I know.
Oh, I was spacing out.
Critical thinker, Bob, Allie, Cam, thank you for helping me realize that I do, in fact, think like a normal person. Since Richard Allen, people have made me wonder. Yeah, no. And also, what is normal? Sleuthy investigates, hey, that rock is more impressive than the Commonwealth's case in chief. Bump. Good one. Margie says, let's see if jurors think an expert witness is as good on Zoom as in person.
I was actually going to say that as well. I was going to say that to Dad before he hopped off. But, I wonder.
For all everybody knew, I would still like in a towel on the bottom. today when I got on this equivalent to Zoom. And see if they apply that idea to telehealth appointments versus in-person visits. What were you going to say? I'm sorry, I cut you off. You said you were going to say that.
I just think that I wonder if someone is more compelling when you're actually hearing them in person.
Yeah. The Helen you know. And I think that's Swedish. From Sweden, but I could be wrong. I forget. Since PPP isn't included in the DSM, it was even more important for Lindsay to be seen by an experienced doctor who had encountered it before, not Tufts, which is exactly what Cam was saying earlier. It's yes, exactly.
And that's the thing. It wasn't even like all on Tufts that she didn't see it, because it's, you know, having little experience, your mind is going to go to the more obvious anxiety, depression, rather than the more difficult to diagnose, you know?
Yeah.
lost my
And she doesn't even diagnose postpartum. She's
Right.
got her a general anxiety, general depression.
Yeah.
Are you like dense, woman? And I have a special interest in postpartum, but I'm gonna ignore it altogether. I mean, literally ignore it altogether. So Catherine Smith says, Melanie. I'm assuming Mel's gone by now. But I know she saw you guys' chats. But yes, K Shred is doing his thing. The ADA Shining Twins are floundering. The mortal sin comment buried them. Cam, you are so smart. My daughter will turn 20 in September. Oh, and she's got that sad face because we all wish we could keep our little kids little. Like, I want you to go. I always said, like, when you're growing up, I wish I just had like a little rewind button. Just like I could just rewind you for a little bit. I'll put you right back. I won't like make you do it all again. But like, but I don't want to tell Cam that I miss her too much because then I'll make her homesick. So I'm so excited for your next adventures. Living Storywide member for 28 months. Oh, gee. Cam, your dad has my 411. Reach out for biz info.
I actually saw this comment when it was going by, but I definitely will. And as I was saying, on that note, anyone who has, any insider info or things
well, now you have tell them about your YouTube page, because can't they message you on there or put something on your community?
Yeah.
Or
I'll
type it in and comment too.
Either YouTube, I don't know if there's like a YouTube DM or like you could post it on the board, or I'm not super good with YouTube, but I also you could like Insta DM me, but my plan is to start doing student films and posting them on my YouTube channel. So, my whole thing is wanting to do the untold stories. So if there's stuff that you know about that you think needs to see the light of day and it didn't, I would love to look into it, because that's the type of stuff I want to start making. And I plan on doing one student film per semester. So I'd love some ideas. So
all right, so stick in the chat your YouTube channel and your Insta handle, and I'll put it up there. So thanks, Living Story Worlds. Mrs. Bucket, member for 4 months. Thanks for your continued support. I wish you all the best for your future career. Say thanks, Cam.
Oh, thank you.
I knew you were half listening. So, oh, good. Perfect. Answer to Shanta's question. What's Cam's YouTube channel? Best wishes. Coming right at you, Shanta. Seek, ask, and ye shall receive.
Okay. I just sent it in the chat.
Okay. Oh, I got it. Wait, did I get it? What'd I do with it? Is it up? No. There it is. Okay, so your Insta is just your name, Cameron Motta.
Yeah.
And YouTube, see what she did there? Camcorder Studio. And
which was actually tell you about Camcorder.
Right.
Yeah, that was my brother's nickname for me when I was a kid. he would always call me camcorder. And when I was younger, you know, like 6, I thought it meant like cam quarter, as in 25 cents. And then
Rand out.
yeah, here's my little quarter there. But yeah, so then I sent like the family group chat the name, and I think originally I had chose like Cam's lens, and then my brother's like, what are you doing? Why is it not camcorder? And then I was like, you're right, and I changed it. And he was like, by the way, you have to give me like 10% of all profits you ever make in your life, because that was my idea.
He was, of course, kidding.
Obviously.
I'm going to edit this. Go to the next comment. I'm going to edit this banner to have your Insta and your YouTube.
Okay, I'm looking where we're at. Verona Q says, whether she was honest or compliant with treatment doesn't relate to all, or whether she is criminally responsible or not. Why harp on this? I've seen a couple people make that point, and we talked about it a little bit. You know, being honest or not honest, as you're saying, doesn't correlate to whether or not she's criminally responsible for the crimes that took place. You know, like it doesn't correlate, and they're really just doing it so the jury can have a bad taste in their mouth of like, wow, she was lying to her providers, you know. But yeah, I agree that they shouldn't harp on it. Thank you as well. We have a couple jewels. Thank you guys for those. Shanta says Bow Girl's size on cross are on purpose as well. Yeah, she's performative, that one. You know, I think she's just in over her head, and she's like, you know, she thinks that she's doing her big one, and it's not landing at all.
I mean, but apparently she, like, you know, she handles major crimes. This is what she does. So I don't know what the hell is going on with these people.
I mean, or it's just cases that aren't looked at so closely where she doesn't have to be as effective, because most of the time a jury's going to say guilty.
Yes,
you know, how much work we don't know how much work she's really been having to put in. But this is like a whole different thing, you know?
Yeah. I forget where is Shanta's comment? What time is it?
Bottom.
You went to the way bottom?
Yeah, I thought
what time is Shanta's? Oh no, that's up higher. All right, let me go there. $11. Huh. Okay.
You'll see it if you just keep
I got it. Yeah. Did you thank Jillian and Mama B and Kit Kat?
I did.
Did we get Veronica?
I think is something happening in the...
No, it's like...
Oh, that's the little...
They're playing... Yeah, remember how I said sometimes Court TV like plays other stuff?
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're not going to come back for like 15 minutes.
I was like, what is that? Is that Karen Reed? Oh, I thought maybe it was it's Tupac. What?
Oh, yeah, what's going on with the Tupac thing?
I don't know. We're sorry, guys. We're going to just check.
Seeing Tupac there in the middle, along with Suge Knight, and they are running away. Tupac, that.
Is that footage of the day Tupac was killed?
What it says.
What was this, like 20 years ago? 30?
All right, what we're seeing now is a fight that happened between Orlando Anderson, and that is who the prosecution says was involved in this, was the trigger person. He is deceased. We're seeing Tupac there in the middle, along with Suge Knight, and they are running away from this altercation that happened. This is a situation where the prosecution says that Keefe Davis was angry over the disrespect in this fight, that it was something that should not have happened. And that's when they decided that this was the moment. This was a good reason for them to go after Tupac Shakur, to hunt him down, to drive up next to the vehicle that he was in and open fire. So this video is huge for the prosecution. And if you can't tell, Tupac Shakur is there in the middle with that button-down shirt, walking really.
Yeah.
I think that, are you up to date on this? Because some people were saying that the trial came back.
What?
Oh.
I'm up to date. Let me go back.
And that they were there for, but then in the casino there, we're seeing this altercation that happened. And trying to see exactly,
I thought,
if they are replaying the same thing, because we are seeing different angles, it seems, of this exit out of this venue. And it does seem like.
What were you gonna say? I thought Tupac was still alive. Wasn't that Tupac that was supposed to be still alive? Or am I mixing him up with somebody else?
I think there's rumors of all of them still being alive. But I think Tupac was one of the big ones that.
I think your brother used to say Tupac was still
alive.
alive.
I was gonna say that.
So, I mean, how can we have this trial? Tupac's out there. He's hanging with Elvis.
People were saying they saw Epstein down the street a couple of days ago. So who knows?
Is that for real?
You didn't hear about the Palm Beach Pete thing?
Yeah, there was another one.
No, I just meant Palm Beach Pete.
Oh, I thought you meant like it happened again.
I was
referring to that. Yeah. I know you get that from me. That's my move. That's my move. The exaggeration move. That's
hyperbole.
Mine. Hyperbole. I love it. That's my move. I want to watch a little bit more.
Like they are showing the same thing. There were so many people around for this fight. But again, this fight, not the scene of the crime. This is the motive that prosecutors say is why Keefe Davis would have wanted Tupac Shakur.
Would have wanted. Yeah, of course. Yeah, he would have wanted.
Shakur dead, that he
It's
didn't like.
I mean, I don't know.
In the world, he's one of two people.
Take this down.
He's either a person.
Oh wow.
But that's just to show that we're. Oh shit.
Yeah, they're.
Well, now I want to hear again. Wait.
Living on the fame of killed by priests to be left with. Listen, here's the motive. Here's what happened, and here's his words, by the way, of everything he's saying about how he's been living on the fame of killing Tupac and getting away with it. You should not let him get away with it. So I think this video is.
Yeah, I was trying. Sorry.
That the Tupac trial was current. Like you could flash over to that. Not.
Oh well, we only have 10 minutes. Should I? I don't know that I can.
I mean, it's not necessary, but I think they were just telling us.
Yeah, trial's going on right now. I haven't been following at all. And I know maybe Mel has been able to kind of do both. I mean, she's a rock star. I'm done with the trial day. And then I'm like, meh, no. But it's like, please tell me they're not just piecing some bullshit together on a story, on a narrative, that this has got to be the guy because there was this fight. So...
I mean, there's got to be some sort of new information.
Some evidence, maybe, other than like, these guys got in a fight. I don't know. You can look at the chat to see what they're responding. I'll keep going through. So I think that I don't remember reading Veronica.
Someone apparently. No, I read that.
Oh, okay. Somebody apparently what?
They've been saying this guy wrote a book about how he killed Tupac, I guess.
I mean, there's some hyperbole. Who's going to really admit to killing somebody?
It's actually happened. I think it's literally went like, it's been a huge thing where they had to stop using rappers' words as testimony because like some guy, I think it was like YNW Melly wrote Murder on My Mind and then actually got convicted of the murder of the guy he was singing about.
actually got convicted or got charged?
Convicted. I'm 90%. But like he actually, like, from the facts of the case, I would say they might have done the right thing there. But I'm saying, but the song definitely made them look into him.
Yeah, people, stop singing your crimes. Okay, just don't sing them. So Kelly Durazio Healy says,
no, I'm completely wrong. He's awaiting a retrial on
because they said they couldn't use his lyrics, right?
Yeah, it was a hung jury.
Oh, it was a hung jury. Okay. So Kelly Durazio Healy says, as a mother of a bright 20-year-old girl, I just want to say your girl is very bright and an amazing advocate for this topic. You should be very proud. And I am.
Thank you.
I love you, Cam.
I love you too.
What's to say?
Like blood or BLLD.
Okay. Bulled. My wife had SI after childbirth. She had her birth control removed immediately. I can't find any info Lindsay Clancy was on it or not, like throwing gas on fire. Yeah, and I think that was what was touched on today about like the hormones and the birth control, because birth control does trick your body. I mean, I kind of think everyone, at least women, know that's how birth control works, like tricking your body into thinking you're pregnant, and that way you're not producing the eggs anymore. So yeah, it's a really good point, and thanks for your generosity. Let's see how it goes. 46 says LC Lindsay Clancy literally said to Joe Latta in her messages that that's the weird thing. She wasn't tired at all. That's what I thought. Like a sign of bipolar disorder. Yeah, sign of mania. Yep. Jody P69, thank you, gifting a membership. Kelly coming at us with the jewel. And I put this up when Nitka Ditka, Bob would love that name, put it up the first time, or posted this the first time, week 1, 5 days, 6 day, 2 pills, 7 pills altogether. Right. That could be it too. Or maybe I did another one that did a similar kind of counting. Thanks, Lee. The gobbledygook of the Commonwealth. Love it. We watched Lindsay Clancy lose her mind. I mean, we've all seen it. Like Bob said, it's not up for debate. The only person who is unclear about it is the prosecutor, both prosecutors. I think there's no one else in that courtroom that does not think that she was suffering under a severe mental health disorder, mental disease or defect. The anxiety was so high she could not follow a plan because she could not track. Right. Mama Loca. I might have read this. I saw a psychiatrist for postpartum depression. Every appointment was in person except COVID. And they were all talk therapy. He would only do 30-minute appointments when I was very stable. The idea is driving me crazy. This idea is driving me crazy. Yeah. It's the prosecution is living in their own bubble. The virtual juror says, you revised your affidavit for these proceedings because the Commonwealth made him. Sure, let's just leave that hanging there. Yeah, I think you're right. Like because of the change in the testimony that he was going to have to no longer be doing just the standard of care, he had to revise his affidavit. So good point. Really good point. And that's why it takes a village. Thank you, virtual juror. Meg's salad on. Meg salad on.
I think it's Megzladon. Megzladon.
Oh, say it again.
Megzladon.
Thanks, Cameron. Gifted 5 DD memberships. Thank you for your generosity. Thanks, Colleen. Shelly. She likes Texas. Gifted 20 DD memberships. Well, thanks for your generosity and welcome to all the new members. Got some Just Earthbound and KK Don and Mrs. Burnt Bubsy. And Mortal Sinner. Man, you guys are quick with the names. Thanks for the jewels. Charles, oh, I did put this up before. Right, so maybe we're no, we're not done. Skipoleniency. No. Skipoleniency. I don't know. New member. Sorry, I'm a butcher. I need Cameron back. Going with the triple M trifecta of coverage. Mel Barrett, Melanie Little, and the Mottas. All right. Love it.
I would assume it's Ski Pole Nancy.
Oh, Ski Pole Nancy. Oh,
what did you say?
Skipoleniency. Skipoleniency. I don't know what I said. I'm serious. My brain is literally. And Skip Pole Nancy is back. Ski Pole Nancy is back. Hope you love skiing. It's a wonderful sport. Thank you for your generosity.
It's a great time.
I might have read this. Nola RN. Cheers to Cameron feeling better. Thank you. E-Chase and Mortal Sinner again with and Luna and Mushroom and Jenny with the jewels. Thank you. Case law you were looking for, Commonwealth v. Edwards. I don't know if that's one. If I came back and grabbed that one. I found a bunch of stuff. Who knows if he'll even use it. If it's something that he's going to think about maybe overnight, maybe I'll look into that one a little more too. Maybe that's a better idea, is to tell Bob to talk to him about it overnight. It would probably lose. I love giving myself busy work. He's one man doing everything, although he does have a lawyer for his son who might be able to do it. I don't know. But thank you. Mama Cass, KT, 1,500 jewels. A bubble heart. Sounds like a lot, so thank you very, very much. I love the jewels. GLHF, Tuesday. Ugby. Ugby. What'd you say?
Ugby. It's probably just they put their name as Tuesday and then it automatically filtered in some random stuff unless it's not.
I don't think. Why is it 8EE? But you know what? Thank you. You're amazing. And it is Tuesday. So legally guilty, factually innocent. All right. New member. Welcome.
Family hugs.
That's about as confusing as this case is, perfectly honest. Family hugs is right. I think this was one I looked at. And here was the thing, guys. Like when I originally put the whole double jeopardy thing, it was a lot more involved in Karen Reed, because it also dealt with the jurors, I think, and it also dealt with the fact that they had a case that was, I thought, that they could not prove, that there was insufficient evidence to support the cause. So some of the cases were overlapping, but I thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that. Hiccups. Tony Bailey gifted 5 memberships. Thanks for your generosity and welcome to those 5 members. Melanie and KM Mac, thanks for the jewels. Holly Johnson coming in hot. If you would like my partner to share his struggles with his daughter's mental illness, it's an eye-opening story. He has led many SOS survivors of meetings and has a psychiatrist background. I'm like, can't even talk. He's been in therapy since his daughter's death in 2013. We would love that. We do have a continuing, I don't know what you call it, series, I guess, YouTube series, a Mental Health Awareness Day that we're doing for where everybody is sharing their stories. You can share via voicemail, an email, and or actually come on with us. Although on the next one, we're starting with the voicemails and the emails because we didn't get to any of those in the last one. And we also have I guess I should put the link back up, the Defense Diaries mental health support group that everyone, I guess, has been having trouble finding. It's like, I don't know why. And I think Tracy sent me a text that she pinned it somewhere. And I should actually have it pinned in the comments. Well, I'll put it up in a minute if I'll remember. Lori Jane, thank you. Staffy B, member for 10 months. I'm with Allie. Ignore the jewels unless a big one. I'm saying their names. I'm doing something, but I get you. Trial Addict. Piney Woods Law and Crime. Did it.
Good
Nailed
job.
it. The Massachusetts cases and those I did see, those were all correct. I was actually reading Oregon v. Kennedy when you sent that. So I greatly appreciate that. You're on point. You are on point. Kathy McGrath and Kathy again. Very generous. Thank you. Jennifer and Catherine Genovese, 10th, new member. Welcome. Welcome, Family Hub. Yep. Trial Addict Exoneree. Thank you. Holly Johnson, member for 14 months. Mental illness is real and the Commonwealth is clueless. Yes. My partner's daughter struggled. Over $1 million out of pocket in mental care. Sadly, he still lost her at 20 years old to self-harm. That is just devastating. Wow, just really trying to get the best help he can. Oh, geez. Oh, your hair looks so beautiful today. Look at you. Okay, Cameron.
I just did a little blow dry after my shower, but actually I wanted to cut in and say a couple more of the ones I got.
Okay, go ahead.
There was one that I saw that did put a YouTube name, so I want to make sure that I do that one correctly. Okay, so Thorn PhD on YouTube.
Okay, I know the name.
Sent $100, and she says, cool career ahead as a documentary filmmaker. An idea, find students who are part of the foster care system who are now in college at your university. That is a great idea and something I would absolutely like. That's right up my alley. So that's definitely a good idea.
Oh shit, sorry. I don't have it live. I paused it. It must be, we must have trial, must be coming back. Oh no, yep. We got the courtroom up. No one's in there yet, but go ahead, keep going, Cam.
Okay. Thank you so much for your generosity and your ideas. I love that. And I want more like them. Hope also sends some money for pizza. Beautiful young lady, just like your mom. I think first day that I came on, I told you guys that that's like my favorite compliment because I love being told I just look just like my beautiful mom.
Oh, well, actually, I love being told you look like me because then if I look like you, whew, I'm doing all right.
Nanette sends 50 for your wise beyond your years. We need empathetic people like you advocating to address mental health treatment. Here's some pizza money for you. Thank you so much. And yeah, I think that it's really important to have people in my generation and young people, even though, and I think it's because we are very in tune with mental health. You know, the younger generation tends to do pretty good with that. And I think it's good to share that, you know, as much as you can.
Yep.
And then Lynna, I believe it is, Lynna, says, really love you and your thoughts. Your parents have raised such a special human. I get emotional watching you with your parents. Reminds me so much of my parents before my mom passed of breast cancer. Well, I'm so sorry for your loss, and it makes me really happy that you could find some sort of memory in them through me and my parents, because I've heard a lot of you say that it's really touching to you, me and my parents' relationship, and I'm really happy that that's touching to you guys.
I'm starting to think you might not be feeling well and need to come back and get pampered again.
I think
it's gonna be soon. You're gonna be full in class, and we're not gonna be able to do it. You might as well just drive over here. I don't know what you're doing.
Well, I have I put all of my 5 classes Monday through Wednesday, so I have long weekends every weekend. So
yeah, for the hunter, her boyfriend. That is. You want to go? You want me to go?
No, I'm done.
Okay. Angela Anders Books gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. And so did Glamasu's. Thank you for your generosity. The virtual juror says, and this is from this morning when yelling was happening, Allie yells, get over it. Love y'all. Mean it. I turned my headphone volume down even lower so that hopefully when I'm yelling, I'm not yelling as loud. I don't know, Cam, were you watching? Was I yelling like really loud or like normal loud?
I was so I rewatched the whole day while I was getting ready this morning, and it's not loud to me, but I'd imagine if you're on a TV. But that being said, like, the Mottas are not a quiet family by any means. So if you want to find a whisperer, you might not be in the right place.
She'll tell you this, it's not performative.
Yeah, we are. Like, if you guys were a fly on the wall, like, Dad talks about it all the time. He wants us to do a live of one of our family game nights because we are insane and not normal and screaming at each other,
but not yelling at each other.
No,
right?
But we're having fun, and it's very loud fun.
Right. Like, we could be yelling something goofy about, like, my answer's right because, and it's like, you're not giving.
They don't think we're at each other's throats out here. But.
Sounds like we're throwing down.
I just had one more pop in. Robin says, when are you and your dad and grandpa making a Gacy documentary? I would be interested, but I think the work that my dad did on Gacy was so good that I don't even need to. And also, on another note, my grandpa literally despises talking about Gacy. He despises that man. And he also, I think it's tough for him because he's, looking back.
My life meant more than just that.
Yeah. He doesn't like his whole career equates to just Gacy because he hated Gacy so much. And what did he call him? A bastard or something like that. And
no, it was something else. Dad knows.
Something harsher.
I'm sure if you pay attention to the regular chat, one of our people who are like Defense Diary podcast followers and has listened to Buried Inside the John Wayne Gacy investigation, which, by the way, before the newest documentaries were Bob trying to get his help and his story. Gosh, I hope I'm going to remember where I'm at.
Counsel, we all set?
Yes.
All right, ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Welcome, Kaylee, Bob, and Ashley here. Family hug. Thanks, Alison. Thanks, Lori. Thank you. Got it. Thanks on top.
They seem to have the faith in us.
Sub Rosa, member for 6 months, wishing Big Red a good blow day today. Oh, I got Laposata working. All right.
Who are those other people?
Where?
There's 3 on the Zoom.
Wait, I gotta take that one banner off. How do I take that one off?
Which one, the big one?
Yeah, I can't figure out where that one is. It's not there.
Yeah, I don't see it.
So weird.
All rise, please, your attenders.
It's putting them both at the same time. That's so weird.
That's right.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, I think we got everything fixed. Thanks for your patience. The next witness that's going to testify is going to be testify either by Zoom or teleconference, as you can see. I just want to tell you, this witness will be under oath, and you can consider her testimony the same as if she was testifying here live. Okay? All right. Mr. Reddington.
Yes, thank you.
May I swear her in?
Yes.
Dr. Laposata, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Counsel.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Can you hear me?
You're a little echoey, but I can hear you.
Okay, I'm just standing in the corner here so that everybody can hear you. Tell us your name and spell your last name.
Dr. Elizabeth Laposata, Laposata.
And fair to say that you have some issues that require you to speak to us today by Zoom rather than appearing in person as you intended to do. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Tell us what you do for work, Doctor.
Well, I'm a medical doctor, board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. So I have an active practice in forensic pathology where I review cases to understand how people get injured or how people die.
And how can you tell us your educational background?
Certainly. I graduated from Bucknell University in 1975, cum laude with honors in biology. I went to University of Maryland School of Medicine, where I graduated with an MD degree in 1979. I did my 2 years internship at Johns Hopkins Hospital in anatomic pathology, which is the study of diseases of the body. Then I trained in St. Louis, Missouri, with a fellowship in forensic pathology, which is understanding causes of death and how trauma affects the body.
Do you hold any board certifications or any licensures in that field, Doctor?
Yes, in 1983, excuse me, I sat for my board exams and became board certified diplomat of the American Board of Pathology in anatomic and forensic pathology.
And tell us your work history, if you would, please.
Certainly, since I became board certified in 1983, I've had faculty positions in St. Louis University School of Medicine, where I also was the assistant medical examiner for the city of St. Louis. I then moved to Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, where I ran the autopsy service at the hospital at the University of Pennsylvania. Had a faculty appointment there, a research lab, and I taught forensic pathology to medical students. I was also a City of Philadelphia medical examiner. After that, I was a assistant medical examiner for the state of Delaware. And in 1993, I was selected to be chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island, which was a position I held until 2005, when I started my independent consulting practice.
So you've been an independent consultant, testifying in courts and working on cases since 2005?
I mean, she actually is.
At my own business, yes, and certainly testifying on cases before that as medical examiners employed for the city of St. Louis,
I was about to
the
make
city of Philadelphia, and the state of Delaware, and the state of Rhode Island.
Okay, and now you're independent on your own, as it were, correct?
I am, as it were, yes.
Now, did I reach out to
It
you
is.
on the case of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy and ask if you would help us out by looking at the discovery of the case?
Yes, you did.
And you're here to testify today. Can you tell the jurors what you actually reviewed as a basis of your opinion for your testimony?
Certainly. I reviewed medical records, and I have a list here on Dawson Clancy. I reviewed the Office of the Medical Examiner entire file. I reviewed his EMS reports, his terminal hospitalization, the Duxbury Police supplemental narrative, Duxbury Police narrative, and his pediatric South Shore healthcare medical records.
Could I just interrupt you for a minute? I apologize.
Sure.
Just in the interest of time, rather than going through every single, let me ask it this way. Did you look at police,
Okay.
Did you look at police reports?
Yes.
Did you look at grand jury minutes?
Yes.
Did you look at medical records for Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what medical records you looked at?
For Dawson Clancy?
No, for Lindsay.
I looked
No, not Dawson. For Lindsay Clancy.
Oh, yes, I looked at her South Shore medical records when she was admitted on the evening of January 24th. I looked at her Brigham and Women's Hospital records, photographs that were taken of her and published in her hospital records. I looked at the Department of State Police Crime Laboratory Toxicology report, crime scene photos of the bedroom, the outside of the house, crime scene photos, approximately 500 of them, grand jury proceedings, and photographs of the round exercise band.
How about medical records? Did you review medical records pertinent to Lindsay and her treatment by healthcare providers in 2022 into 2023?
Yes.
Can you tell us what records you looked at?
Well, I looked at her records from the post-injury records from South Shore Hospital, where she was first transported after she was found in the backyard of her house. And then I looked at her hospital records where she was transferred from South Shore Hospital to Brigham and Women's Hospital.
Excellent. Doctor, in the course of preparing for your testimony here, did I direct you to a gentleman, Mr. Drake, and ask him for help putting together a little diagram to illustrate your testimony?
Yes, you did. Mr. Jeffrey Drake Graphics.
Yes.
Under my direction, we put together some illustrations.
And Your Honor, we all know what it is. Could I argue this now?
If you want to, is there any objection?
It's the prior
Other-
questions.
Yeah, so same ruling, that may be admitted. Do you want to pass out those?
Sure, that'd be great.
Yeah.
I think he said he had one for every juror. The judge.
Copies of what was just introduced as the exhibit. It's just so you can kind of follow along with the testimony. At the end, I'm going to ask you to pass it back to the courts.
He's already more captivating than the other witnesses. I thought that was bad. That was you, Pam, commenting on someone calling it Little Bo Peep.
All set?
Yes, I think so. Thank you. Now, Doctor, first of all, you made reference to Dawson Clancy, and you had a chance to review medical records and photographs and autopsy reports on Dawson Clancy?
Yes, on Dawson, Cora, and Callan.
All three, okay, three of the children. One of the questions that I have is that of the photographs, the autopsy photographs that you
Sprague,
would...
could you want to take that? It might be just kind of confusing with that better. Then we can go back, when we get back to the charts, we can do that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The autopsy photographs, did you have a chance to review those, Doctor?
Yes, I did.
And in your extensive experience, have you had a chance to see autopsy photographs of young children, infants, adults, people being examined prior to an autopsy and of course during an autopsy?
Oh, yes, many, many, many.
Now, my question simply is, did you notice on the autopsy photographs of the children what, let's say, have been referred to as bruises to this jury? Have you seen, are you aware of that testimony?
Yes, there were bruises consistent with active children jumping and running.
And how about medical treatment and procedure? Did you make any observations, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause? For example, on the infant's head, bruising on the head, what appears to be bruising.
Is that Patrick?
Yes, on Callan, when he was in the hospital, and there are even photographs of him in the hospital, he had EKG or EEG, electroencephalogram, monitoring devices attached to his head so the doctors could follow his brain waves. And they are little round cup-like things, and so where they were attached, actually on both sides of his head, they did leave a small little brown kind of parallel mark, little lines there that were from medical treatment for monitoring his brain waves. He also had many puncture wounds and evidence of medical treatment in that way.
And did you also notice that there would appear to be on occasion fluid that might be mistaken for a bruise?
That's possible, yes. If there is some liquid fluid that's a little blood tinged, you could see it on the surface of the skin, and there would be something you could wipe off.
So, for example, Doctor, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty on the photographs of the infant that show what you say were the couplet marks on the area of the skull, they don't come from anybody squeezing, beating, pushing, or causing any injury to that child, in your opinion. Is that correct?
No, absolutely not, no.
Doctor, you also had a chance to review the medical records of Lindsay Clancy when she went to the South Shore Hospital and then subsequently went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you don't have to get into detail. We've heard it a number of times, but there were injuries to her left wrist, her right wrist, her neck. Is that correct?
Yes, there were sharp force injuries to those areas.
And in your practice as a pathologist, have you had occasion over the years and over the many cases that you have had involvement with to observe self-inflicted wounds to a person's wrist or their neck in the course of a suicide attempt?
Oh, many times.
And can you tell the jury, to your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, as to the nature of these injuries, and are they consistent with somebody trying, in your opinion, trying to kill themselves?
Sustained.
So you would agree that there's an injury to the left wrist, injury to the right wrist, that's a sharp incised wound. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, they're cutting type wounds made by a sharp object such as a knife.
Okay. And how about the neck? Did that penetrate the fascia or did that penetrate the skin? To what degree?
Yes, there were also linear, superficial incised wounds to her neck, and there were several of them, and one or two of them went deeper. There was bleeding also from the wounds on her wrist, and there were numerous attempts at cutting the skin, which we call hesitation marks, which are a classic finding in suicide attempts. And they did, those incisions did cut in through the skin and cut blood vessels that were under the skin. And you can also tell from looking at the photos of Lindsay taken in the hospital when she was first admitted, and also when the photograph of the bedroom, her bedroom, you could see there was significant bloodshed event from those cutting injuries.
Now, did she also sustain an injury to her neck from your review of the medical records?
Yes.
Can you tell us what type of injury, and if we could, and if it assists the jury with you, you can make reference to the pages of the little report and the diagrams, page 4, 5, and 6, and tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, let's see, so are we?
All right, Bob just confirmed that is the tech guy sitting right now with Lindsay, not his son. That is the tech guy, not Patrick. He's putting the images up on the monitor. So we were mistaken, guys. It is the tech guy, and he's putting the images up on the monitor. I do want to say, I thought it was, I don't know what the prosecutor was doing when Reddington said, let me finish, because that's the way it's supposed to work. I always thought it was like ridiculous. Like when the defense wants to object and it's clear like that the prosecution's literally about to say something that should never be said in front of the jury. And the judge says, you got to let him finish his question. So Reddington's right that he gets to finish his question. And then she turned and said no with a big smile on her face. I don't know who she was talking to. You know, it's like maybe she was talking to the person next to her. To us, it did kind of look like she's looking over at the jury like no, with a big smile on her face. But all right, so
why is she not allowed to answer whether or not in her professional opinion
with suicide? I think it's the way he asked it, because they can't say what her, as he said, was it consistent with someone who was trying to kill themselves kind of question, as opposed to, are these injuries consistent with those you have observed, you know, in such other cases? But I think he might even allow an objection there. I think they're kind of like thinking of it like it's the ultimate conclusion, which it's not. Like an expert can't opine on the quote ultimate conclusion. But here, the ultimate conclusion is not whether this woman's attempted suicide was a serious, legitimate, consistent with suicide. You know, that's not the ultimate issue. I think the judge is making the wrong call, but it could be sorry, I got distracted by the chat because I don't know, everyone's talking about rude comments. I don't know. Just so you know,
people are just saying for us to
keep it going.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna be clear. The person sitting next to Lindsay Clancy is not his son. It is the tech guy. He is putting the images up. So when it shifts from Laposata to an image, that's the tech guy doing that. So he's sitting at a computer that allows him to do that there. I will hit play. Give me one more second. The other thing is we are very big. This is not an echo chamber. We let everyone have their opinion here and we don't attack people for it. And we just don't, we're just not rude. Just no, you know, abusive type. You can disagree, just disagree nicely, you know. Okay, I'm going back, people. Here we go. Here we go.
Okay, let's see, so are
I'm going to go back a little more because I missed.
You can make reference to the pages of the little report and the diagrams, page 4, 5, and 6. And tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, let's see, so are we ready to look at number 4?
Sure, yep, start off with 4.
Okay, so.
Just so you know, I think that's the first page that you have, so just.
Yes, that's right. Yes, page 4 is actually page 1. Yes, so what we have here is to show you how Lindsay was injured. And I got this from the scene photographs, from all her medical history, and my knowledge and training, understanding how injuries happen to the body. So if we look at the left-hand side of this panel, we see a depiction of the back side of the house, and the top window on the second floor is open. That's where she would have put her palms down on the windowsill and put her head out and precipitated down to fall on the hard frozen ground. During her fall, head first, she had cuts on her wrists which were bleeding, and her coming head down on the side of that building would then transfer some of that blood onto the side of the building, which was found in the scene photographs. She then hits really head first, and as her body descends that 13 or 14 feet. And if you look at the so she really did a free fall dive head first. Then if you look on the right upper 2 diagrams that just show a skull, this illustrates the forces then that were applied to Lindsay's head from hitting the ground and then her head bending a little bit. And what she got from that is what we call a characteristic burst fracture or a Jefferson fracture. And this is a fracture that we see with people who hit their head on, like if they've taken a dive into a swimming pool and they hit their head on the bottom. It's a classic finding in people who have energy applied to the falling head. And what it does is that it takes the first cervical vertebrae, which kind of looks like a donut, as you see up there in the middle, and it squashes it. The base of the skull then squashes that. And then like a donut, it kind of spreads it out. And she had 1, 2, 3, 4, so 6 or 7 fractures of that cervical vertebrae. Number 1, the ring of that. And the fractures I have pointed to there with arrows. So that is called the characteristic Jefferson fracture from hitting your head, the top of your head, in a dive first position. So you could also describe it as a bursting type fracture. But you don't get any spinal cord injury from that because the area, the hole in the middle is pretty big. So it just crushes down on the sides and fractures the ring around the spinal cord. So that tells me immediately that she landed head first and went down the window, went down head first. Then the energy is transmitted then from her head down her vertebral body, down the bony spine. And that then fractured and compressed C1, the lower right-hand panel there, puts that cervical vertebral body in the context of the rest of her skeleton. The left upper hand, we see her jaw, and then the C1 is pointed out there, and there are little springs there to indicate they were squished and compressed together and fractured.
Now, looking at the next page, which would be 5, does that assist us in looking at the illustration of the injury to the spine?
Yeah, so this is after her head hits, so she gets her head first, then there is some flexion of her body, and the energy from the impact is transmitted down her vertebral column. And what that did was it crushed the number of her thoracic vertebrae or vertebrae in the chest area and actually made thoracic vertebral body T5 be compressed and move over the top of the lower vertebrae, and that is what injured her spinal cord. In the right-hand panel there, the yellow tube coming down is the spinal cord, and the T thoracic vertebral 5 and 6 is pictured there, and you can see that her whole spinal column was compressed and it moved forward and out of place, causing her spinal cord injury. There were also injuries that are indicated by little red stars there, and those are fractures of the transverse processes of the cervical vertebrae. So when they were compressed, the areas where the joints are between the vertebrae were compressed and fractured those transverse processes. So she had a bending injury, and she also had a right posterior rib injury. You can see on the left-hand panel, her shoulders are also hitting the ground, and that caused a fracture of the right first rib in the back, and the flexion of her neck also damaged her thyroid gland and some of her voice box cartilages.
And if we look at panel page 6, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yes, this is the final resting position of Lindsay's body. It's documenting all the materials I reviewed that are on the left-hand side. So she is lying down on hard, frozen ground. Her clothing is wet. She has on indoor clothing. The time that this occurred, it was dark and no sun. The temperature was in the low 30s. So she is going to be at risk of her body temperature going down, lying on that cold ground. In addition to, now that her thoracic chest spine is fractured, that has totally disrupted the thermal regulation of the bottom half of her body.
Okay, people, attention out there in like the body temperature's wrong, Patrick did it world. Here is your explanation. The body temperature is not wrong. Looping backwards.
Thoracic chest spine is fractured. That has totally disrupted the thermal regulation of the bottom half of her body. So she is going to lose heat from the lower half of her body and to approach ambient temperature. So there she is lying there on the ground. Then if we go to the right side of that, this is a scene photograph showing the area where Lindsay's body landed. You can see on the right at the base area, there is some medical debris from the EMS emergency treatment. Then circled in or put in a red square is a little bit of snow that has some blood on it, which would correspond to her position lying down as we see it in the left-hand side there.
And sorry, go ahead.
Okay, then the last bit here is a X-ray of Lindsay, which was taken in early February after she had surgical stabilization of her fractured spine. So this is looking at the side of her, and you can see the hardware, which they look like little golf tees going to the left side. So this is the surgical metal hardware that was placed in her spine to open up and align her spine to try to preserve any function that was still available.
Now, doctor, when she went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, were you reviewing the medical records and able to discern that she actually coded as a result of her injuries?
Yes, she did. She was in spinal shock and hypothermia and her heart did stop.
And did you observe that there were, and I quote, massive blood transfusions to treat her at Brigham and Women's?
Yeah, she lost a lot of blood around the muscles that hold the spine up because that was so damaged. So her hemoglobin and hematocrit and her red blood cell level was very low on admission.
And the final question I had, Doctor, is as it relates to the records, it showed that she had a core body temperature of 82 degrees as opposed to 98.6, which we're accustomed to. Can you tell the jury, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, what does that mean and how did that happen? I mean, that's pretty low.
Yes, that is low. That's like, 16 degrees below normal. And so her low body temperature came from lying on the hard frozen ground, which would be 32 degrees frozen ground. She had wet clothing on. So wet clothing is going to transmit the body heat into the atmosphere quicker than dry clothing.
Hey guys, is this the first time we're hearing about wet clothing? And do we know why she had on wet clothing? All right, I'll watch the chat.
She had wet clothing on. So wet clothing is going to transmit the body heat into the atmosphere quicker than dry clothing. It was indoor clothes. She didn't have a big parka on. There was no sun at that time to keep her body temperature up. The ambient or the air temperature was around 30 degrees. She has a thin body. And also, most importantly, because of that thoracic spinal cord transection, she lost the ability to control her body temperature below that level. So that means all her blood vessels just dilate and they just lose heat to the atmosphere.
Thank you very much, sir.
Attorney Sprague?
All right, the obvious, blood and snow. I didn't know if they were saying like she got out there with, I don't know what I was thinking.
Dr. Laposata?
Thanks, Pat.
Yes.
You were head of the Rhode Island Office of the Chief Medical Examiner when it was cited for 10 violations and unsafe conditions, correct?
Yes, the unsafe condition was a light bulb out in a hallway, a computer in a hallway, and a few other minor things. I was very happy to have the safety inspection.
Right, those were the unsafe conditions, but there were also 10 other violations, correct?
They were minimal. I don't recall them. It was 20 years ago.
You didn't treat Miss Clancy, correct?
Wow, guys. Wow. You were the head when the light bulbs were out. Oh, no one believe a word this light bulb destroyer has to say. I don't know. Doesn't respect a light bulb. Sorry. Okay.
It was 20 years ago.
You didn't treat Miss Clancy, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't examine her yourself, correct?
Correct.
Now, you talked about a Jefferson fracture and or a C1 burst fracture and how it can be from hitting the top of your head, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it also true that you can sustain a burst fracture by hitting the back of your head or the top of your shoulders as well?
No.
You say that she fell from 13 feet from the windowsill onto her head, the top of her head, correct? Onto the frozen ground?
Yes.
And you're saying that she fell with such force that she burst her C1 vertebrae and then broke other vertebrae in her back and broke ribs, correct?
Yes, just the force of a free-falling body, yes.
Okay, but she had no injuries to her head, correct?
I'm sure she had bruising to her scalp under her hair.
You're sure?
She did not have a skull fracture.
Right, she didn't have a skull fracture, correct?
Yes.
She didn't have any cuts or things that needed sutures, correct?
Well, her she needed sutures in the cutting wounds on her wrist.
Well, we're talking about her head right now. She didn't need any sutures on her head, correct?
Correct.
She didn't have any large dents in her head, correct?
Large dents? What do you mean?
From hitting the frozen ground head first, there were no dents or bumps or sutures required on her head, correct?
Her scalp was intact. The forces were transmitted to C1.
So through her head.
A very common finding when you go head first and hit your head.
So hitting the frozen ground, the icy frozen ground, not a bump or scratch or scrape on her top of her head. And then within her head, there was no brain bleed, there was no hemorrhage.
Wait a minute. A man in Massachusetts can be just ran over by a large SUV, struck by a car, and not have a bruise, a dent, a scratch on him. But
her spine absorbed all the impact, which is why it exploded.
She says, a very common injury. Like, no one, it's like, sorry, lady, but no one's listening to what you say right now. They're trusting Laposata. I feel confident in that.
What about that light bulb, though?
I know. Thanks, Cam.
Top of her head, and then within her head, there was no brain bleed, there was no hemorrhaging, there was no injury into her brain itself. Nothing showed up on the CT scans, correct?
Correct. Her brain was fine. Her skull was fine. I'm sure she probably had some scalp bruising under her hair.
You're sure because that goes along with what you're guessing at how the fall happened, correct? You can't be sure because you didn't see the head, correct? You say you're sure, but you didn't see her head.
She's sure because she's a medical expert.
I saw the medical records and I examined all of those. I'm sure she had some bruise on the top of her head to the backside, as I showed in my diagram number 4. I'm sure there was some bruising on her scalp under her hair, but that was not a major concern at the time she was taken into the hospital.
You keep saying you're sure there were bruises, that you're sure that there was this or that that's not shown in any photographs or medical evidence. So you're not sure, are you? You're assuming.
No, I'm sure.
Okay. Let me show you some photographs here.
Excuse me. No,
let me show you. I'm asking the questions. Let me show you some photographs here. Let me show you some photographs of the defendant that were taken at the hospital of her head. Show them.
I should have sent them to her ahead of time.
I mean, whatever you want, we'll do it.
Showing you here, photo of the top of the defendant's head. No.
Yes, I see that.
Cuts, no swelling, correct?
No.
Oh, we just see her hair.
There's no blood on the white sheet, correct?
Wait, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you just asked me.
There's no blood on that very white sheet, correct?
Well, I don't see what's under her head, but that's not relevant to understanding that she did fall head first.
Okay, so you're saying she fell head first from 13 feet onto hard frozen ground and had no visible injuries to the exterior of her head?
Yes.
And you're saying that she...
Excuse me, I'm
It was a yes or no question, doctor.
Listen, hold on. Doctor, listen to the question, answer the question, and then we'll just go from there. Go ahead. Ms. Sprague, if you want to re-ask that question.
Doctor, yes or no, she fell to the ground, frozen ground, and then had no apparent injury to the exterior of her head, correct?
No.
Correct.
And she fell head first to the frozen ground and with enough force to break several vertebrae in her ribs, but did not have a skull fracture, a brain bleed, or anything else, any other type of injury to her head, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Move to put the photographs we were just showing into evidence.
Any objection? All right, they may be admitted.
He should have objected because there's no foundation. She should have introduced him during her case in chief. Ugh.
Doctor, in your report that you provided to defense counsel, you also talked about the strangulation of the children, correct?
I did.
And in your report, you wrote that it would have taken 5 to 10 seconds for unconsciousness to occur, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall testifying previously in state of Rhode Island versus...
I'm just going to pause real quick because I don't believe that Reddington got into that on his direct. So I don't know why he's not objecting to outside of the scope. He only asked about bruises. He did not ask about this. So...
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall testifying previously in state of Rhode Island versus Kimberly Fry, case number W1/2010-0413A? Do you recall testifying previously in that case?
No, I don't.
Let me refresh your memory. It was a woman who had killed her 8-year-old daughter by asphyxia, and you testified.
Oh, yes, manual strangulation, yes.
Yeah, so ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay. And so you testified back in 2011 in that case, and you were asked if you have a very complete compression, strike that. You were asked.
Oh, really? Now, what was she actually asked?
Unconsciousness due to oxygenation can occur within 10 to 20 seconds. And you said if you have a very complete compression of the blood vessels of the neck, you can become unconscious within 10 to 20 seconds. And then you were asked, I'm just saying hypothetically, just strangulation alone is 10 to 20 seconds. And you said if it is effectively and continuously applied, like in a lateral vascular neck restraint, most times there's a struggle going on, so you can't quite get that. So in that case there, you didn't testify that it was 5 to 10 seconds. You testified that it was 10 to 20 seconds, and that if there's any struggling, it could be longer, correct?
Yes, but that case was...
Well, that was a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no question.
All right,
Defense can follow up.
hold on. She's answered the question, and then we'll have a redirect if counsel would like to.
Well, I don't remember
Hold on,
what
Doctor.
I said.
Why don't you, Doctor,
Sorry.
wait for a question.
You were also asked in that same trial, Doctor, the question put to you in that trial was, but once that unconsciousness set in, you agree with me that there had to have been a consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions of the chest for 2 to 3 more minutes continuously while the child was unconscious, correct? And you answered, I think that's a fair statement. And the question was, you said that before yourself, correct? And you answered yes. And then the question was, I'm asking your opinion. And you said, the question was, after Condie became unconscious, after 2 to 3 minutes of continuous application of one of those 3, and you answered correct. Is that right?
I have no memory of that. I'm sure you're reading it correctly.
Well, you have memory of your medical knowledge, correct?
Sure, I have memory of my medical knowledge.
And so at that point in time, in 2011, you testified that you would have to strangle someone 10 to 20 seconds at least to unconsciousness, and then you would have to continue to strangle them for 2 to 3 minutes for death to occur. And you said correct. Is that still your medical knowledge?
That's a different case. That was not ligature, that was a manual.
So either way, you're talking about the compression of the neck causing a loss of oxygen and blood, correct?
She's answered.
Yeah, I'll allow this question. Go ahead.
Yeah, there are many ways that can occur, and the way the pressure is applied is very important in understanding how long it takes to become unconscious. These are the children here were the victims of what we call ligature strangulation. The Fry case that's coming back to me a little now, that was a manual strangulation and also a body compression, which is a totally different type of asphyxia.
I mean, you were asked about that in that case, and you were asked, but once unconsciousness has set in, you agree with me that there has to be consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions for 2 to 3 minutes more, and you answered correct. So not all three, you said either one of those could cause death after 3 minutes, correct?
Yeah, just if you could rephrase that question.
You were asked, but once unconsciousness set in, you agree with me that there had to have been consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions of the chest for 2 to 3 minutes more continuously while they're unconscious. And you said, I think that's a fair statement. So that's what you said, correct?
No, yes, in order to become dead, brain dead, you need, the physiology is that you become unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds, and then you're unconscious, but that's not dead. Then that continued constriction of the blood flow has to be still continuously applied for the brain to die.
Correct. So
that is what happens, and that's what happened to the Clancy children. The ligatures were wrapped around, they went unconscious in 5 to 10, maybe 20 seconds, probably less than 20 seconds because it was a ligature, not a manual strangulation. So it was immediately compressed, unconsciousness within 10 seconds, and then death within 5 to 10 minutes after that.
With continuous pressure. With continuous pressure around the neck.
Yes, because this is a ligature strangulation.
Thank you.
Not manual.
Okay, so when you're talking about ligature strangulation as opposed to manual strangulation, tell us in your mind what that means.
Well, they're very, very different. Manual strangulation means that somebody's used their hand and they've pressed either side of the neck. Okay? That the hand is manual strangulation. Strangulation means that you have stopped the blood flow that comes out of your brain, and the carotid artery continues to pump oxygenated blood into your brain, but it can't drain out through the jugular veins. So with continuous pressure, then the blood can't get in because it can't flow out. It's kind of like stopping up a pipe. And then so you go unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds, but then with continued pressure, your brain dies. So the difference between manual and ligature is that manual can be kind of an off and on thing. You may you have a jugular vein on either side of your neck. So if you're using a hand, you might compress one greater than the other. You might let go. The person that you're trying to strangle may struggle and remove your hand a little bit. So it's a very different sequence of events to end up with brain death and asphyxia. Whereas wrapping a round loop resistance band, which is a ligature, immediately compresses those vessels. There's no coming off, there's no putting back on. So it's a very complete, one-time, immediate, non-varying compression with those exercise bands ligature, which causes unconsciousness effectively within 4 to 10 seconds.
And in reference to the manual strangulation, where generally somebody would use their hands and perhaps press with their thumbs, that has a very common, that you see many times, fracture of what's called the hyoid bone, correct?
Yes, that can happen. Absolutely. A little U-shaped bone up underneath the jaw. So they both cause brain death from lack of oxygen to the brain. But the way they get there, it's leading up to that, is a totally different pathophysiologic process.
So when counsel went through the Rhode Island case, whatever that name was, and was reading from a transcript and asking you questions about the time that...
Okay, a couple people in chat noticed this, and I did too. When Commonwealth is talking about the pressure that needs to be applied after unconsciousness, would that pressure not be applied by the knot that was made by Lindsay and not by Lindsay herself?
That's what I'm waiting. I keep hoping that that's what he's about to get to. Like,
Right,
I'm waiting for Dr. Laposata to say, and then because the bands weren't removed, that's the continuous pressure. Like, I need them to say it. Like, I'm sitting here with bated breath, waiting for someone to say it.
The picture that the Commonwealth is trying to pose is that Lindsay's sitting there like this for 10 minutes over each child, when I don't think that was the case based on the facts.
Right.
But we'll see if they get into it.
I mean, I would hope that he or she says it. Like, I'm sitting here waiting for them to say it, and I don't know that it's been fully explained to the point where they say, and the ligatures were not removed until after the police arrived. So that would be the continuous pressure that, like, I feel like they need to say it. Yes, Pat had to untie them. Yeah.
Counsel went through the Rhode Island case, whatever that name was, and was reading from a transcript and asking you questions about the time that person through manual strangulation, and then she made reference to suffocation, she made reference to strangulation, she made reference to compression of the chest. That has nothing to do, in your opinion, with the ligature strangulation. Is that correct?
It's a totally different mechanism of injury.
Thank you. Sprague.
Doctor, as you said a few moments ago, the ligature causes unconsciousness, and then the pressure has to continuously be applied for several minutes to cause death, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Anything further?
Yes.
On the ligature, doctor, and we discussed this, is the ligature, does that require a person to stand over the body and continuously apply pressure to the ligature, or walk away leaving the ligature?
No, in this case, these were elastic round loops, like that were put around, somewhat tightly, pinching the skin. You could see little lines where the skin was pinched, and it just stays there. So it's a immediate compression of those tubular veins, staying there, and then death occurs minutes later.
Thank you.
Finally. That's it. No, you're done.
Doctor, did you see these exercise bands?
Yes.
And you know that they're one long line with a handle on each end, correct?
Right, and they're round. They're a cylinder.
Right.
They're not like a flat band.
And you know they were wrapped around each child's neck and pulled to strangle them, correct?
Well, they were wrapped several times, firmly enough around the neck to close off the jugular veins.
And you're not aware, there's been no testimony, no evidence, nothing showing that they were knotted and left there, correct? They weren't tied in a knot and left around their necks, according to any of the evidence, correct?
Yes.
The important part to me is they were wrapped several times, and then whether it had a bow or not would not really be important. It was secure and wrapped around the neck several times.
There you go.
Right. It doesn't even matter, but I swear I saw photos.
Yeah, I can tell that from the...
So here's the point of all this. So everything like that you just said before, and the chat was saying that they're like, well, yeah, the ligature stayed on. The Commonwealth did not think that she established that. Hence, they never really kept pushing it. And I don't think that it got established. So Reddington might be jumping to the conclusion of thinking he's established something that technically he hadn't. Because like I said, I was waiting with bated breath for the finish of the sentence. That continued pressure was accomplished by the bands not being removed. They were on there firmly. Clearly, the Commonwealth thought they had wrapped it up with a bow. that she was standing there. Like you said, are they trying to say she's standing there for 5 to 10 minutes? Because now they're like all up in arms, like trying to disprove what she's saying. So yeah, we're about
I imagine the knot. Like, I swear we saw photos of the bands laying on the floor when the police came and they were still knotted.
I don't
Or am
know.
I making that
Or is
up?
that a TikTok thing? Because I did see
Oh.
something on that TikTok machine, like people saying, see the knot this girlfriend twisted in her while she was running a marathon? That's the same knot that was in the, well, we're about to find out. So let's see, because I definitely recall that Patrick had to remove the bands from all of the children. Lindsay is really holding it together today a lot better than before. It's probably where am I? Okay, let's go.
And it was secure and wrapped around the neck several times. Yeah, I can tell that from the appearance of the skin on the neck that goes up.
Lady, they were untied at that point. Look at her.
The band, doctor, wrapped around the child's neck several times and then left there. I guess you can't see it from where you are, but it just fell apart. It didn't stay in a circle.
Because it's not wrapped around something.
Are you a fucking idiot?
Yeah, I sort of saw what you did, so.
Ah, she said, I sort of saw what you did. So this is a fucking joke. We're in a courtroom, lady. I'll try not to yell so much. We're in a courtroom, lady. You don't just like, are you kidding me right now? Put your neck in there. Just put your neck in there. Let's just try this out and see how long it stays without you pulling it off, or, you know, once you're.
But you also have to assume that the children, their body is laying on top of it, which would create, it's not just gonna, oh, there it went. It's wrapped around and they're laying on their backs, or whichever way they were laying.
But did you see how I just put it in a circle and it just boop? Oh my gosh.
Oh, did you see that? Did you know that bands actually can't strangle people by themselves? Did you know that?
I mean, she says so. Laposata, so.
But it just fell apart. It didn't stay in a circle.
She thinks she made a point.
Yeah, I sort of saw what you did, so.
What was that?
I said, I saw that.
You saw it. So it was left there and it fell apart, correct?
Yeah, what you just did, sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Please go back.
All right. All right. Thank you, Doctor.
Reddington? What the fuck did he leave us like that for?
I was going to see you just for a second.
Sometimes I think that he thinks everyone sees what he sees. Like, why didn't he ask her? But that wouldn't happen when someone's neck is in it. I mean, I guess he thought it was so ridiculous he didn't have to follow up, but I feel like he should have.
Yeah, I think he could have, but I think that Reddington doesn't underestimate the intelligence of the jury. He just he lets them look at how, like, let me not object and let you watch how this blabbering woman messes herself up.
I still think he should have stood up and made a joke of it. I understand your point, but
I'm just going to ask you a very quick break.
Yeah, I get your point.
And we'll bring you right back in. We'll call the next witness. Okay?
All right.
Thank you.
So get the equipment down. We'll come right back out. We'll take the next witness. Okay?
Thank you.
oh, it's like frustrating as shit.
All right, please, your center.
All right, so this is the guy. He's going to tell us all the things that Lindsay said. And I answer all the questions of all the naysayers. I mean, she really felt like she made a point. Just like it just came undone, right?
No, that was weird. I'm questioning her intelligence.
Yes. Yes. Preach.
As a juror, I'm like, wait.
Are you stupid, lady?
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
This is the record being returned back to the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, Jury Reddington.
Thank you. Call Dr. Paul Zeizel, please.
What happened is you solemnly swear that the testimony that you should get to the jury and that you are having between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right, good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon. Wait, I got to pull this chat up. Damn it, it's going to get past me. But someone was doing the time on if it's 10 minutes for each kid, you know, where does that get us? All right, I can't find it now, but you're all saying the same thing, okay? And I agree with Cameron wholeheartedly. We are now the only person's intelligence that we are questioning is hers.
Your last name for the record, please.
Good afternoon. Paul Zeizel, Zeizel.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And briefly, what's the difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist?
A psychiatrist goes to 4 years of medical school and does a residency in a specific field in medicine. A psychologist goes to graduate school, generally 4 years, and gets a PhD or a Psy.D, Doctor of Psychology, in psychology. The difference in terms of clinical practice, psychologists are trained very extensively in counseling, testing, interpretation of testing, and that then continues to various treatment modalities, working with children, adolescents, couples, families, and it can extend beyond that. Neuropsych testing, issues of guardianship, child custody cases, and there are many variants in that. So psychologists are in the domain of treatment, testing, and evaluation of mental health conditions.
Can psychologists prescribe medication?
Generally, no, but the Department of Defense will allow psychologists in the military and overseas to sometimes prescribe medication, but 99% of psychologists do not have prescription privileges.
As far as the testing that you referenced, what is it you referring to regarding testing?
So there's testing across various domains. If a person comes in with, let's say, concerns about intellectual functioning for a child, they would have a perhaps school psychologist or educational psychologist who would do testing on cognitive levels of functioning, or neuropsych testing, or testing that deals with issues of ADD, attention deficit disorder, or ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. There's other testing that would include, for example, forensic testing. That's the integration of mental health and the law. That requires a psychologist to know about the different types of forensic testing issues that might be there. So this would often be things that would be pertaining to deception, malingering, personality assessment, and sometimes sociopathy, or what's known in the DSM-5 TR, which you've heard about, antisocial personality disorder. In addition, as I briefly mentioned, guardianship, conservatorship, custody issues with parenting, risk assessments for certain jobs that individuals might have, working for government and top secret positions, police officers, military as well.
So, for example, some of the testing, what is the MMPI?
So, yes, it's called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, and there are various iterations. There's MMPI 3, there's the RF. Some are focused on forensic assessment. It is a test that is been around since the 1940s, that was originally used to determine a sample the size of white men going into the military who would be good leaders. Today, the sample is based on a much more diversified population, including women and different racial ethnicities, and it's divided into two parts. One part has what we call a validity and reliability scale and a lie scale. Validity.
The lie scale, is that also referred to as the K scale?
Yes, it could be considered part of the K scale, and it's whether someone is being dishonest with the test, but it will change slightly because people on some tests, psychological tests, will want to come across as faking good. Some people will want to come across as faking bad. Faking good would be a mother whose children were taken away. She would like to get them back, so she wants to come across as the healthiest person there is. Conversely, faking bad is someone seeking a, let's say, a workman's compensation claim, and they may have a tendency to exaggerate the nature of their injuries.
So in this case, for example, forget about workman's comp. Let's talk about a murder charge. If a defendant submits to a psychological test, such as the MMPI, and the interpretation by a psychologist of the results of that test, if the person wanted to pretend that they were suffering from a disease or defect, would that test ostensibly be able to tell the psychologist that?
Yes.
Was it MMPI administered by the government's doctors in this case to Lindsay?
Yes.
Did that have a K scale as to whether or not she was lying or exaggerating or malingering or trying to fake that she had some disease or defect?
Yes, it had a K scale.
And what were the results of the government's doctors' tests on the Minnesota multifaceted personality as it relates to the K scale?
Objection.
No.
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
No, he relied on it, and experts can talk about what they relied on. I mean, experts can.
Already, if I'm a juror, I'm looking at that objection and saying, if you don't want me knowing the answer, then I know the answer, which you're
Right,
not
see
allowed
what
to
your
do as a
own
juror,
expert said. Oh my goodness.
all that's telling me is that you know that he's about to say that she was not lying. I don't think she realizes how she comes across. You know, she's when she's objecting to stuff like that, you're bringing more attention to it.
So
Dad said there's a bat loose in the courtroom. Does he mean that metaphorically or literally?
What did Dad say? What'd you say? I'm sorry.
I pinned it right there.
Well, I was looking at the federal rules. There's a bat loose in the courtroom.
Does that mean everyone's going crazy, or he means literally?
I would ask him. I think he means literally. So I'm looking at now this is the federal rules of evidence, but most states follow it. I probably should have just pulled Massachusetts, but whatever. An expert may base an opinion on facts or data in the case that the expert has been made aware of or personally observed. If experts in the particular field would reasonably rely on those kind of facts or data informing the opinion on the subject, they need not be admissible for the opinion to be admitted, but if the facts and data would otherwise be inadmissible, the proponent of the opinion may disclose them to the jury only if their probative value in helping the jury evaluate the opinion substantially outweighs their prejudicial effect. So, let's see. I guess I should pull up Massachusetts rule, Mass Rule 703, just to see if it's the same. Unlike the federal rule, it requires facts or data underlying the opinion must be inadmissibly and independently admissible in evidence, even if they're not actually admitted at trial. Oh boy, it's a different rule in Massachusetts, people. The facts, opinion, data of a particular case upon which an expert witness bases an opinion or inference may be those perceived by or made known to the witness at or before the hearing. These include A, facts observed by the witness or otherwise in the witness's direct knowledge, B, evidence already in the record, or that will be presented during the course of the proceedings. That might be going on here in their rebuttal. So, which facts may be assumed to be true in question put to the witness, or C, facts or data not in evidence if the facts or data are independently admissible in evidence and are a permissible basis for an expert to consider in formulating an opinion. However, in a criminal case, a prosecution's expert opinion may not depend on testimonial hearsay unless the declarant is unavailable and the defendant had a prior opportunity for cross-examination of the declarant. So that part's not at issue here. Permits opinions based. Well, let's see what happens.
So, Doctor, let me just, as we say, lead you a little bit. Yes or no answers would be fine. Were you aware that a test was administered by the government's doctor, I think it was Dr. Helbrin, to Lindsay Clancy in the course of the government's evaluation?
Yes.
And did you consider the results and the interpretation of that test as part of your opinion for this jury?
Yes.
And to that extent, as you discuss whether or not somebody is faking or somebody is exaggerating, do you have an opinion based upon your review of the discovery in the case to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy, in the course of that evaluation, was malingering or lying or exaggerating?
Yes, I do.
Tell the jury.
My opinion in the testing of Ms. Clancy regarding the MMPI was that
Objection.
Just the doctor, do your opinion, doctor.
she was not faking. There was no evidence of any malingering. She presented as an honest citizen.
Okay. Now, regarding your background, I may have jumped the gun. Tell us.
I'm going to go just back to Cameron's point. The jury is like, you sneaky, shady so-and-sos don't want him to tell us that your own damn testing revealed she was honest, sincere citizen, and there was no malingering, meaning no faking. And they see it, like Cameron says, they keep underestimating the intelligence of the jury. Were you going to say anything else before I hit play, love?
Nope.
Okay. Let me just go back.
Now, regarding your background, I may have jumped the gun. Tell us briefly what your educational background is.
I have a bachelor's degree from Queens College. I have a master's degree from Harvard University and a doctorate in clinical psychology from William James College.
And your career spans how many years, sir?
I've been licensed for 37 years.
And would you consider yourself to be a forensic psychologist?
Yes, I do.
And as you indicated, that's the interface between medicine and law. Is that correct? Forensic?
And mental health and law, yes.
Mental health and law, okay. In this case, your experience obviously is something somebody has to evaluate. Can you tell us your history as a psychologist? In other words, your experience that you've had in the field.
Yes. Well, in the field, I have, as a forensic psychologist, been involved in over 1,000 cases, testifying for both the Commonwealth as well as for Respondents' Counsel. I testify more for respondents or defendants these days. I've been qualified in every court in the Commonwealth, with the exception of Nantucket, because I've not done any cases in Nantucket County. I have a small private practice. I have done work with governmental agencies, a psychologist for the DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration, and I've worked as a federal contractor, as a vendor overseas for the State Department in Afghanistan.
How long were you in Afghanistan?
I was in Afghanistan from November 2007 to roughly mid-February 2011.
Wow.
So for that 4-year period while you were in Afghanistan, what was the nature of your work?
The nature of my work was basically the equivalent through the military, the analogies with the military as a combat psychologist. I was embedded in the field. I would do evaluations for what we call critical incident debriefings, and when there would be multinational forces, and in Afghanistan it was the ISAF coalition, International Security Assistance Forces. That would be countries that were deployed over there: England, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, Portugal, Romania, Bulgaria, Australia, New Zealand, a total of 38 countries. I could go on, but I'm not going to. And I'd be loaned to various countries in different parts of the country to do debriefings after a critical incident, which would be what's called a TIC, T-I-C, troops in combat. I'd fly out, usually on a helicopter, do the debriefings of the people who survived those attacks, engaged in those attacks, and ensure that they were stable enough to continue and, if you will, fit for duty. I would also do evaluations on violence assessments, individuals who had problems maintaining their ability to function safely in a war zone where everyone carries at least one weapon, usually two, to ensure that they were able to be healthy for their work. And I would do various types of training and debriefing. I was also loaned out to other governmental agencies, the U.S. Marshals, the FBI, the CIA, and with each of those agencies, there would be various issues that were necessary: people getting hurt, people killing individuals who attack them. And when that occurs, as one would imagine, there's great trauma that goes with that. And these people were not necessarily negatively impacted in the moment, but we would make sure that they were healthy enough to continue their work. If need be, if they were psychologically impaired, I would be involved in helping get them sent over back to Europe, to Landstuhl, Germany, sometimes to Dubai, and help with individuals who suffered themselves with issues back in the United States. So I would have to do death notifications with the military. I would help with issues of conflict with other soldiers and contractors and agencies, dealing with all the issues that one might expect could come up in various parts of a war zone. I was often sent to what are called FOBs. Those are forward observation bases, generally about 100 people, more or less, in those bases, multi-international. And I was also sent to COPs, COPs, combat outposts, very remote, in the middle of nowhere, on mountainsides where you walk up goat trails just to get to where your small bases. And the billets were often cots and tents that were erected on rocks and no electricity, quite remote. And I was on many, many dismounted patrols with the belief that having a psychologist or someone psychologically trained to deal with what it's like to be in a war zone would be therapeutic, if not therapeutic, explainable, and helpful. I did many of those events.
At some point, did I ask you to become involved to some degree in this case, Doctor?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury when that was?
I received a phone call from Attorney Reddington late in the evening on February 3rd, 2023. It was late because I was already in bed sleeping and the phone rang. It was about 11:30.
And without getting into the details, did I advise you that I was representing a young woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy and that she was severely injured and she was in a hospital?
Yes.
As a result of that, what did you do?
That next morning, I went to Brigham and Women's Hospital, went to the front desk where one would normally check in, and there was a woman there who I felt was a volunteer. I explained who I was. I explained that I was asked by Attorney Reddington to evaluate Ms. Clancy on the surgical ICU unit.
Were you able to access her to speak to her?
Eventually, yes.
And when you say eventually, what's the time frame we're talking?
I was initially told I couldn't go. I had to wait 30 minutes. Attorney Reddington called the chief counsel of the hospital to enable me to have access to the unit where Ms. Clancy was staying.
When was it that you were able to get into the unit to see her?
12:30 in the afternoon.
What day?
February 4th.
So it would be January 24th, 7, so this is almost
11 days
later, right?
Yes.
You're also aware that I needed a court order to get you into the hospital.
That's correct.
And were you able to ultimately get in the hospital, go to the surgical unit, and meet with Lindsay?
Yes.
Jurors have had a chance to look at photographs of her laying in the bed with tubes and wires and all of that. Is that what she looked like when you first saw her?
Yes. However, she was also, with her right arm, as I recall, shackled to the bed with handcuffs.
So they're not little soft little things that tie her hands to the side of the bed, but they're handcuffs?
They weren't soft. They were regular, but appeared to be metal handcuffs that police officers and perhaps officers in this court use for detaining people and arresting people.
So,
they were not soft.
While she's laying in the bed, did she have the tubes and the wires for treatment in the emergency, the intensive care unit, I should say?
Yes.
Was she intubated at that point, if you recall?
She was not.
So she was able to speak?
Yes.
Was she able to move? Obviously, she's chained to the bed, so she couldn't get up.
She could not get up. She couldn't move below her sternum, the chest bone.
At that point, had you and I met and talked about this case at all?
No.
What was the reason I asked you to go to the hospital?
You are worried about her mental health, given the significant event that had just taken place a few days earlier. You were concerned that she had absolutely no ability to have visitors. Visitors were not permitted to meet with her, from family members to friends to a priest. No one was able to see her.
So as a result of that conversation we had, you went to the hospital, went into her room, and you were able to speak to her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, if you recall, what type of law enforcement presence? Uniform, cops, guns, stuff like that. What did you notice?
I noticed literally outside of her hospital room were 2 state troopers in their blue uniforms, sitting each in a chair on either side of the doorway to Ms. Clancy's room, with a nurse sitting in the corner of her room.
When you went in to see her on that date, was it your understanding she had recently been extubated? In other words, they removed the tube from her mouth?
Yes.
And do you recall the conversation that you had with Lindsay at that time?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jurors what your memory is.
Here we go.
The conversation I had with Ms. Clancy at that time was one where I asked if she knew where she was. So I did what's called a mental status exam, a brief mental status exam. It's orientation to time, place, location. She didn't know where she was. Wasn't quite sure what time it was. She knew who she was. And she told me that she remembers what happened, but it was very fuzzy and foggy. At the time, she had been on medication for the significant pain post-surgery while in that hospital room.
And during the course of that interview with her, did she express any concern to you about her husband, Patrick?
Yes, she did.
Tell the jurors what she indicated to you.
She said, since 11 days prior to my meeting with her, which would have been January 24th, 2023, she had no contact with Patrick. She wanted to know how he was doing. She wanted to know if she could call him and find out where things are with her and with him and how he was faring, and to just speak with him.
She expressed concern about her family.
Yes, she did.
Did she express concern about what had happened?
Yes.
Did she ask you, or did you offer to her the ability to speak to her husband, Patrick?
She asked me if she could use my cell phone to call her husband.
Did she do that?
Yes, she did.
Did you hear the conversation?
Yes, I told her we'd call. It would have to be on speakerphone.
And tell us about that conversation.
So that first phone call, I believe on the 24th, he did not pick up. She left a message. I did not leave a message. We then called back 2 days later on the 6th.
And after the 2 days had transpired and the call was made on the 6th, did she have a chance to talk to Patrick?
Yes.
Were you there?
Yes.
Was she still chained to the bed?
Yes.
Were the cops still outside the room?
Yes, not in blues. They were in civilian clothing, jeans, flannel shirts.
And tell us what she said to Patrick in your presence on the speakerphone at that point.
She had told Patrick that she loved him very much. She was unable to express a lot of emotion, but she expressed love for him. And she had said that she heard a male voice ordering her, telling her that she didn't have any choice, but she had to kill her children and then kill herself.
Now, doctor, have in mind your background, your career, Did you tell Lindsay Clancy to lie or make that up and pretend that she was hearing voices?
No.
Did you have any conversation or any suggestions to her at all that she should say she heard voices or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Why did you let her call her husband on your cell phone?
I let her call her husband out of human compassion.
As time went by, did I then, oh, by the way, you've testified for me on other matters, have you not?
Yes.
We go back about 20 years?
Yes.
And we socialized together?
Yes.
So we're friends?
Yes.
And as you worked on the case, can you tell the jurors what information you had access to that would allow you to continue with your investigation as a psychologist?
I had access to her clinical records. Many of that were discussed here. Emergency room records, grand jury minutes. With the longitudinal nature of my evaluation, I had records from Brigham and Women's, South Shore, Spalding Hospital, and most recently, Duxbury Hospital, which go back to, I believe, March 27th or so, 2023 till today.
How many times have you seen Lindsay since that day in January of 24?
So I've met with 2023. I've met with Ms. Clancy over 45 times since then. And that was at the writing and the issuance of my report to Attorney Reddington. That was in the middle of June. And I've seen Ms. Clancy since then 20 times probably, or 15, inclusive of being in this courtroom and sometimes meeting with her in the holding unit.
And you've had occasion to visit with her in Duxbury Hospital many of those times, right?
Yes.
And you've had occasion to visit with her in the lockup to this courthouse, correct?
Yes.
And she's been treated very well by everybody, the court officers, everybody, is that correct?
Objection. All of this.
Yeah, that's sustained.
Well, you've had a chance to see her in the lockup, right?
Yes.
Why would?
No, overruled.
Why would you see her in the lockup?
I would see Lindsay Clancy in lockup because the nature of presentation in this court has been gut-wrenching for anyone who would be exposed to such horrific
Objection and move to strike.
No.
It's not responsive to the question.
All right,
No.
Can I see counsel over here?
I'll withdraw it. Let me-
No.
All right, so that answer,
Okay. So that answer's stricken. But first of all, he could have waited, actually. He should have waited. Could have tucked that little thing right in his pocket, okay? And waited until the prosecutor got all uppity about, and you were back there with her when she was in there. And why would you need to do that? That's not part of your evaluation. You already did your evaluation. And then he takes that little thing out of his pocket and it's relevant and it can't be objected to. And it's a big, that's what it is right there. Okay.
Yeah.
Who knows if he's going to get to do that now because she just got a little peekaboo of
Well, I
what's
think
coming.
Reddington wanted to make sure that he was able to say something to the matter because he's either one trying to get ahead of it because he knows that the Commonwealth is going to be like, well, you guys have this weird relationship where you're always sneaking and seeing her a lot, you know. You
But
said
now he might not be able to say it
I
because
know.
they're going to not open that door
he might
quite
not
as wide.
He might not have been in general, so
I think we know from their question, from their request, for anyone who might have missed it, the Commonwealth, who hasn't been following every day, the Commonwealth said they want the log of how many times this doctor has gone in and seen Lindsay since she's been in lockup. And the judge specifically ordered they could have those. So all I am saying is that because Reddington whipped this out right now, it might cause the prosecutors, if they're not as dumb as we think they are, to not focus on that. They may think, you know what, I'm going to throw it in there anyway. And I hope to God they do, because when they do, that answer right there, not stricken.
yeah.
Not stricken.
I don't
And
think
that's
he
right.
wanted it to be a surprise though.
No,
Where
but he didn't need to ask
yeah,
him
he
why.
needed to keep pressing, yeah.
If he
He
didn't
could-
ask him why and he put that in his little pocket and waited.
Yeah.
So, but I think they'll open the door because they're just fools.
They
So,
can't help themselves.
They can't help themselves.
all right, can I see counsel over here?
I'll withdraw it. Let me-
All
let me
right,
focus.
all right, so that answer, ladies and gentlemen, that answer is stricken.
In
Okay.
Duxbury Hospital, have you had to see her to evaluate her in addition to your testimony for a jury?
Yes,
Why?
because the nature of mental health is something that's not a static or what we consider historical piece of information. Static information means a date of birth. That's never going to change. Dynamic issues are things that are subject to change, like the weather, like your health, like your mood. So to do an evaluation for a case that Ms. Clancy's involved in, which is a triple homicide case, requires an examiner to ensure that she's competent to stand trial and that her mental health is stable enough to be able to go forward with court proceedings.
Is there an additional
Bob says they're
component,
at
and
Sidebar.
has there been an
Behind.
additional component of her suicidal ideation since she's been in custody at Brigham and Women's and then, of course, transferred years ago to Tewksbury?
Objection. Approach. Please.
Can I see
All right,
counsel?
so this is what caused the
In
sidebar. Let's
custody
hear
at
it one
Brigham
more
and Women's
time.
and then ideation since she's been in custody at Brigham and Women's and then, of course, transferred years ago to Tewksbury.
Yeah, we know that
Approach. Please.
Can I see counsel?
So
Commonwealth doesn't like the suicidal ideation stuff.
right. Well, because they're trying to argue whether she's got.
Dr. Watt,
Hold on. Whether she's got suicidal ideation right now isn't relevant, but I think that Reddington is going to be able to find a way to circle it in to make it relevant, obviously. I think, but we'll see.
so, Doctor, while you're evaluating her, whether it be in Tewksbury or you're visiting with her here, her present state of mind is always an interest to you. Is that correct?
Yes,
And in addition to all of the police reports, grand jury minutes, photographs and things that you've described for us, sir, have you also had occasion to review all of the medical records without going through every one of them, dealing with Jennifer Tufts, Gelada, drugs that were prescribed to her, etc.?
Yes.
Were you able to take a family history and a school history from Lindsay?
Yes.
Were you able to take a medical history from Lindsay?
Yes.
Were you concerned about her status as a woman who had recently had a child, Callan, in the spring of 2022?
Yes.
And what time frame was it that you were focusing on for purposes of your evaluation as to her mental state after having Callan, when she was postpartum?
The time frame started in roughly September 2022 through January 2023.
And during that period of time, you were aware that she had certain symptomology. Again, we could go through every single one of them, or we can just say, yes, she did express that she had symptomology. Here is her the evidence up to this point.
Yes, many times
And
to
did she see
other
doctors?
people.
Did she see doctors?
Yes.
Dr. Tufts?
Yes.
Was that the first time that she was expressing anxiety and her concerns about insomnia, and that she went to see Dr. Tufts and she was prescribed the SSRI?
Yes.
Okay. July, June, August of 2022. What was her mood at that point?
Her mood was waxing and waning at times, but struggling as well in common sense ways. Having 3 children, ages 5 and under, not an easy task.
So in the fall of 2022, when she went to see Dr. Tufts, that's when she was prescribed the first SSRI.
Zoloft, yes.
And that would, and again, when she had the second baby, that would be Dawson.
Yes.
Did she have also indicia, symptomology of anxiety and the symptoms that she had described that she required that she had to be placed on some medication?
Yes, she did.
What was that medication?
I believe that was trazodone, if I'm not mistaken.
When she was in nursing school prior to that, was she placed on medication?
Yes, she was.
And that was because of public speaking nerves? What was the medication?
There were multiple medications. I believe it was propranolol, and I believe it may have been trazodone and Wellbutrin, but I'm not totally positive of that.
Do you recall that she was prescribed an SSRI when she was in nursing school?
Yes.
What was that?
That was Zoloft.
When she saw Dr. Tufts and she took the Zoloft, it was 25 milligrams initially, is that correct?
Yes.
Was it increased?
It was increased to 50 milligrams sometime later.
And how did she react to that?
She didn't take the medication initially. She waited a few weeks until she started on the lower dose.
So my question was, how did she react to the increase in the Zoloft?
Poorly.
What does that mean?
It was not a therapeutic uplift for her. She didn't do well. She didn't feel better. By all reports from Ms. Clancy, she did not get better.
How about sleeping? Did she have any complaints about sleeping?
Yes.
What was that?
Her insomnia got worse with the passage of time.
As September turned into October, it turns into November, around the time of Thanksgiving. Had she continued to seek help from medical health care providers?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Who did she seek to get help from?
Well, the initial person, I believe, was her mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, and who was a labor and delivery nurse who knew people.
Who did she see as a result of Sue Clancy?
I believe it was Julie Paul initially.
And what group was she affiliated with?
South Shore Perinatal Health.
Did Ms. Paul, nurse practitioner Paul, prescribe medication for her?
Yes.
And did she continue to deal with South Shore Perinatal?
Yes.
When at some point did she stop dealing shortly, a short period of time, with nurse practitioner Paul?
Yes, Nurse Paul left.
And why was that?
She got a transferred position. It had nothing to do with her patient load or.
So she was transferred.
She was transferred.
Okay.
Yes.
So as a short period of time, she was transferred. Who was the next person that she dealt with?
Rebecca Gelada.
Did Rebecca Gelada have a particular position? Was she a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
And how long did she deal with Rebecca Gelada?
3 appointments.
And during that period of time with Rebecca Gelada, was she prescribed medication?
Yes.
What was the medication?
I believe it was Seroquel.
How did she react to that?
Poorly.
And as time went by, going into the holiday season, Thanksgiving, do you recall what her symptomology and complaints were to the healthcare providers at that point, whether it be Tufts or Gelada, anybody?
Yes.
What were they?
She had many concerns about her health. She wasn't feeling well. She felt out of touch with herself. She felt numb. She experienced disassociation.
All right, stop right there. What is disassociation?
Disassociation is a psychological construct that means you feel removed from your body. You don't feel in touch with your body. You feel different than the way you normally do. You look back at your life and you say, something is wrong with me. I'm not feeling the way I normally do.
Did she express, for example, when the jurors looked at the medical records on November 27th of 2022 to nurse practitioner Gelada, that she felt that she was out of her body and that she had a disassociated state?
Yes, and that's sometimes known as a depersonalization. You feel removed from your body. You feel removed. You feel as if you are not in your full body.
Now, at that time, was she also complaining of other symptoms? And to cut to the chase, was she saying that she could not emote, she couldn't feel love, she couldn't feel happiness, she felt heavy,
Yeah.
she couldn't walk, she couldn't bathe, she had difficulty relating to people? Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. She couldn't get out of the bed. She had total flattened affect.
Did she then seek additional help?
Yes.
Where?
She went to the, I believe, the emergency room initially at South Shore to go to Mass General.
And did they prescribe additional medication for her?
I believe they did, yes.
Did she make any expressions to her treating physicians up to this point about what in her opinion, what the medications were doing to her?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said she was in a brain fog. The medications were making things worse. They were not helping. They were not helping her.
Now, as that time went on into the period of Thanksgiving up to around Christmas, did she continue to reach out to people for help, such as suicide hotlines?
Yes, she reached out to.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Why did she call a suicide hotline?
She was worried about killing herself.
And did she get any help from the suicide hotline?
She was turned away.
How about the second time she called the suicide hotline?
She was turned away.
How about when she went to the Women and Infants program in Rhode Island?
They told her she was not a good fit for the program.
Why?
Because she was overly medicated.
And did she continue to seek help from healthcare providers?
Yes.
And what was the next thing that happened as far as dealing with healthcare providers?
I just want to pause right there to say this. One thing I think Reddington needs to clear up, because the prosecution just keeps getting up and saying, well, women's and children, they took Lindsay's word for what her medications were, but she wasn't prescribed everything at one time. So what I would want to see and hear is, and it's the expert that already left, the pharmacological expert, unless this guy can do it, was it accurate? What they have the records from Women and Children's. Was what they based this opinion on, this assessment that she's overly medicated and not eligible or not a right fit for our program, based on an accurate recitation of her medications, period. It's like that little extra step that we needed to see with the strangulation, we all got it, right? Because we're all talking about this kind of stuff that, well, the bands itself, without her standing over it, was the thing that kept the pressure. We need that extra step right here. Do the records show that they made their assessment on an accurate description of the medications she was currently taking and prescribed? Was there any inaccuracies in what she told Women's and Children's about the medications she was taking? That's that little extra piece that I'd like to see. So Let me go back, a little bloop bloop, 10 seconds, and I forgot to hit play.
Because she was overly medicated.
And did she continue to seek help from healthcare providers?
Yes.
And what was the next thing that happened as far as dealing with healthcare providers for Lindsay in her postpartum stage?
She went to the Mass General Emergency Room.
What happened there?
On 12:30, she said she needed to go to the hospital. She left the emergency room. She was sent to McLean Hospital in Belmont. It's a Harvard-affiliated hospital.
Now that McLean Hospital, when you say was sent to, they're to say that even though they had to transport her, it was a voluntary commitment?
Yes.
And what was her state of mind that caused her to have a voluntary commitment to the locked wards of McLean Hospital?
She was worried about killing herself, and she uttered concerns about killing her children.
How about, did she relate any intrusive thoughts, dark thoughts, things of that nature during this period of time, October, November, December?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
She said she had, quote, horrible thoughts, unquote. She felt that people could actually hear her thoughts. The thoughts were so loud that strangers could hear them.
Did
Sometimes
she express at that point, for example, that she was concerned about school teachers with the little Sprouts school with the kids, that they could read her thoughts and that she would lose custody?
Yes, it's called ideas of reference. You believe other people can hear what you're thinking, and that can have a very negative interpretation for the person believing that, feeling that, and thinking that the outcome is going to be a negative one, that their children may be relieved from their care.
Now, as it relates to the concept of a psychosis, can you tell me in 25 words or less what a psychosis is?
A psychosis is what's considered a major mental health disorder. It's when people have disorganized thinking, and the symptoms most typically are hallucinations. There are different types of hallucinations. 80% of people with psychoses hear voices. There are different types of voices that one can hear. Benign, get a glass of water. Benevolent, you're a good person, keep it up. Or malevolent, threatening them, telling them, ordering them to do something horrible, and you believe those voices.
Now, during that period of time, when she got out of the McLean Hospital, what medication was she titrating or getting off of?
I believe she's getting off the Seroquel.
Was she able to do that?
Yes.
Relating back to November 27th with the dissociative state, is that an indicia, is that an indication or a harbinger of psychosis?
Yes.
And is a psychosis, is that something that somebody would be suffering from a psychosis for a month at a time, 2 months at a time, or is that short periods, or how does that work?
People with psychoses have intermittent symptoms. They can function fine one day, and the next day they can be hearing voices. They could be seeing things, feeling things, smelling things. To be clear, those additional types of hallucinations did not plague Ms. Clancy. She only had auditory hallucinations, but hallucinations are like the waves at the beach. They come and go.
They're called waxing and waning?
Yes.
And would you tell me, doctor, in your opinion, is an individual, and we refer to postpartum.
Do they see a unicorn in the corner? I'm sure he's going to ask at some point.
Psychosis. An individual.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead,
I was
love.
going to say, there you go. That's why she could, that's why she can go to the water park. That's why she can
turn a knob.
Fire. Like, we knew that, but I'm glad someone said it. I'm not sure if someone had said it before, but.
No, I mean, he asked someone, like, you don't have to be frothing at the mouth, blah, 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 but this is the best, presentation of it. And why one of the reasons why he called this guy, to let people know psychosis doesn't mean you're seeing a unicorn in the corner.
Yeah. And he's so well versed in the case. Like, he hasn't looked at his notes once.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, his age compared to mine, there's no way. I'm lucky I know your name.
Sometimes.
Ha ha ha. You know how your moms always call their kids the other kids. You know, she's got a little dig in there.
And would you tell me, doctor, in your opinion, is an individual, and we refer to postpartum psychosis, is that a particular affliction that afflicts women that have had babies and they go through a period of postpartum depression and then ultimately postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
Can you tell us, is a person, even if they are in the throes of psychosis, are they able to make a phone call?
Yes, they can.
Are they able to drive a car?
Yes.
Are they able to say, hi, how are you? I'd like to have a hot dog?
Yes.
They don't have to look at the unicorn in the corner, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Reddington, it's 4 o'clock, so it's a good time to.
Sure.
All right. So, members of the jury, we're going to recess until tomorrow morning. I would expect our schedule tomorrow will be similar to the schedule we had today, hopefully without the technology issues. Don't read anything about and keep it open 9 o'clock. Okay?
Ask, can you approach?
If you want, you may step down.
Thank you.
All right.
I hesitate to ask, can you approach?
All right.
The judge wants to go for the day. Well, that's been, I think, I'm assuming this is his end of last witness. This is where we rest, but I don't know. Does anyone else know anything else out there? I mean, this is all the important stuff that we needed.
Yeah.
You know, he's got to get into it still a little bit more. I think this witness hopefully will be able to hold his own. And hey, you guys out there, there's 28,000 people between X and YouTube and all you cupcakes. Do me a huge favor and just click subscribe. It's free. It's free and it would help us so very much. We would greatly appreciate it so much. I think we went up like 1,000 today. So 1,000 of you did it, but there's like 28,000 of you here. Like that would be life-changing subscription numbers. It takes a second. It's free. And Cameron would love it. Do it for Cameron.
I love it.
There you go. Do it for Cameron. Do it for Cameron. Wow, we got a lot of comments to go over. I'm waiting to see, obviously, if they come back and say anything else on the record. I kind of doubt that they will, but go ahead.
Oh, my plan is to sneak in mine and then make you do the rest solo because my roommate is waiting at the beach for me.
That's fine. I would love you to enjoy the beach. Nothing makes me happier than when you guys get to go to the beach and do things on the water. It's like the biggest thing from my childhood that I miss you don't have. You know what?
The fake beach.
I know, but it's closest to the beach we got in the city anyway.
Yeah,
and anywhere in the Midwest. But there's some beachy lakes that are more beachy.
Yeah,
the water.
The waves.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, let me try to sneak a couple in before they come back.
Okay, go ahead.
So we have Ro, who says, "You go, girl. Good work on DD. Thank you for that. I try my best." Michelle says, "Sent 75 for amazing young lady. Good job, mom and dad. Good luck in school." Thank you. My school starts up September 9th, so it's coming up quick. And yeah, the thanks go to my mom and dad. They're the best. Corey sent $50 and said, "Yes, I gave you more than your dad. Go rock this world, girl. I had PPD with dissociation after premature colicky twins. I'm also a critical care registered nurse from Boston." Well, thank you for sharing that. And I think that we saw on the mental health day that so many people relate to Lindsay, and that's why this is so important. And I'm glad
talking about the mental health day live that we at Defense Diary did with all of our viewers and listeners' stories and professionals to help.
Thank you for your generosity and for sharing. Jonna I think, Jonna, says, great job co-hosting. Thanks.
You're the
I have
best
a lot
co-host. Don't tell
big,
Dad.
big shoes to fill. Big shoes
No.
to fill.
I think you and I do better than Dad and I.
Yeah, we're the best. We're the best.
We're the best.
Sarah says, well, you and Dad kill it too.
All right.
But Sarah says, you definitely got the brains and the beauty from your mama.
Aw. So
That's
sweet.
a sweet one.
Oh, I guess that's it.
Oh, wow. They didn't even say bye.
Yeah. No. No bye to us. Oh, no, you're going to leave. What's going to happen in the screen? Oh, it's okay. Keep going.
A little photo of me. All right. Well, thank you guys. Not only for your generosity, but also just being the best.
I'm going to keep your little image up there just in case you decide to come back. I'll just turn off your camera, or you just turn off your camera.
Okay. We all. Oh, I was saying bye. You rushing me out?
No.
Just kidding. But yeah, you guys are the best, and you continue to be the best. I also hit 1,000 on YouTube today, so that's really cool.
That's exciting. That's it down there. Her YouTube channel is Camcorder Studio. So while you're popping into YouTube to subscribe, which is free, to Cameron's Camcorder Studio, you can also subscribe to Defense Diaries, and that's her Insta, Cameron Motta. Easy. Her name.
I won't promise that I'm posting super soon because I haven't started on any of my student films, but that's where they're going to be. So it's more just
for the future.
If you want to see what I eventually make and you're excited about that, then that's where they'll be. So thank you guys again. Love you, Mom.
Love
Good
you.
job today. And bye, guys.
All right. Oh, that's so much better. All right. So let's see what y'all are saying. Let's get into it. Joy for Truth and Justice for John O'Keefe says, everything she has been through from the very beginning is so devastatingly heartbreaking. Praying this jury does the right thing and finally makes the right decision for Lindsay. Yeah, I hope so. Next witness, member for 2 months. Thank you. What y'all do for this community is amazing. Thank you. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for hosting us today. Thank you. Oh, and I didn't say your name though. So, which is Dinderloo. Monique Miller says, I have DID. Darn it. I'm sorry. I'm sure someone in the regular chat is saying what DID is right now. And you have no control over what your body is doing. Oh, some sort of disassociation, I'm assuming, in an episode. They can last a minute, an hour, or more. It's really terrifying. Thanks so much for sharing. And Monique, consider joining us on our next Mental Health Awareness Day, where you guys will share your stories with each other. Thanks, Carolyn. Mary Walsh, TikTok voir dire today, I think. Yeah, that didn't happen. So we haven't heard anything about that. So I don't know. Maybe this isn't the last witness. All right. So he's probably got more. Thanks, Gailey and Mark and Lala Lisa and Beth. Holly Johnson says, for a lack of better words, if you're crazy, do you know you're crazy? Professionals should have been looking for signs of illness that Lindsay may not see. Yes. I mean, this is like, you can't just expect her to know everything, especially when you mark her as having poor insight. Toughs. Holly Johnson also says, today it's not okay to even type the S word on your tube. It feels like we are trying to bury reality. We need sunlight, not darkness. Correct. And again, that brings us right back to the Mental Health Awareness Day Live. It is available under lives on YouTube, so you can find it if you want to check it. It's 8 hours, but you know, you can watch a little of it or all of it. Miss Rattle, member for 8 months, catching up at Laposata's cross. I love this lady. I mean, that was so amazing. When Laposata's like, so what you just did with the bands? So I kind of wish she would have repeated the so. But Julie O, Allie Rant Appreciation Fund. Thank you. Thank you. Jennifer Sube. I don't know. Jennifer, sorry, I'm butchering your name. New member, welcome. Family hugs. Thanks, the search drawer. Mandy. Rachie Lou says, in my opinion, Red is making some big mistakes today. Could have done much better in battling the prosecution's story or theory. Maybe needed a second defense attorney. You know, it's really hard at trial. It's really easy for me sitting here to be like, oh, he should have done this and oh, he should have done that. But I'll be the first to tell you, and Bob and I have both said this, every trial, every time a witness gets off, I'm like, damn it, I should have asked blah, 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 or I forgot blah, blah, blah. Your mind is racing. There's so many things going on. Red makes it look so easy. And sometimes when you're thinking something so obvious, which to Cameron's point, Red's not underestimating the intelligence of the jury, like the defense is. So he's assuming they've got this next step. But, you know, so I don't know. Thanks, objection. And Kristen, your other Karen says, can we stricken the bow from the prosecution's hair? Yeah, right. Thank Biz for Bob and Mushlam again. We've got Deborah Lee, ND, new member. Welcome. Family hug. Thanks, the good Kimmy. Amy says, I'm so glad I discovered your channel. Thank you for being a voice for the failed system. I have never seen such lack of ethics. How do they sleep at night? Please tell me. How do they sleep at night? How do they sleep at night? So people, bear in mind, because I just want to note, throughout the trial, we had commercial free. We do that for you guys so you don't have ads popping up during the trial. So, and we've got a lot of supers today. So today, it's really working out for us that we offer that to you guys. But remember that. Anyway, I've never seen such a lack of ethics. How do they sleep at night? That bow needs to go. And this is Amy Slates. Bob's like, he just turned on the commercials. I'm like, yeah, the live's still going. Shut them off. I usually turn them on when the live ends. Maybe you can join us. Let's see if I can get him to join us during the drive home. Join us on drive home. We get a little inside scoop of what was going on in the courtroom. Thanks, Amy Slates. American Night Mom, Renee, thank you. Sarah Moxie says, so Lindsay Clancy didn't have to watch the kids die. She tied the band around their necks one at a time and left them. The Commonwealth wants the jury to believe ligature strangulation is as personal as Emmanuel, so Lindsay looks even more evil. 100%. 100%. And they're just keep going with that. Like, we all know, and I'll just save it because a lot of you guys made comments even in the super, so I won't even say it yet. Thanks, Sarah Moxie. Thanks, Jody. Kelly Steffi says, Allie has the best reactions ever. Yeah, I don't know, but thank you. Team Fabian, who tells her it's not OJ's glove that didn't fit? I don't know who tells her. She's got her own mind, these prosecutors. Thanks, Jill, not Wendy. Sarah Mess came back and said, undermining their own timeline to make Lindsay a monster. Right, because they got her at 10 minutes, standing there, looking in the face of her children for 10 minutes. I was going to make a live. It makes more sense to just join y'all. No, both. I don't know what this guy's talking about. My husband's trying to get out because I offered for him to, or asked for him to come on with us now. He's trying to get out of his live during the drive to the baseball game out there in Boston. Yeah, Sarah Mess. They don't care. They don't care. Teresa, thank you. Hollywood, thank you very much. I starred this. It's really hard to star the regular chat while it's going so quickly, but Suradwin, I'm butchering it anyway. He's talking about when the prosecutor, like, she put on the glove so as to protect any, contamination of the ropes, and then she just dropped it on all those papers. What the actual F, right? I mean, what? So I'm going to put on gloves and pretend I don't want to contaminate it. Then I'm going to contaminate it by dropping it all over the papers. Yeah. L. Sullivan says, Patrick said, and this was the comment, they were on there like when you first tie a shoe. I mean, maybe that's why he didn't need to stand up and say it again. I still think he should have. But yeah, he can refer to that in closing. You can make it so clear in closing. Let the Commonwealth just keep going. Bob doesn't have a good signal yet. In closing, just wrap all this up with a pretty bow. And Condie said, also the kids were all face down. Cam made the same point. So you couldn't unwrap on this prosecutor, best be looking for a new line of work. Right. She just tossed it into an open. It was absurd. Please. Cat, at least that's how I've decided this is pronounced, so I'm sorry if it's wrong. Can we also question her, the Commonwealth's emotional stability? Because I certainly am. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Charissa, or Carissa, probably. Haley says, I would pay good money to sit in on a conversation between Dr. Russell and Dr. Laposata. Bob's going to be on in a minute. Their accomplishments and life experience are fascinating. Yeah. Thanks, MCD. Teresa said, thank you, DD. This DA is getting on my last nerves. Thanks for your continued support for 2 months. Thanks, Ivy. Your other Karen, I tried to refrain. These prosecutors are gross. I mean, it's what we're all thinking. Miss Priss says they don't tie it when they take blood, but it stays. Right. They do the same thing, like beginning of tying a shoe where you do that first cross without the loop. Mary Tompkins gifted a membership. Thank you for your generosity. Ima says, thank you for covering this case. Well, thank you for your generosity. Joy for Truth and Justice for John O'Keefe says, if they were laying there untied, Patrick wouldn't have to remove them. I can't stand this prosecutor. She is such a giant piece of shit. I concur. Okay, then we get Sarah. Sarah Mess screams, Pat testified they were tied. Yes. JJ the Flying Dingo says Cam should do a doc on Richard Allen, tell all the truths. That would be a good one. For sure. Callum says, I'm behind, but I fell on my head from 10 feet skateboarding and knocked myself out, had a seizure, no skull fracture, no blood. It happens. Yeah. And you know who made very clear that it happens also? Laposata, even though the prosecutors think their words mattered more. Ember Smith, thank you. Jean Zabini says, this is the first trial I've watched daily. I'm in grad school for clinical mental health. Is this typical that the Commonwealth prosecutors come off so rude? Thanks for the coverage, Bob, Allie, and Cam. Absolutely not. But more, very often, sometimes, but this is over the top. Lynn Dalton says, broken neck at C6 and C7 onto cement, 15 feet, no head wounds, 25 years later, we think I have a TBI. Lovely mental case, but no head bruise, cut, etc. And this is why Reddington was like, I want to put on people with their stories. Because it's like, I don't know, the Commonwealth is challenging the expert. So it's like, all right, then I'm going to put on 5 people it happened to. Let them tell you how it happened to them. Uncrimey, thank you. Double thanks. Legal Swag, new member. Welcome, family hug. Nicole says, why does it matter making a point by disproving she dove off the window versus jump? I'm confused. The goal here, well, the Commonwealth is trying to say she hung by the thingies like, and then held onto the wall like Spider-Man to like make it look like she was trying to injure herself with as little injury as she could possibly accomplish. I mean, that's what they're going with. That's what they're going with. One more pickle. Thank you. Thank you. KPT Times member for 21 months. Oh, gee. Google black cohash for your personal summers. I'm not going to do that right this second, but I don't understand what we're talking about. Black cohash for your personal summers. But thank you for your continued support. Trial Addict, thank you. I might have gotten all these. Oh, no, I didn't get this. OCW, Trial Addict again. Thank you, thank you. Barbara Kimball, new member, family hug. Sarah gives me Oregon v. Kennedy. I did find that. You were behind, but thank you. Still appreciate it. So this goes, and I put these two together. I commented, Sue's gotta go, because I keep saying that Reddington should seek a mistrial for the question about, are you a Catholic and do you know that's a mortal sin to murder somebody? So in any event, she says, wouldn't a mistrial just force Lindsay to live through this again? I'm absolutely not suggesting Reddington merely ask for a mistrial, but under the law, make a motion for a mistrial contingent upon only if the judge will make a finding that was intentional. The Commonwealth did that intentionally because they know the weakness of their case, and in order to can get the defendant to seek a motion for a mistrial. And if that happens and the judge made those findings and then granted a mistrial, the state could not rebring. It would be with prejudice, double jeopardy would attach, and she'd be done. I don't know that it would happen from this, but the judge was so pissed off, and I would just do it, because that's me. And I do it overnight, bring it in the morning. Trixie and Droogie Mom, Ice Queen, thank you, thank you. Julie, Dawson, thank you, thank you. Welcome, Cajun Butterfly. Aw, family hug. Catch me if you can, TikTok. Could someone please get this Sasquatch with the bow, some damn shampoo, and some freaking Kleenex? All right. A little bit of sunshine, thank you. Debbie Smith. Allie, in 1995, I was a cop in the city of St. Louis. She did the autopsy of a child shot in the head. I attended a drive-by. It's like, I guess she's talking about Dr. Laposata. That's wild. So she was actually in an autopsy with Dr. Laposata. Catherine Smith says, my earlier comment about my daughter turning 20 in September was sad because, she died last year. Oh, I'm so sorry. And you probably said that and I just didn't realize it. She would be 20 but my Melanie Little is heading off to college. And right. And their brother is now in 6th. Oh, my middle little, sorry. I'm so crazy, is heading off to college and their brother is now in 6th. Time flies. You both are so cute. I'm so sorry for your loss. And I'm sorry, that was my brain mushing that Melanie's on the way to take her kid to trial and the little, I apologize. And I'm so sorry for your loss, truly. Law Junkie, catch me if you can. Thank you. Pet Mom is a new member. Welcome, family hug. We love our new members. Thanks. Kat, Blazy, British Queen. Jen P says, my mom was friends with a Gacy victim at Taft High School. Oh, I wonder if she ever called in when Bob did. And again, it's buried inside the John Wayne Gacy investigation, available on any platform you get your podcasts. We had a lot of people like call in because he was doing that sort of like live. Like Bob was recording every week and then he'd post the episode. So like people were messaging and calling, and we had people who were friends with victims, had run-ins with Gacy, all those things like chime in, and they were put on the podcast. So thanks for that, and thanks for your continued support for 11 months. Mom Bird, thank you. Sky Goddess says, and Little Mommy Nay, thank you. Sky Goddess says, I'm here for the yelling. Periwinkle Moons, and a member for 15 months. So thank you for your continued support. Periwinkle Moons, new member. We love you. Thank you. Family hug. Got some jewels from Shiny Piku and Summer Girl, KK Non, and Martina Vibrant. Your other Karen says, why did Red say, I'm almost done? Darn. I'm sorry. That was from 1 o'clock, right before the break. Maybe just to let them know, like, let's just finish before we break. I'm sorry. It's hard to get to these when they're happening, so apologize. Kylie, mother of ducks, says, wait, Bob's setting. Wait, what? Set it for 4:30 Eastern time or Central time? Did Bob just set a live before? Wait. What is wrong with him? No. Whatever. Okay. So I don't know. He might start. I don't know why he didn't just get on with us, but so let me try to get through these. Thank you. And Charles Argo says, Bo prosecutor to doctor, you are speculating. Answer, well, you started it. Good one. Good one. Kelly, Cookie, The Clouds, Mama Bird, Lisa, Jen, Mama, all the Jules, Cat Lady, Jules. Thank you all for the Jules. LVZ to run says, Betterow on X, challenging the witness's good faith practice, adherence to that religion deems a mortal sin, that it's mistrial testimony. Thank you, Betterow. So make the motion, please. Even Betterow agrees. I mean, come on. New member Chelsea, welcome. Family hug. Mushy Bunny Esquire, a bit behind, but Commonwealth stressed Lindsay Clancy not letting in-laws watch kids because it shows she believed nobody could take care of them as well as she could. Yeah, I mean, but yes, on one end, but on the other end, she let her parents do it, And look, I'm just going to say, it's always the inlet. Mostly, I think the default is that the in-laws are second-class citizens when it comes to the grandchildren. It's the mother's family and the mother's mother that gets the upper hand. But I appreciate your comment, and I do see your point. They'll rely on just about anything. Nursing the Truth member for 9 months. Thank you for spending my birthday with me today. Oh, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. There you go. That's all I do for today. Dubra says he wrote a book about it. No, that was from 1251, so I don't remember. I don't remember. Free Ricky Bay says, Cam, please consider making a free Ricky film. You're wonderful and would create a masterpiece, no doubt. I want like so many free Ricky films. And if you guys out there don't know about Richard Allen and don't think it's a total misjustice or, wrongful conviction, I can't think of all the words. Look into it. It's a travesty. A travesty. Serenity became a member. Welcome. Family hug. Hope sent Cam Venmo. Beautiful young lady like her mom. Fan from Michigan. I think that's from Michigan. Well, thank you very much, Hope. And thank you from Cam too. Kathy Smith says, can Reddington leave all of his chalks and photos and other displays in the courtroom rather than schlepping them home? He could, yes. I don't know if he does, but he could leave them like in a box under the table. There's also usually like a room in the back. So, and thank you for that. Oh, hey, Floridians, don't forget to vote today. You probably put this out a lot earlier, but it's probably still valid. Thank you for your support. Queen Sarah gifted 5 Defense Diary memberships. Thank you. And so did Catch Me If You Can TikTok. Thank you very much. Wyoming Nana, thank you. Catch Me If You Can came back. 50 for your sweet young lady for snacks at college. All right, I might have to send it to her. But thank you for your generosity. Cheryl Victor says, Cameron, I would love to coordinate to do a film about domestic violence survivors and the reality of the cycle. She would love that. Now, it's right here, you guys. This is how you reach Cameron. On Insta is probably the easiest to message her, Cameron Motta. Okay, so follow her on Insta. And then the YouTube Camcorder Studio, like she said, that's like, get on there and you'll see when she starts producing things. So thanks for that. She would love that. She would love that. Miss says, I support struggling students. Miss K. All right. Another one for Cameron. All right. I did this. All right. Let's see if I got to go all the way to the top and see which ones I didn't do because I was close. No, darn it. Okay. So maybe I was right about here. Shadowy. New member, welcome, family hug. Kim says, Kim R., I don't understand why the inpatient program denied her due to overuse of meds. Why didn't they admit her, take her off all the meds, evaluate her, and get the meds correct in a safe setting? I don't know. And I know that we've got a lot of mental health professionals in our chat, so maybe they can answer. But Kim, I've got the same question. I don't understand why anyone should get turned away like that. Like, isn't that like, holy shit, this woman needs extra help? I don't know. Vanessa with the jewels. Kelly with the jewels. Thank you. Laura says we shouldn't have to go to multiple providers to get adequate care. There should be one provider who can both medicate and talk. Yes, because, Tony Soprano, he had it all worked out. He had his like hour long on the couch. He had his medication. I don't think generally psychiatrists like that exist anymore. From what I've heard from all of you guys out there, it's like, the psychiatrist prescribes the medicine and you get your therapy from a social worker. I don't know, I guess a nurse, another mental health provider. But it should be because I don't know that they're getting enough, to, or I guess, or different kind of talk. I don't know, but your point's well taken. Laura Mars. That's whose comment that was. So thank you, Laura Mars. Nurse Mandy says, Cam, I can only hope my daughter has your insight one day. Good job, mom and dad. Oh, thank you so much. Ginger Freckles, member for 9 months. Thanks for the continued support. Modest Rock. Precious 77 is a new member. Welcome, family hug. All right, let's see what other questions we got. I'm so glad that YouTube does the thing now where it highlights everything. Yeah, I did all this. Good. I don't want to miss anybody. Okay. All right. Tony Bailey gifted 10 Defense Diary memberships. Thank you. I'm not sure. I think I actually did this. ACD says, OMG. I don't think I could hate these ignorant prosecutors more. I mean, it was worth a second time. It was worth a second time. This is where we were. Laura Leanne says, pause what you're doing. Smash the thumbs up and subscribe, everyone. It's free. Read out loud, Allie, so people just listening and on Twitter will come over and like the stream and subscribe. I love nothing more than when people donate to us to help us. I mean, I love all the donates, but hi, Cupcake, Sarah Mess says. And yeah, hi, Cupcake. So thankful for Mel telling you guys to join us over here. That was very sweet. Thanks, Megan, for that. Miss Priss, cupcakes would make you proud, Melanie. I put these up while Mel was here. Classic Overthinker gave me Donovan v. Mass when I was doing my research. ACD, thank you. Toot Toot Whistle, new member. Oh, family hug. Ashley Soriano, thank you. Stephanie, thank you. Melody says, I feel like their new tactic is to paint all of the family bad, and the prosecutors are the only ones willing to stand for the kids. It's like none of us can figure out what they're doing, like for real. And thanks for your generosity. Lillian and Kinko, thanks for your generosity. New member, K-Jab. Welcome, family hug. Hey, James. Hey, Jamawaz. Bose Buckingham on top of her game today. Yep. Megan Rittenhouse, new member. Welcome, family hug. Love you guys. Shelly Beans, thank you. Cody in Folsom says, I love the other day when Ian Runkle used the phrase dayfuckle. I was laughing so hard I nearly fell out of my chair. It's like my kerfuckle, but it's a dayfuckle. Yeah. All right. Love it. Colleen Marie, thank you. Shaboogies. Has I told you about mortal sins? Bo sus Christ. Yeah. I mean, seriously. Oh, Kasha. No, you don't gift the memberships. We thank you. We gift you. Thank you. And welcome to the people who got those gifts. Very generous. A dog mom, a lawful law. I think I did those. G. Lander says, Exhibit A, example of why Zoom TV meeting with your psychiatrist are ill-advised and in-person appointments are so important. Yes, important, yes. And I swear I thought I heard Laposata say, like we can see your legs. I don't know. I could have been hearing things. I don't know. I don't know. Bob's asking me how much longer I have so he can start this new live. I don't know. We got some jewels. Love the jewels. Okay, did that. Jennifer Helmlick Sackett, new member. I've been seeing your comments this week. Welcome, family hug. Lexi Staff, welcome, family hug. Oh, say hi to Nanook. That's my baby. You're the youngest in the house. Got the dog and one child left. I might have read this. No, I don't think I said. Biney Woods Law and Crime says, good morning. I'm sure all the lawyers in the chat, civil, prosecution, defense, are raging as you are. That's me. I know I am. You and Bob are hashtag goals professionally and personally. Aw, thank you. That's so sweet. Miss K, new member. Welcome. Real Talk with Christy Marie, member for 3 months. Thank you. Love this group. We love you. Alison Bishop and Alina, welcome. Family hugs. SS Webb says, how do you think being mean to grandma is helpful? Yeah, I don't know. They don't know. Some more. Lots of jewels. We love the jewels. Milky Joe says, I cannot wait for Runkle's reaction later. Yeah, it'll be a thing. Red Thread Mama, new member. Welcome. Some more jewels. Thank you. Soap says, who would do that? regarding CS, the Commonwealth throwing on purpose. I don't know, maybe prosecutors who would make multiple intentional false implications on direct, wear bows. I mean, yeah, but like I said, you go too far and you can't retry her. But I mean, it's a really high burden. It's not as easy as I might be making it sound. Thank you, Fred. Real talk with Krista Marie. Haha, we too are toxic communities here, toxic communicators here in New Jersey. So I'm cursing and yelling alongside with you, babe, all day at this Bo Peep fucking twat BS all week. I am an East Coast girl. You know, my husband likes to remind me I've lived in Illinois longer, you know, but like you grow up where you're raised, you know. Until law school, I was an East Coast girl, you know. Lily B is saying Bob's tweet just showed up on X. And I think we got to it. So thank you, Lily B. Ford Doherty says, practicing Catholic here, we also have repentance and confession. And you know, Lindsay Clancy is more regretful than anyone. Dirty plot by the prosecutors, for sure. Thanks, Tib. Shoppenton, tan for me. Happy to be a new member. Oh, okay. I did get to this one. Allie, sorry for spelling Allie wrong. No worries. Keep up the outrage. We are with you. Thank you, Monica, for your super, and Cynthia, and Lilipon, and Ginny for your jewels. Charles Argo says, isn't bow ties food for sumo wrestlers? Yeah, right. Kelly Steffi says, no, your yelling is for all of us. 2 words, do it. That was from earlier this morning when I'm like, all right, I know some of you don't like when I yell. I'm a yeller. Thank you for that. Mama X says, and honestly, I had a very different view of defense attorneys before I started working for one. Prosecutors are often not the white hats, good guys. The general population believes them to be. Faux show. That's all I can say. Faux show. Thank you, Candy. Sweet Lorraine, I don't mind your yelling. You go, girl. People can turn down the volume a bit from home. Also, the bailiff said something to the judge before the sidebar. Unless that was Bob's voice we're hearing. I mean, oh, you saw the bailiff say something to the judge. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. Edward Foster says Red should object to the bow right before closing arguments. Yeah, right? Lady Jane says, member for 15 months. Thanks for your continued support. Love your passion, Allie. Thank you. Thank you. Music to My Soul says, keep yelling, Allie. It validates the rage we all feel. Stephanie Dots, thanks for your continued support. I live for Allie Rant. Love the passion. Jim's sister says, yell all you want. We are here. We got some more jewels. Love the jewels. Oh, Amber 072, member for 26 months. OG. Please don't apologize. We're yelling with you. And Timeless Hysteria says, I'm screaming with you. I'm furious. Yeah, thank you. Carol Silva says, I'm yelling with you from Brazil. Auntie Lydia, go. More jewels. Love the jewels. Kat said, gotta call Cruz. He's running for re-election. Is objection on the record? Sorry, that's from 9:30. I don't remember which objection it was. Bob did say that he did object. I think you're talking about from the whole Catholic thing. When Bob got on, he said he actually did object. I missed it on the live. All right, we did all these. I'm still going up, and then I have to go back down. We might have gotten all of these. Let me see. Oh, no, we missed some in the beginning here in the middle. No, we got all these. Redonda Beach, member for 4 months. We didn't get this, and it was a Jennifer Hoff says, I think calling them hesitation wounds. So now we're talking about like the superficial thing from this morning is dangerous, leaving jurors to question why would you have hesitation wounds while in the midst of psychosis? I guess that's a fair point. Christy says, we need We all need a family hug with this intense trial. Yes. Charles Argo, very generous all day today. Our system is the first to go to a Our system is first you go to a psychologist who then refers you to a psychiatrist for medication. All our doctors get your file from your last doctor. Well, makes sense. Yeah, the US is behind. Deborah Lee, okay, I did get to that earlier. Kay Ray today says, has a correlation been made her mental health deterioration in October when sunlight wanes? I mean, I don't think that's been discussed, and I don't know where you live, but is that as big of a deal in Boston? I mean, like, sunlight's still there. I don't know, but I see your point. Sunlight's an issue. Sunlight's an issue. Backpack Bows Lies, oh my. Love it. New member, welcome. Good name. Family hug. The Goodmans gifted a membership. Thanks for your generosity. And we got the jewels. More jewels. Thanks for all the jewels. Denise Feldman, a member for 2 months. Thanks for your continued support. Thank you for having the purest hearts, Allie and Bob. Thank you. That's sweet. TN Lake Gal says, Allie, please give a shout out to Dr. Sarb's orthopedic clinic in Dixon, Tennessee. I turned my daughter to your channel, and now all the nurses are watching too. Hey guys. Hey, Dr. Sarbs. Hey, Dixon, Tennessee. Thanks, Tennessee Lake girl. I think I did this, but just from the sticks again, unless it could be different, 20 Defense Diary memberships. And then we got all our jewels. Love the jewels. I don't think I said this. Oh no, it's more jewels. Okay. More jewels. All right. We might be doing good right here. We might be doing good. Love the jewels. Thanks. I think I did this, the Goobly Gook. The cupcakes love when you and Bob are the substitute teachers. Exhibit Alley, new member. Welcome. Family hug. Sarah Jane says, love when you yell passion. I might have done that. I think I got that. I don't remember doing this one. Mama Zone says, could this woman possibly be any more tone deaf? Talking about the prosecution. This is a grieving grandmother, and she's bashing Lindsay in front of the jury. Absolutely astonishing. All right. Anna Marie says, thank you for such an important case to cover, a medical area that is so well funded in Canada, but the money is not put to use properly, in my opinion. Well, I mean, that's even when people try to do it right, they do it wrong. It's like, I don't know. Dr. Martha Washington says, this is absolutely cruel. That was back when the grandmom was on the stand. Some more jewels. Texas Sassenach says, so what she drove? I drove to the ER in excruciating pain to have gallbladder emergency surgery. Yes. We got some more jewels. I'm not sure if I did this or not. Jim's sister says, had no fear. Kevin knows exactly what he's doing. Sometimes silence comes across very loud. Yeah, I was saying, make him object more, say something more. And your point's well taken, though, for sure. Posty Steven, Lila, we got more jewels. I think I said this, Kara Silver. Kat says, can Reddington object to the number of meds since the Commonwealth makes contradictory statements not in evidence? I mean, who can keep up with what they say? He could try. I don't think he would, though. Kelsey says, yeah, I know I did this. Kevin Reed. Look, see, I can't get past KR as Karen Reed. Kevin Reddington is letting the Commonwealth dig their own asshole grave. Texas Rose, new member. Welcome. Welcome. Family hug. You guys, I have been thinking I've got spiders on me all day. For those of you, many of you here now that weren't with us on Bob's Live last night, I was walking the dog and I kept feeling like I was going through spider web after spider web in the dark, like with all the trees. And all since last night and today, I'm like, is there a little spider somewhere? I've actually showered, so I guess any spider should be gone. But it's like a subconscious thing. Nola RN Jen says, Bo Biatch, I definitely read this one, is digging herself a hole. Thank you. Thank you. Deborah RN says, isn't Red's lack of objection not objection just make the Commonwealth look worse, in my opinion? Yeah. Yep. Martha Rivera, new member. Welcome. Family hug. Sarah Mess says, what in the actual fucking fuck? Kate says, Allie, oh, I did this. Okay. So now I got to get back down to the bottom to your guys' new comments. I'll just go all the way down. I don't know what's better, actually. Wait, I don't want to miss anything. I don't know if I said this. Nina B gifted 5 defense memberships. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I think got all this. Yep. All right. Let me go down to the most recent ones. Got some jewels from Ona. We got Desiree D. Say, hi, beautiful Allie. Can you explain the jury nullification issue regarding Patrick and not guilty verdict, or refer me to where it's discussed? I couldn't understand it fully last night. Thank you very much. Let's do it. Okay. So jury nullification in this case looks like 2 things, as my husband would like to point out, but let's start with the one Desiree is talking about. The verdict form will have the option regular old guilty, regular old not guilty, and then not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. So if the jury in this case were to pick just straight not guilty, we're saying you guys didn't prove she did the actions, that she committed the acts, that she, did that to her children. That would be jury nullification here, because the Commonwealth, the defense is not arguing that she didn't do it. She's saying she did do it, but she lacked criminal responsibility for it. Bob also wants to point out that he thinks in this case, jury nullification would be finding her guilty, because he believes that the evidence so far, and I agree, demonstrates a lack of criminal responsibility, that the prosecution cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was able to conform her conduct to the law, or that she knew the difference between right and wrong. So that's because what happened was last night, you guys were asking Bob about jury nullification. He wasn't sure that a regular not guilty would be on the verdict form. It will be on the verdict form. I still have rule 20. No, that's the wrong rule. I thought I still had it up on my computer, but I must have closed it down. But anyway, we went over the rule yesterday on Bob's Live to kind of clear that up. And that's what that looks like. Thank you for your generosity and your support. Susan Davis, thank you. Kitty on the Beach says, I had a postpartum mental health crisis earlier this year, spurred by stopping breastfeeding, and it made my thyroid go out of whack. It was so scary. These are the stories everybody's been sending us. We've seen them all, and probably everybody has seen them in their chats wherever they usually are as well. We see it in our chats too. It's crazy. Thank you for sharing, and thank you for your generosity, Kitty. Got some jewels. Love the jewels. Music to My Soul says, so Patrick Clancy and grandparents support Lindsay Clancy. Yes, they do. And why are we here again? Right. Law and Disorder. Love the name. Became a member. Welcome. Family hug. Tracy Cooley gifted 5 memberships. Thanks for your generosity, and welcome to the members that she gifted. Elin S says, hi, Allie. Sue Clancy mentioned speaking to a midwife from South Shore Women's Health. That midwife delivered my son 22 years ago. Wow. Small world. And thank you for your support. And we got more Jules, and then we got Melmo. There's a clip on X. Oh, of Allie saying, just put it around your neck. Oof. It's hilarious. That's our girl, tag DD. Man, I hope it's being received all right. It's kind of out of context. Might come off a little harsh. I don't know. Hey, I can take it anyway. I don't care. I don't care. Thank you, Melmo. Got more Jules. Love the Jules. All the Jules. L. Cullen, new member. Welcome. Family hug. Swanee, 5 defense memberships. Thank you. Thank you. And lastly, more Jules. We are done. We are done. Now, what I don't know how to do, and then here we got this. Catherine Smith, let's support Alison and Cameron and Bob while Melanie is away, right? Yes. Like and subscribe. Yes, please. I'm done. Wait, let me find out. How do we portal? All right, so you guys, Bob has a live that is like going from his whole inside the courtroom thing. I'm not good at portaling. I know Melanie knows. Oh, it's already set. Okay, thank you guys for being here. I'll hop on with Bob. Don't go anywhere. You're going to be portaled right to my husband's inside. Oh, he's already live. So let's go. Let's do this. Thank you. Love you. See you tomorrow. Bye. Don't forget to subscribe, please.